chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayan with Yahweh Shai up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who are we? Israel! Then who are we? Israel! Can't be you!
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.
I said, who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power. Yeah. Chilling.
Right, for knowledge. We're located at 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas 77477. All right, our new class location is big, it's spacious. If you are in the Houston or surrounding areas, you need to make your way down here. There's open seats available, so come on through. Class A's have not deviated. They are the same, Monday, Wednesday, 7 to 9. Friday 6 to 8, and of course you're in the Shabbat morning class, which is from 10 to 2. All right, Virginia, you're sitting there in the same location. That info is there on the screen. Their class days are still the same, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9, and they do a Sabbath class there as well. So if you're in the Virginia area, gather together with your people. If you have not shown up throughout the week, at least you can show up on the Sabbath day. So get you some class, congregate with brothers, get to know, get to rub elbows with brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? Get to know people. Rochester, new school, up and popping. We'll give you that address as soon as I can get it. We'll get it up there. But you can reach out to Zion. His number is 757-762-3917. And they're doing class out there Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9, and that's Eastern Standard Time. So for Virginia and the Rochester class times and days, you gotta remember if you're here in Houston area or Central Standard Time, you gotta remember they're Eastern Standard Time. So when we say 7 to 9, it's Eastern. They're an hour ahead of us. All right, San Antonio, they got class going on. They're still in the same location. They do class Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7:30 to 10 p.m. And on the Shabbat, they do class from 10 to 4. All right? The Blog Talk Radio is still popping. Mashaba, Tazapah, and a wide variety of teachers. They're definitely still on Blog Talk. So check that out, Blog Talk Radio /Mashaba. blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. All right, and we got other channels that are connected with our school. If you signed up for one, if you subscribe to one of them, you'll see all the other channels listed underneath it. So check them out, use them. You know, they're there for you to use it. They're there for your edification. All right, and we got kids class every Sunday here in Houston. We do it live, and that's at 1 p.m. every Sunday. Kids class. Very fun, interactive classes for kids, get them familiar with the scriptures early in life. Okay, we got Purim coming up. We'll give you an exact date on that soon, but it's coming up soon. All right, and then of course, you know, Passover is in April. It's April 17th. So go ahead and get your garment money in, get your RSVP together. If you haven't signed up for any of that yet, click the link in the description box, and the info for that should be there. All right, Israel Word is still accepting orders. Get your Friends Up subscription. You know, get you a custom tunic, custom headband like Yashikar, looking real studded out. He had to wait for it, but it was well worth the wait. Looking at the quality of that headband, it's not even a 4-inch, it's like a 5-inch. He took a step up. You know what I'm saying? Real kingly over there. So yeah, check out Israel. Hebrew Academy in Virginia and Rochester is every Monday, and here in Houston we do it on Tuesdays. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Quatazap at 303-557-8979. Text only during class. All right, we have a business. We ask you to like, share, support. Sweet ambiance, aromatherapeutic oils, fragrant body oils for cologne fragrances and perfume fragrances. Check it out. Keep you smelling good, not sometimes, but all the time. Israelites, we like to stay clean and fresh. We like to be that sweet savor. All right. So if you want to make any if you want to make any donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. That info is there on the screen. You can Cash App or Zelle. If you want to send any supplies to the school, like a new ram's horn or some incense or some books or apocryphas or Bibles or history books, please hit up Priest Quatazop and he'll give you a good address where we can send these items. Other than that, take it away.
Khan. Yeah, I have my thing right here. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to another class here with ISP today. My bag. Welcome to another class, man. Another Shabbat class. Got a good reading for y'all, of course. So without further ado, let's go ahead and set these morning prayers up. Everybody, Imadi Muponya Yerushalayim. Let's rise and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Tolanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, and Yahweh Shai, that gives us light this day. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding going up to the Most High. Matthew 5:16 says, let your light shine before men, that they may see your glorious works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Tolanawa.
Rayat. The water.
Aman. Let's bless you, Yahweh, and Yahweh Shai, that gives us the sweet Savior. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. The scriptures say, let my prayer be set before thee as incense.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'ah. Tolanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, and Yahweh Shai, that gives us a Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
All right, this is Psalms chapter 121. Book of Psalms chapter 121. Anashah, Ayyanim Yad, Al Haharim, Na'ayah, Yabawa'ah, Izariah, Yabawa'ah, Ma'Yahawah, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashawamar, Yashar Allah, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayel, Yam Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Walayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamar, Napashia, Yahweh, Yashamar, Awalakia, Waba'aya, Ma'aitan, Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Tawada. Tamyad. Aman.
Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahweh Elohai Noah. Yahweh Achai. Shema Yisrael. Yahweh Elohai Noah. Yahweh Achai. Shema Yisrael. Yahweh Elohai Noah. Yahweh Achai.
Let's hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa,
Shabbat
Shemayim, Kwadash,
Hayah,
Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Batalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Masalak Nawa, Kababat Nawa, Kasalak Nawa, Kababat Yinawa, Wala'ah, Abayanawa, Manasaya 1, Abo, Hawashaynawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Wa'ala, Wa'ataparat, La'ai Walanyam, Aman.
This is Matthew 6 and 9, the Lord's Prayer. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Ha'aishara,
Matazawa. The Ten Commandments.
La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achorim, Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah, Ta'aisha, Laka, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah, Talakwak'at, Shum, Yahweh, Bashawa,
Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain.
Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka, Wa'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah, Ratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah, Kana'ah,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah, Taganah,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah, Ta'inah, Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'ah, Takamat, Kol, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. Yeshabium, which means be seated.
Alrighty. Shabbat shalom to everybody that's online and also everybody that's in class. We are going to be going over Exodus chapter 21 through 24. Of course, we're going to touch on Jeremiah and Matthew, and of course the Esther. It's a good, easy reading for today. So without further ado, let's salute up the first brother. All right. First reader, come up. Anybody? Elijah Shabbat Shal Yashkar Bani Asher Men of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Brakatan.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Brakatan.
Hey, come on.
All right. You going to start at Exodus chapter 21, verse 1, and you're going to read to Exodus chapter 21 and verse 23.
Exodus chapter 21 and verse 1.
All right.
Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall receive. And in the
Hold on, read verse 2 again. Slide.
verse 2.
Uh-huh.
If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve.
Uh-huh.
And in the servant he shall go out free for nothing.
So, as y'all see, verse 1 was saying we're about to read about the judgments, right? Of the Most High, the decision making, right? And it says, if you buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years shall he serve, but on the 7th he shall go out free. So you didn't just have a Hebrew servant forever. Y'all see that? A Hebrew servant. So when you look at your guy Esau, what does Esau do? You serve him forever. Your kids, your generations, all that, serve him forever. Read verse 3.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
If he came in by himself,
Uh-huh.
he shall go out by himself.
Go ahead.
If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him.
So if this man came in, if you bought this man, and he's a Hebrew servant, if he didn't come in with a wife, then when the 6 years is up, on the 7th year, he goes out by himself. But if he did come in with a wife, then his wife would go with him. Read verse 4.
Verse 4. If his master had given him a wife, and she had borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself.
But if you had this man, you bought this man and you gave him a wife, if they have kids, then the wife and the kids stays with the master, of course, and the man will go out by himself. Well, let's read something else. Go ahead.
Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
And the servant shall plainly say, I love my master,
Uh-huh.
my wife, and my children. I will not go out free. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door,
Uh-huh.
or unto the door post, and his master shall bore his ear through with an oath,
Mm-hmm.
and he shall serve him forever.
But, if this man, right? If this man said, like back in verse 5, I love my master, I love my wife, I love my children, I don't want to leave, then it's showing you what you would do in verse 6. You would go and bore, you would put a hole through his ear with an awl. And that man is going to serve you forever, along with his family. You see that? So, you got to see, man, I actually love this 1 through 6. Why? Because, man, can you think about us as Israelites right now ever saying that we would want to serve Esau forever? Or serve anybody forever?
Can I say something? Are we not in slavery right now?
Yeah, we're
Okay. So let's say that constitutes that as child support illegal then, because they're giving us our wives. If you want to look at it like that,
Hold on, say that again.
are we in slavery right here, right now?
Yeah, we're
Yes.
still in captivity.
Right. So if we're in captivity and our masters give us our wives, then they're the ones supposed to take care of the wives after we get divorced.
Well, I mean,
through child support.
well, I mean, they.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean, but to be clear, Esau is not giving us.
Right, but if it was done right.
You see, yeah, but Esau ain't gonna follow the law.
Right. It's just thought process.
Yeah, but just to be clear, we know Esau ain't giving us
We know that.
no wives.
It's-
They turn our women into what they are. They play a hand in turning our women into what they are. That's why so many of them have to be cleaned up. Just like we got to be cleaned up, but yeah, they at this point Esau would rather us just die out.
That's true.
so that they can get the covenant that the Most High actually made with them. which is if Israel can cease to exist, then you know they're. It says it in Jeremiah, like if you can stop Israel from existing, then his covenants that he made with Israel would, of course, go away. So, you know, they want us to cease to exist. It's funny, we're gonna read something like that in Jeremiah too, one of the covenants, speaking on that. And then also another thing too, in this 1 through 6 that we just read, we were paid to serve one another, so it wasn't like we was just slaves. So we were paid to serve one another. You see that? So let's go to real quick, go to Leviticus. Go to Leviticus chapter 25 and verse 39. Leviticus 25 and 39. Go ahead. You're gonna read verse 42.
Leviticus chapter 25 verse 39.
Uh-huh.
And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bond servant.
Go ahead.
But as an hired servant.
See that? So we served as hired servants to each other. We wasn't serving as like a bond servant where you was just straight up pretty much a slave. You know, our servitude was a little different. Go ahead.
And as a sojourner, he shall be with thee, and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee.
Which is why it says on the 7th year, you will serve for 6 years, and on the 7th year, the servant will go out free. We read about that. So he'll serve until the year of Jubilee. Go ahead.
And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him.
Go ahead.
And shall return unto his own house, his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return.
Con, y'all see that? Let's go back.
Exodus chapter 21 verse 7. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the menservants do.
Go ahead.
If she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he has dwelt deceitfully with her.
So you wouldn't sell your, because remember, she's a Hebrew too, so you wouldn't sell her to a strange nation for them to go ahead and defile her and deal even more deceitfully with her. Keep reading.
Verse 9. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters.
You see that? So if you betroth her to your son, then you're going to treat her as if she's a daughter. You see that? Go to Timothy's real quick.
Did you go to that Leviticus?
Yeah, we went to Leviticus. Go to Timothy's real quick.
First, second.
Go to 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse.
Okay.
You can read verse 2.
The book of 1 Timothy, chapter 5, verse 2.
Go ahead.
The elder woman as mothers.
This is telling you how to treat. This is telling you how we're supposed to treat each other. So what we just read in Leviticus, in Exodus, it said that if you betroth this woman for your son, then you treat the son. I mean, you treat her after the manner if you would treat a daughter. So you're gonna treat her correctly, right? But I wanted to go to this 1 Timothy 5 and 2 just to show how we're supposed to treat each other in general. You can actually start at verse 1.
Verse 1. Rebuke not an elder.
Go ahead.
But entreat him as a father.
You see that? So like, you treat people with respect. So if you have an elder brother, you have an elder man, you treat this man the same way you would treat your father, with respect. Go ahead.
And the younger men as brethren.
You see that? But then likewise, the older brothers, they'll treat the younger men as brothers. How would you treat your brother? You see what I'm saying? How would you treat your father?
Right.
That's how we're supposed to look at how we deal with each other in here, with respect. So when you think about like treating your father a certain type of way, you're gonna treat your father with love and respect. You're gonna listen. And then the younger, you're gonna treat them as brothers. How do you treat a younger brother? Well, you teach them, you protect them, you help them. You see what I'm saying? Read verse 2.
Verse 2. The elder women as mothers.
Khan. You treat the elder women as what?
Mothers.
Khan. So around us, we treat our elder sisters as mothers. And we know how Israelite men get with their mothers. Nobody, what you say about my mama? Right? You protect your mom, even if she's not around. Somebody can't even say nothing bad about your mom. You see that? So you treat the elder women as mothers. Read on.
The younger as sisters.
The younger as what?
Sisters.
See that? You treat your younger sisters, the younger women as sisters. You know? Read on.
With all purity.
You see that? With all purity. A lot of times Israelites, you know, we'll see, a lot of times, this is how Israelites deal a lot of times. Like you'll see you'll see a woman in general, right? And instead of looking at to treat them as, we can switch if you want. If you're looking at instead of looking to treat them with respect as if they were mothers and the youngers as if they were sisters, it's like, you're like, are they single? Can I get with them? You see that a lot in the Israelite communities. But the scripture is telling you straight up, you're supposed to treat them as sisters. So before anything, this younger woman is a sister.
God.
You see what I'm saying? Before anything, we're sisters and brothers. You see that?
God. That's true.
And we're supposed to treat each other with respect. So when you go back to this Exodus, I want you to read that again. Exodus 21 and Exodus 21 and 9. Read that again. That's where you left off at.
Exodus chapter 21, verse 9. And if he has betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters.
So you see that? So if you betroth this woman to your husband, to your son, and she's a maidservant, it's showing you that you're supposed to treat her after the manner of daughters. So you take it even one step further. She's not just a sister, she's a daughter. And what does the scripture say about a man? How is a man supposed to deal with his daughter? It says you're supposed to have a care. You're supposed to have a care for your daughter, have a care for her body. So now you don't not just because she's a maidservant, you don't just look at her a certain type of way. You actually look at her with love and care as if she was your daughter. You see that?
Right. Plus, you got to look at the story with, remember the story of Judah, Tamar, and remember Tamar was promised to Judah's sons. Yeah, remember that? And Judah kind of slacked off in giving and fulfilling his promise of marrying her to his sons.
Right.
And then we see what happened from that. So even in that instance, it's saying, you know, in that manner of daughters, you're supposed to fulfill that obligation.
Yeah.
If you say that she's going to be for your son, then you don't pawn her off to the next country, to the next man, to a family member. You give her to your son like you say you're going to. See that? So even in that aspect, just to add on to everything that he's saying.
You know, it's funny, man. We're reading all this, right? And we're reading about a manservant. We're reading about a maidservant. And, you know, you can look at this reading right now and be like, man, why the hell does this matter? We're not living in these times anymore, right? You can look at it like that, but this is the thing. Us currently are not living like this because we live in America. But guess what? You have Ishmael, you have Elam in the Eastern Hemisphere that still do this. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, there was a whole story.
Ishmael and Elam still do this.
There was a whole story of a man. This was like on CNN, and they were talking about. It was in Afghanistan, and you know with the whole Taliban and what's going on out there, and basically they're poor as hell out there. So what are they doing? Well, they're selling their daughters to each other just to be able to get water.
Yeah.
Right? So everybody was coming down on this man all of a sudden because, you know, Afghanistan is in the news, and all of a sudden the Western world cares, right? They care about, they want to be all extra humanitarian and all this other crap, right?
Yeah.
So they basically was like coming down on this man because he was basically following his traditions. Now, I mean, his daughter was super young, you know what I'm saying? I think she was like 11. And she's, you know, he sold her to this man, and the man was like, well, I wasn't going to deal, you know, he was capping. I wasn't going to deal with her until she got to a certain age. We know that's a damn lie, because we know how they get down, right?
Yeah.
But like he's saying, they still do these things. They do these things in the Middle East. Now they do them without wisdom, right? They do them without wisdom, and they sometimes do it out of the wrong reasoning. It ain't always for, you know, that's why you went to that Leviticus 26, right?
Yeah.
Where it says if your brother waxing poor,
Gone.
right? Go back there real quick, because that's important. It ain't like we was just selling off our family members and throwing ourselves into, remember, we weren't slaves to each other. And that's why I really wanted you to go there to harp on that point.
Yeah.
You weren't going and being, this wasn't a slave situation. Meaning what? You weren't just sitting around and just serving this person and you weren't getting nothing out of it.
Right. Yeah.
Right? They were supposed to be paying you, giving you resources. You see that? It wasn't America slavery. Now, you said we ain't in these times. Yeah, we are. Some of us got the all board in their ear, and it says USA on it. So some of us are still living in these times where you rather serve be a servant to master than to be free. Give us free, right? Mm-hmm. Ain't that what he said in Amistad? Give us free. Okay. I see that y'all ain't messing with me this morning.
Nah, I just been watching.
No, I see that nobody's messing with me right now. Everybody's quiet. Right? I'm turned up. But go there real quick. Go to Leviticus
25:39.
Yeah. Just to reiterate, you know why? Because there was a sister in Rochester that I think she asked the question in Leviticus 21, and you know, thinking that I think it was something about us being handmaidens, like Hagar, like I would take an Israelite sister and make her a handmaiden. And if you see, we were taking the nations were the handmaidens. You know what I'm saying? In that respect, our women, if we took them as wives. We didn't deal with them we weren't supposed to deal with them like concubines. We weren't supposed to deal with them on that lower level. You see that? So go ahead, read that.
Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39.
Uh-huh.
And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee
Right.
be waxing poor,
Go ahead.
and be sold unto thee,
And be sold unto thee. Go ahead.
thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant.
What does bond servant or bondman mean? Deuteronomy 28:68. Come on, y'all. What does it mean? Slave. Soldiers. Huh?
Slave.
Right. Slave man, slave woman. Right? And what, you weren't supposed to be a slave. Go ahead.
But as an hired servant.
But as a what?
As a hired servant.
Why? Because you were supposed to be giving them the opportunity to work off their debt.
Yeah.
The whole point wasn't to keep a cat forever and this is my slave, right? If you ever watched The Color Purple,
Gone.
what happened in The Color Purple? Well, Danny Glover got Sealy, right? He laid with her, got her pregnant, shipped her kids off. She served him. Obviously, he didn't deal with her according to the Bible, right? He didn't deal with her according to the scriptures, right? He dealt with her like how the white man was dealing with us. But it was, you know, like Color Purple, because it was showing you that niggas was having slaves of niggas even in those times. The uppity niggas.
Yeah.
Uppity Negroes, y'all were making slaves of your own people, but the scriptures say that it wasn't supposed to last forever, and while they were serving you, not in slavery to you, but serving you, like Solomon had servants, David had servants, but their servants were adorned in garments where Queen of Sheba thought that Solomon's servants were the king. That's how decked out they were. They were taken care of. And they had an opportunity to When was the opportunity for them to leave? When was
When
it?
their payment was up.
No. Well, yeah, or that they were redeemed, or what else?
The 7th year.
Which was the year of what?
Jubilee.
Year of Jubilee, right? That's what this chapter is going into, the year of Jubilee. That Jubilee was the year of release, where you released all people, all your brethren from their debts. So if I owed you $100 and I'm paying and I'm paying and I'm paying, and it hits that 7th year, he was supposed to say, you know what? Let me release you out of that debt. Esau tries to do that a little bit, right? They say 7 years, things drop off your credit. Oh, that's a damn lie. It don't happen. It still got negative, derogatory marks, right, on your credit score. You're like, man, that happened 15 years ago. Derogatory mark. They still make sure that it's there to be referenced. They hold it against you. We weren't supposed to hold these debts against one another. Right? Go ahead, read on.
And as a sojourner,
Read.
he shall be with thee, and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee.
You see that? To the year of release. Read on.
And then shall he depart from thee,
Uh-huh.
both he and his children with
Right?
him.
See now, think about this. Look at the situation with Laban and Jacob, right? Jacob and Laban. Laban was supposed to be following this. This is what Jacob was on. He was like, yo, give me my kids, give me my wives. What was Laban on? No, those is my wives. But this is the problem. They could have been Laban's kids and wives because Jacob didn't come in with them. Right?
Con.
But he worked for them.
That was the whole thing.
That was the whole thing. He worked for them. That was his payment.
Right.
So you can't take a man's payment for what he already worked off.
That's true.
That's how Laban was trying to edge his way out and be manipulative.
Yeah, that's why Jacob had said, "You changed my wages."
Yeah.
These 7 times.
These 7 times. Yeah.
What was the wage?
Well, it was
That was.
it was the women.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the wage. It's like, bro, first of all, he worked for Rachel. You gave him Leah.
Right.
Then you tacked on Leah at the back end. If he would have, if he fulfilled the whole wedding ceremony, blah 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 blah. But he was everything. He changed, and then when it's time to release him, because he was what there 21 years, 20 years. That's triple the time. So he went through 3 jubilees. This nigga Laban was like, nah, them's my kids and my wives. You tripping? You see, but Jacob knew the law.
Right.
Jacob knew the law, so even when Jacob dipped off and the way he did it, it wasn't wrong because Laban didn't uphold any standard or any law when it came to these things. So Jacob was right. When you look at it, he didn't have to, he didn't do no manipulation or anything like that. He was right for sneaking off.
Con.
That's why the Most High let him do it, because it was lawful. Y'all see this? So you see how we're adding all these different stories into these instances?
Right.
So think about that. When was Jacob? What book?
Genesis.
Huh?
Genesis.
What book are we in now?
Exodus.
Exodus, right? So what is it showing you? Again, instances of us keeping the law before it was written down.
Right.
Instances of us holding that oral tradition before Moses came along and gave us tablets and handwriting. Y'all see that? Very, very important. Very important. Read on.
And shall return unto his own family.
Right? And return unto his own family, because they were maybe the ones that sold him off to clear a debt. Man, I ain't got enough money. Remember the woman? Remember the woman in what is it, Kings? She went to Elijah and she said, my husband died and the collectors are basically coming to collect.
God.
What were they going to take? They were going to take her kids. She was going to have to give up her kids to clear the debt. And then they were going to have to work. And then she maybe, depending on what type of man she owed, right? That headband, bro. Golly. Depending on what type of man she owed. That headband is crazy. Oh man, this guy got a headband for the angelic archangels.
Universal soldier.
Yeah, he deserves it though. He definitely deserves it. But depending on what type of man she was dealing with, as far as the debt, That could have been a dude that was like, nah, I'm gonna keep your kids. Look at how they did Daniel and them. Not saying they were giving up in a debt, but look how the king just kept them forever down there, right? He wasn't trying to get them back. You see that? So it just shows you how it was lawful for you to do these things, to sell your daughter, to clear a debt. I mean, let's even think about it. Let's think about it like this. If I gave my daughter to a man and he paid me, is that any different than him giving me a dowry?
Blah.
It's no different. The dowry of virgins is no different. You see that now you have the option though when we read in this Exodus to either marry her, or if she don't work out as a good servant, he can release her. He just can't sell her to another nation. Or he can get you, oh, she'd be fit for my daughter. Or for my son, excuse me. Right?
Yeah.
So all these different ways where the law, what was the whole point of this? Some of us may be in here like, so we sold each other to each other? What was the point? What was the point, Michael?
I would say to look out for each other and to keep the nation together.
Thank you. Think about it. I would rather be sold to my brother that was going to keep the law with me and do things righteously than to be sold to the heathen. That's why he said, don't sell each other to the heathen. Don't sell it to another nation. Don't go to the nations. Go deal with each other, because if I'm keeping the law, if I'm loving my neighbor as myself, and he wax poor, well, is the first thing that I'm gonna do is say, well, go ahead and sell me your daughter, and we shouldn't do that, right? Well, what's the first thing you do? What's the first thing you do if your brother be waxing poor? If my brother was like, listen, something happened and we got to move out the house and we ain't got no place to stay. Am I supposed to say, well, you know what? You got two young daughters. Send them on over to the house. I'll turn them into little slaves. They can work off the day. Like, what were we supposed to do?
Open your doors first.
Now, what verse are you at?
Verse 41.
You're at 41. So, hold where you at. Boop. Read verse 25.
Verse 25.
Right?
And thy brother be waxing poor, and had sold away some of his possessions.
Go ahead.
And
No, that's not it. It says that thy brother be waxing poor. Let's see here. Man. Where is it?
verse 39.
No, that's not it. We just read that.
Okay.
There's another one. But you weren't supposed to automatically just try to throw a nigga in debt. Your own brother. You were supposed to look out for him. You see what I'm saying? Right, 25 and 35. Leviticus 25 and 35. Watch, read 35.
Verse 35. And if thy brother be waxing poor,
Right.
and fall into decay,
Go ahead.
with thee,
Read.
then thou shalt relieve him.
Thou shalt what?
Relieve him.
No, put him in more slavery.
Relieve him.
No, put him in more trouble and turmoil.
Relieve him.
No, make it harder for him to get up on his feet.
Relieve him.
Take from him.
Relieve him.
Yeah, we're supposed to relieve one another. Y'all see that? That was the whole purpose. That was the whole purpose, was to give each other some relief. The nations, as y'all can see, what relief are they bringing? I was watching a story online. The woman, you know, the payday loans. You had one woman, she went for one payday loan in 2012 and just got out of debt last year. Because the payday loans got like 300% interest. You go in there and get 400 and you got to pay back 1,000 on payday. So they take your whole paycheck. Then you got to do what? Because you're broke. Take out a whole other loan. And guess what? That loan is more. So now your interest is more. Right? Listen, they got it in cities, in certain cities.
And they're not even allowed.
You can't even do payday loans. Or they have to keep it to 35%.
That's still a lot.
That's still a lot, but compared to 300%, come on. I remember way back in my little young teenage days, getting hit with the payday loan scam. I was 16, 17 working and, making my little money, and then blew the money all in one. You get paid that day and it's gone that day. Fresh shoes, fresh J's on my feet, new clothes on, no gas in the whip, right? Right to the payday loan. And I'm like, damn, that's how that works? So you give me 200, but then you take my whole paycheck the next time? Because you basically are signing your paycheck away. It's a payday loan. You're literally signing away your paycheck. So that goes directly deposit into their account. It's crazy. But think about that. That's not about getting somebody back onto their feet.
It's true.
That's usury. That's rape, robbery, and pillaging. But this woman said 2012, her first payday loan, she just got cleared like last year. That's insane, bro. You going to payday loan for 10, 12 years? Think about how much money.
Yep.
Think about how much money they took from this woman.
Yep.
But think about the majority of our people run into these payday loans, advancing their paycheck, advancing money to them. We were supposed to be able to go to each other.
Especially now.
Especially now. There was one thing my aunts always did. The partner?
Yeah.
You know about that? Where we did it within our family, where everybody would throw in like $100, right? Every week you throw in like $50.
Yeah.
So you got 10 people, everybody throwing $50. That's what? 500?
Yeah.
Right? So guess what? Now it might be the next week. It might be your draw. So you get to draw 500. That's yours. And everybody puts in the 5. Then the next week he draws, he get 5. Then everybody puts in, then he draws, I get 5. So it's like a revolving savings account.
Yeah.
That's good.
And when it's your draw, you just draw that money, then you put back in 50. And whoever is in it, you just gotta wait your little turn. But you got 500 coming to you.
But it was dope too, because I remember there's times when there will be times when you're doing it where, say you needed it, but it's not your turn. And it's like, okay, well, you take it here, and then whoever's turn it was supposed to be that week, they'll just
push them back the next week.
push them back.
But it was within family. It's called a partner, right? We were partners. That we just, Jamaican slang. But it was about looking out for each other and at least getting each other. It was a way to save a little bit of money and revolve it around the family.
I remember San Antonio had this something like that when I was out there. It was to get brothers cars.
Oh,
it was
nice.
Gonna be like it was supposed to be like I think they were doing it for like 2,000 or something like that.
Where everybody
like
put
every
in?
brother would put 100, and then like the brothers, whoever turned it would be, you'll be able to get that
down payment money.
That 2 G's.
Nice.
Use it for your down payment, and then you just keep putting 100 until everybody had it, and then everybody was able to get
A vehicle.
Yeah.
But see, it's those type of things that when you decide that you want to have the all board in your ear and stay a servant, you ain't thinking about them type of things. You just not. You're thinking about your happiness, your livelihood, your well-being, and I'm good here in this situation. I'm not looking around at everybody else.
Yeah.
Because what about the one that don't want to be a slave? What about him? What about the brother that's not happy with being, he got no problem with his master, he don't want to be up under him like that? What about him? How does he get a jump start? Right? How does he? Well, if everybody's in the mind that, no, I'm good, I want to be a slave, I'm good right here, then the ones that don't want to be, it's harder for them to, what's the term they use? Pull yourself up from the bootstraps. The nigga ain't got no bootstraps.
Yeah, Esau loves to use that.
Yeah, that was the terminology coming out of slavery. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. I barely even had feet. We barely had feet at that time. But I just want y'all to see the mentality. Yeah, one man might be happy at being in servitude and living that life, but what about the majority that's not? The majority got to work together and come up with these different ways to not keep each other in bondage. Yeah. That crab in a barrel, right? That crab in a barrel mentality, that project misery love company mentality. It's trash, and that's the mentality that the Most High, he was trying to Listen, the law, that's why the law is so beautiful. Because it was supposed to keep us out of that mentality. If you want to go be that guy over there, that's fine. No hard feelings. But for the ones that didn't want to be, there was a way that we didn't hold each other down or hold each other back.
Yeah.
I was going to send you out with all you came with. Even if I gave you a wife. Think about this. A righteous man that gave another man, like let's say, man, here's my daughter. Look, take her. That's yours. He wasn't supposed to be like, well, you leaving me, so go ahead and leave your wife. Right? How are you helping?
You know, I can see, in looking at this, I can see like the mentalities, like
niggas is greedy.
If say I was in a position where it's like, okay, a brother came and the brother was like, hey, can I work for you? Can I be your servant for like these 6 years? I need to pay off this debt. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get on my feet.
Yeah.
Then my job as a master, if you're a righteous man, you would be like, okay, well, you're in a low estate. Whenever you're in a low estate, it's an opportunity for you to learn. So,
Of course.
the righteous man will be like, okay, well, let me go ahead and teach you certain things and not just send you out with everything that you came with, but I can send you out at least with a different mentality where you're not back in the same position.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? But then on the flip side too, what you were just saying about like letting them leave with a wife and kids, I can see how like if I gave this man a wife and kids, why I might keep them. And the reason I say I can see that is because say this man, like he just didn't learn nothing. Like the way that he is, like it's his fault why he even had to come into this position. Mm-hmm. And while he was here, he didn't learn nothing. So he's going to end up being back in this predicament anyways. Why? Because he's irresponsible. He's lazy. He don't think.
Yep.
He don't. You know what I'm saying? He has no ambition.
Lawful.
So it's like, okay, well, you know what? I tried helping you, but I can already see where this is gonna go. Nah, you go out by yourself. You see what I'm saying?
I get that. Yeah.
I can see like the angles from it, like just when you meditate on it. But just like you said,
right.
If you're a righteous man and you see that, man, this dude, he just fell on hard times. You know what? Yes, the law says I can keep them, but if you're a righteous individual, you're gonna be like, man, nah, go ahead.
Like what? Well, like if I gave you my daughter to wife, and I'm trying to take my daughter back, what the hell? What use is she to me?
Nothing.
It's like Laban. Laban Laban said it. I'm blessed because of you. So how much better was Jacob than Laban? And why was he trying to hold back? He wasn't in a situation where like, man, Jacob is an irresponsible dude and he ain't gonna leave out of here with my daughters and just put them in some whack situation.
That was a tactic to keep Jacob.
That was a tactic,
Right.
to keep Jacob.
Right.
But we're showing you, because he brought out a good point.
Right.
That man, that master was supposed to be, another angle of helping was to guide and coach that individual
Right.
into being a better person. So if you come to me because you don't know how to manage money and you got to sell yourself into bondage to me, well, part of my thing was, let me show you how to manage your money. Let me make you an understudy.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be picking up, right, on how to manage your money, how to manage your family. But if I'm seeing that now, you got all these different things and it's time for you to go out, but you haven't learned these lessons, I might not let you leave with the wife and kids. Because you're going to end up right back in the same predicament in slavery to somebody else. And then you're going to have my grandchildren and my daughters in servitude to God knows who. And he's right. It's another aspect.
Yeah.
So you can see where a man, again, a righteous man, but that's why it says when you marry your daughter, you perform a weighty matter, but marry her to a man of understanding. Give her to a man of understanding. Why? Because you didn't just want to give your daughter to some dummy just cause. Y'all see that?
You know what's funny, man? Just on that point, right? I remember when I first came into the truth, and I would see that, like, damn, we married our daughters, and I would be like, damn, so they didn't even have a chance to pick, or not to pick, but to choose, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of messed up,
right?
I thought that when I was young coming in, but now maturing in the truth, I look at it and I think about just the mentality of a young woman. They don't know how to pick. They don't know what the hell they want. They don't know what the hell they need. And they end up doing, 99% of them end up doing a lot of damage in their young years, that by the time they get to a certain age and it finally clicks and they realize, it's too late. You see what I'm saying? It's too late. I look at my cousins. I look back and I meditate on my family, and I meditate on all these people that I went to school with, and all these people that I just know, and I'm like, y'all all screwed yourselves up. You see what I'm saying? All of them. Like the choices, they don't know. Like the scripture says, you marry them to a man of understanding.
Right.
Us as young men, that's the one thing that we don't have is understanding. You see what I'm saying? On anything.
I gotta show you this. So look at that.
Like, look.
Bro, I'm scrolling through Facebook, right?
Like,
And what it is there's a bunch of chicks at the gas station. Young girls. These are young girls, and look what they're doing. They just
out there twerking.
it's weird. Like it's like a bunch of crackheads just being zombies and walking through the streets, but they're literally just sitting in the parking lot in between two cars on the floor twerking. And I'm like, these chicks supposed to pick their own husbands? But what are they picking? What are they picking? They're picking somebody to support their life. They're picking a man that's not gonna guide them. They're picking, first of all, they're picking boys, right? They're picking them little young shooters. I mean, let's just think about it. If you going off of what he's saying, if you look at society as a whole, our young girls are taught to be whores early, right? Go test all the waters, test drive every car, hop on beef to beef, pole to pole, right? Early, do it, girl. You know, sow your royal oats. Like, I didn't know women had royal oats, but that's what y'all are taught to do. Be hoes early in your life, and then be wholesome, tender wives after the age of 30. 35. So that means that you got all the thugs running through these young girls, all the killers running through all these young girls. Y'all catching AIDS and gonorrhea and herpes and all that stuff early, right? You catch that at 21, 22, 23, and then a man is supposed to accept you when you hit 30. With your gonorrhea and all. A good man is supposed to settle for that.
With the three badass kids.
And you got 3, 4, 5, 8 kids, 50 million stretch marks, and a good, hard-working man is supposed to be like, you know what? I want that. Sign me up.
That's true.
Hell no. See, we didn't have to go through that back in our time. I know we kind of, but we didn't have to go through that back in our time. Why? Because a man was vetting a man for his daughter. The man was vetting. I was sitting back like, let me see what this man's about. How? Through his family. Mm-hmm. What is his family about? What is his dad about? What is his grandpa known for? They thieves and killers and swindlers? Nah, you ain't getting with them. Oh, they're upstanding, righteous, holy. Remember when Esau went and married, what was his first daughter that he married? Esau. He went and got him a Canaanite. The name Canaanite grieved Rebecca and Isaac. Just the fact that they were Canaanites, there was nothing else to be said. Their life was over. They said their lives were over after that. Think about that. That's how much a name carried, that we knew we weren't supposed to deal with them. Right? So now family names, different men were known for different things. Imagine if Nabal had a son. Was anybody trying to get with his son? On the ball? Knowing how he was? Hell no, they avoiding his son. Because, dad, look at your daddy. Right? The way you were, we vetted one another. Y'all see that?
God.
Hell to the no. Right?
Yeah.
Y'all gotta, man, the market is saturated. Look out for y'all gotta understand, man. There's a reason. I like that you brought that out, because I thought the same way. Like,
Like damn.
Like damn.
But then when you think about it,
I had no choice.
when you think about it too, like when you think about it, like a lot of women, they just move off of how they feel, and they don't think rationally. You see what I'm saying?
Not a lot. All.
They just don't think. They don't think about the effects. They don't think about the outcomes. They don't think about what's gonna happen. Us as men, like we think a lot. Like, if I make this decision, what's gonna be the outcome of this decision, and what's gonna be the positive outcome, what's gonna be the negative outcome. Whereas, unfortunately, especially our women, Israelite women, they don't think about the outcomes of things. They just move off of how they feel. They move off of the moment. They move off of what's going on, and that's how they make their choices and decisions. And at a young age, you're a young woman, and you're a young woman. You don't have no experience. You don't have no wisdom. And at worst, you're in America, where you more than likely you grew up without a father. And if your father you did grow up with a father, he didn't really teach you nothing. So your judgment is based off of
Your
what
experiences.
it's based off of what Esau has pumped into you. The music, the TV. You think that's just how life is, and then you choose a man based off of that. You see what I'm saying?
Like, think about how many women.
It's crazy.
Think about how many women got a man knowing that he don't take care of his first kids. It's like he don't take. Well, he gonna girl.
They don't even
I'm
think
different,
about that.
right? He loved me, and then he got with the second chick, and then now he got 2 baby mamas, but he's on to the third chick. It's like it didn't click that he didn't take care of the first one, so he wasn't gonna take care of any of them. Like, he wasn't all of a sudden, because he hopped up in you, his whole mind was gonna change. Like, you got something different between your legs. Like, that's how women think. Like, I got something different between there. No, it's all the same. It's all the same.
Not bashing women, y'all. Just
Nah, but I'm just saying
speaking
it's the mentality. Like I bring something different
to the table.
when I lay down. Like,
But
I'm not,
you know what's funny? You know what's funny? You know what's funny? A lot of the times I've heard this a lot, where you'll be talking to a woman and you will say, "Yeah, y'all are like this, y'all are like that," and they'll be like, "Nah, don't judge me. I'm not like that. You can't judge me off of them.
everybody else.
Like, I'm different." But then
Are you not them?
they end up doing the same
Damn
thing.
thing.
They end up doing the same damn thing. It's crazy.
Anyway, go back to Leviticus.
Yeah, but to bring it back full circle to how this conversation went there. You know, it's talking about you betrothing a woman, and you know you not selling her, but you know you betrothing her, you selling her. You know, when you're young in the truth, you may not understand why, especially living here in America. It's like what I was saying earlier. Like, I asked y'all, did y'all know that this still goes on? A lot of people didn't know that this still goes on. But you could sit here and you could read this and you could be like, damn, like, they sold their daughters? Like he said, like, how many of us have experienced real and true poverty where it's like you gotta resort to thinking about selling your 11-year-old daughter for some water.
It's crazy.
Like, it's not like that here in America. You can't even fathom that. But these people, that's just where they're at. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at what we're reading right now, you could see, like, there were times when we got like that. You see what I'm saying? That's real. That happens. I see it. Like, think about selling your daughter for a cow or for a goat. Like, just one. I've seen stories like that.
Yeah.
That happens. That happens in that happens in Africa. That happens in the Middle East. Because that's how people are living. I always say it, man, we're so damn comfortable living here in America. We're so comfortable being slaves and having that slave mentality that we don't understand the real struggle that people be going through.
That's why I keep having kids, so I can have something to pawn off.
Like,
Look at your pocket. She was like, "Oh my god." I'm joking.
you
But
see,
nah, if we get poor, just know. If we wax and poor, the first thing that goes is y'all. Yep. I'm gonna be selling y'all for groceries.
gotta eat. He's just playing. He's just
I'm
playing.
joking.
He's just
My
playing.
kids are in class, so I got a cap on them.
He's just playing, but it is good to talk about that. Why? Because, like you said, they're in class. They can see, like, damn, there's kids that
getting
that got to
sold.
deal with that.
They getting sold for a cow. They getting sold for groceries, water. They get
Sold for a goat.
Yeah, just to be able to eat for 2-3 days. Think about it. You sell a whole human so you can eat for 2-3 days, and that human don't come back in 2-3 days.
Yep.
They're gone.
Yep,
Forever. Little boys getting sold off, right? Little 8-year-old boys getting sold off
True.
to other families for what? To become what?
Servant.
Yeah, but in some situations it ain't no go wash the dishes servant.
That's right.
They turn the little boys into confectionaries
That's right.
and little sex toys.
This is real, y'all.
It's real.
This is real. This
Now,
it's happening.
we weren't supposed to deal like that on that level. That's why the law has given us the stipulations. But you think Islam cats they care about that? They don't got the law. They don't got the law. They believe in blowing themselves up and they're going to get 7 virgins.
70.
Oh, yeah, 70 virgins. You see that? They don't have the law, so they're not going to deal. That's why they'll sell their daughter. That's why they still have to sell their daughters today, just to get water for the day.
Man, that's retarded.
It's insane. It's insane, but anyway, where we at?
Bro, I'd be like, man, who's the dumb one? Who's the dumb one? Who believes that? Oh, you do? All right, psh.
Right.
Because I don't want to kill myself. Here.
Yeah.
Take that. Go do it.
Ju-
Oh, man, this dude really believes that.
Go back
Let's go
to
back.
watch. Go back to Leviticus 25 and 42.
Leviticus chapter 25, verse 42.
Go ahead.
For they are my servants,
Right?
which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt.
Because we were all the Most High's servants that He brought forth. Go ahead.
They shall not be sold as bondmen.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt not rule over them with rigor.
Right?
Thou shalt fear thy God.
Go ahead.
Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have,
Right?
shall be of the heathen.
You see that? The slaves that we should have should be of the heathen. Read on.
That are round about you.
That was part of the blessings. Now when you go into Isaiah 14, Isaiah 60, Isaiah 50s, right? What does it say? It tells us that they're going to be, that them, their children, all that are going to be in servitude to us in the kingdom.
God.
It's going to go back to the way it should be. But it's not going to be how they dealt with us in slavery. It's going to be a righteous servitude. It's going to be governed. Go ahead.
Of them shall ye buy bondmen
Right.
and bondmaids.
Go ahead.
Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you,
Children of the strangers, the other nations. Read.
of them shall ye buy,
Right?
and of their families that are with you,
Read.
with which they beget in your land,
Read.
and they shall be your possession.
You see that? And they shall be your possessions. You see that? Right with Isaiah 14, it said we were going to possess our possessors. Y'all get that? So we weren't supposed to make our possessions of ourselves. We were supposed to try to get each other out of the calamities, out of these bad situations. And if it got to that point where it's like, man, well, man, let me, sell me your daughter for my son. Let me get your daughter for my son, and it would clear off whatever situation. Mm-hmm. That wasn't wrong either, because it was no different than a man going and saying, hey, I want my daughter to marry your son. Well, give me 50 shekels. There was no different. There was no real difference there.
Yeah.
The contingency was just, there wasn't a debt beforehand. Y'all get it? But there was still a payment in both situations.
Just on what we just read too, man. We're reading about us buying a bondservant, whether male or female, from the heathens, right? Y'all got to see, because again, you can look at it and be like, what the hell? When you're fresh and young in the truth. But when you understand, when you look at the world right now, and then you see how we dealt righteously with them, y'all got to see, this is like this is like heaven for a lot of these people. if we bought them, this was like heaven for them.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you got to see
What's
like,
happening?
you got to see like, y'all ever heard about what's happening like in China? How like these people are working for nothing in China? Like I was watching this movie on Netflix yesterday, and it was a comedy with Will Ferrell. Forgot what it's called, but they gave you a little glimpse of what happens in China. How they had like 6, 7, no, not 6 and 7, but like 8 kids as young as 8 in these factories working that make dolls.
Yep.
They make your iPhones. They make your shoes. Kids as young as 8. Noah, how old are you? 8. Kids as young as his age, working alongside their parents and their uncles and their aunties, and guess how much they make an hour?
Shit, half a
50
penny.
cents.
Yep.
They make 50 cents an hour, and they don't have the safety regulations in the factories like how, you know, America would have to have certain safety regulations. They don't have that. You see what I'm saying? You know how America, you'll work your little 8 hours and then you get overtime? They don't have that there. So they're just working for 50 cents. But think about it. I remember my rib asked me when she saw it, she was like, why would they work there? I was like, because they have no choice.
Yeah, that's not a choice.
They don't have no choice.
They weren't like,
who the hell
sign me up.
Who the hell wants to work for 50 cents? What can 50 cents buy you? That means at the end of the day, if you work an 8-hour shift, you only made $4. What can $4 buy you?
Nothing out there.
But think about it. Who would want their 8-year-old kid to be working, making 50 cents?
It's true.
For 8, but
that's the situation, because
that's
if I'm the dad only making $4, but I got 8 kids, 8 times 4, right? I'm gonna put them 8 kids to work. I'm gonna have to. That's how they make it.
People live like that. There's a basketball player. His name is Enes Kanter. He's like big on that. He be calling out LeBron because LeBron knows that his shoes is made in these factories by these little kids, making 50 cents. He calls out a lot of these basketball players because they know that LeBron don't say nothing.
Nope.
They don't say nothing.
Nah. You know what's crazy? They're about to do the Winter Olympics in China. And what you're gonna start to hear, all you gotta do is listen to CNN and listen to the news. They're gonna start bringing out all these different stories. Like I just watched a story. Was it last? It wasn't last night. It was like the night before, about these Muslims. There's a sect of Muslims that are in China, but what they're doing is they're separating them. They got like these concentration camps where they got like they got the parents are in China, but all their kids are in Turkey. Somebody went and had to rescue the kids, and they're talking to these kids, and they're like, "When's the last time you seen your parents?" The kids are like 11. They're like, "I haven't seen my parents since I was 5. Don't know if they're alive, but they're in China, in concentration camps." And China's like, "Yeah, we got them over there, but they're not concentration camps. They're re-education camps for extremists." One dude said he got 42. There's a guy, he's like the head of the program that houses all these kids in Turkey. He said he got 45 family members out there in China. And they were like, 45 family members? He's like, yeah, 45 family members. They don't give a damn, bro. The places like that, they don't care. They won't let you do your religious freedoms and all that crap. But so when it comes to like religion, when it comes to labor, when it comes to genocide and all those different things, bro, they're gonna start highlighting China. They already have like a boycott, they got like a political boycott on China, where they won't send no American diplomat. Big deal. You saw what they did to the tennis woman, Shang Li, right? Where she accused some dude of rape, and all of a sudden she came up missing.
Still haven't found her.
They had like a little Zoom call with her. I think it was a body double. I don't think it was her.
Yeah, China don't.
But nobody's seen her like in person since she came up with those allegations.
You speak out against China, and you're in China.
It's over for you.
Yeah,
it's over for you.
But see, I'm glad we bringing stuff like this up because we live here in America. We don't realize like people live. This is the reality of how people are living. So when we're reading Leviticus 25 and 44 through 46, and you're seeing like, damn, we was buying slaves,
buying each other.
Well, you gotta. Well, buying the heathen.
Oh yeah.
You gotta see like that was heaven for them.
Yep.
Because they themselves were in a position where they had to be sold.
Yep.
So they were in hell.
Yep.
And they were probably happy as hell, just like, damn, a Hebrew's about to buy me? Please, buy me.
They
Why?
knew we were going to
Because
be righteous and just.
they know it was going to be righteous and just, and they knew that.
It's a standard.
They knew that they was going to be living a better life. You know what I'm saying? Than how they were living. I mean, and you got to think about it. Back then, we held each other accountable. So if you saw somebody treating, and there's laws against it too. You can't treat your bondservant in a certain type of way.
It goes down there and tells you.
So, which we're gonna read. So you got to see, like, we held each other accountable. So if you was treating your servant a certain type of way, then you was gonna be
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You knock out your
Yeah.
servant's eye, nigga, your eye's gone too.
So yeah, man.
That's where that came from. And obviously Esau used those parts of the Bible to enslave us and keep us in this eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth mentality. But that's what that was. The Bible wasn't all eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
Yeah.
Remember, like, when you were young, you were taught, like, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and you're like, damn, that's cold. And you thought the whole Bible was about that? The whole Bible is eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It was when you went too far. The Most High said, you got to give up an eye. You got to lose a tooth if you went too far on the next man. You see that? But even what he's saying about them being sold to us, that was like heaven. It's no different when you read in Deuteronomy when we went to war and it said if you saw a woman amongst the captives and you took her in, think about it. You were literally putting her in a way better position. Why? You don't wiped out her whole family. So how is she going to survive?
Right.
Her family is dead. So she just going to be left out there in the land to be what? Raped, pillaged, killed, raped again, killed, raped again. Like, that's all that was going to happen.
Making money. I'll give you another example of women that actually live like that. Women in Saudi Arabia.
I say Indian women.
Women in Saudi Arabia, where the men over there, they can have multiple ribs. So in Saudi Arabia, if that man dies, remember, women can't work like that in Saudi Arabia. So if their husband dies, or if their father dies,
They're left out there.
They're just left out there. So the majority, 90 to 95% of the women, 90 to 95% of the homeless population in Saudi Arabia is women. Because they have no jobs. They can't even drive. You see what I'm saying? So when that man dies, or that husband dies, that's it. How they gonna eat? So they just be outside just begging for money. Y'all see that? So,
and they ain't got no law, so nobody's looking out for them.
Nobody
Remember,
cares.
The widow, the fatherless, ain't nobody looking out for that.
you know, it's funny because you read about the widow and the fatherless a lot in the scriptures, and how the Most High, he shows compassion towards them.
That was his sore spot.
Like, you gotta see, like, how widows and fatherless children live in other countries. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're Israelites, so we always look out for we look out for the fatherless for the most part. And we look out for the widows. A lot of our moms are widows. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our grandparents, our grandmothers are widows. Why? Because they're single. You see what I'm saying? Or the man had died. And we look out. But over there, these other nations, they do not look out. You see what I'm saying? And the man over there is the income. They're the ones that bring in the dough. They're the ones that own stuff. So when he's gone, or if you're a woman married to a man that has other wives, if he don't like you and he just pushes you to the side, that's it.
Yep.
And remember, there's laws against marriage and stuff like that. So you were married to a man and he pushes you out, you can't marry another man in Saudi Arabia. That's it. So you just out there fending for yourself.
Even here, if you look at, if you go into the stats of the homeless population here, women are on the rise.
Yeah.
You know what women?
Israelite women.
Yeah. But you know what? You know which ones? The ones way back, that was, I don't need no man. That couldn't get along with their husband, couldn't get along with a man. Now they're being left out there because that's the situation they put themselves in, right? It just shows that man is it's that protection. You need that man as the hedge, no matter what. It doesn't matter what situation you think you in. If you ain't got the money saved up financially to live in this country, you're gonna be a homeless ass woman late. You're gonna be homeless with your dogs and with your cats.
I typed in Saudi Arabian homeless, and I went on the images, and the first image that pops up is this one right here. You see a man right here. He doesn't look Saudi Arabian. He looks like he's probably a. But then over here, you see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You see 7 women, and you know they wear all black and they're completely covered up. These are all women. These are all women. You got one man that looks like he's a Hamite, but that's the homeless population. That's real. You look at another one, you can see it. All you see is just them in black. It's mostly them. So yeah, just wanted to.
Now think about women that are homeless. Think about just the homeless scene in general. Think about like, you know, you put all the little movies that you ever watched together, and then you put all the knowledge you know about what goes on in them in those little homeless camps, and a lot of the times it's like men, right? Right? It's men that are, you know, some of them are on drugs. I'm not saying that they all are, but a lot of them are on drugs. A lot of them are on alcohol, and a lot of them they're violent. They gotta fight to protect what they got. How are women able to stand up to that? Nah, you just left out there.
Yep.
So the reason why the Most High has given us these laws were to protect each other from situations of you got a whole nation of people, our people that are just homeless out there. Imagine if everybody applied your brother waxing poor and you help them out. You would have a lot less Israelite men, women, and children. Look, it says that there's about 200,000 homeless women on any given night in America. Over 200,000. Washington D.C. got the most homeless women. 42 women out of 10,000 people. That's crazy. Now think about it. Is it just single women? More than likely, them women got children.
Yeah.
You got a woman that was I didn't get a chance to look at it. I be on YouTube a lot, so I catch like all these news stories. But there's one woman, she was living out in her car with 3 children, and she was working a full-time job. She's living in her car with 3 children. Think about that, because America, the way it's set up, it's not set up for you to be able to succeed, right? Now bringing it back to the point, some of those people decided that, you know what? Go ahead and put the awl through my ears, master. Go ahead, I want to be attached to you. And look what they get. Because America as a master ain't looking out for their servants. America ain't taking care of you like, oh, you know what, let me make sure that my servant is got a nice house, got a way to get back and forth to work, right? They're like, nigga, we're going to give you the bare minimum. Just get here. Yep. We're going to give you the worst working conditions. Look at Amazon, the biggest company in America. Yep. Damn, they're one of the biggest companies in the world. And look how they talking about how their workers are treated. Yep. It's damn near 1900 slavery. Yep. All over again. The wages, the work conditions. You can't even take a bathroom break. You got people pissing on themselves. Good old Amazon that we all use, right? You hop on it, you need it, Amazon, right at your house.
I ain't gonna lie, every time I'm like, I can go to Walmart and get this. I'm like,
hell nah. I did it yesterday.
Hop on Amazon.
I did too. I needed some stuff for the mall, and I was like, man, I go to Walmart. I was like, nope, Amazon. It'll be here tonight. I ain't going tomorrow. It'll be here.
Free shipping?
Free cash, Prime. But the point is, you got the biggest company, Jeff Bezos, bazillionaire. Yep. And look how he's treating people. Yeah. Because why? Our people want to be attached to that mentality of the servant because they think it's good, but how good really is it? We're better off. What is the scripture showing us? That we're better off dealing with each other. We're better off sacrificing and dealing with, at least if I sacrifice and I'm dealing with a righteous man, at least a righteous man is going to take every step to keep fulfilling that righteousness. Think about when people got cut off in the pandemic and they just went to work and there was chains on the door of their job. Where was the notice? Where was it? The notice was the chains on the door when they pulled up like, damn, I ain't got no more job. So you only paying me $5 an hour and then you just close the door with no notice? What am I going to do? But a righteous man, he's gonna at least communicate and say, hey, and communicate beforehand. Hey, this is what it's looking like. Prepare, right? That's what a righteous man's gonna try to do, or he's gonna sacrifice. Listen, I'll be straight up with y'all. You know how many times that we didn't take pay as officers, didn't take pay so that the younger brothers could get paid, right?
Yeah.
How many times that we can count on multiple fingers, right? But we prepared brothers beforehand that, hey, this is what the situation is looking like. The money ain't coming in, it ain't flowing. So brothers that know y'all gonna have to sacrifice. And that's what we did, right? Now, that's what a righteous man is gonna do.
Yeah.
Show me a CEO that's sacrificing his umbrella, what is it called? His golden parachute. Niggas is getting, I just watched something about Bank of America. They talking about they paying, they like the executives, they giving them a pay raise from $400,000 to $500,000. I'm like,
What are they doing?
nigga, where's that money coming from? You.
It's all for your backs.
All your little banking fees, all your little transaction fees, all your little wire transfer fees, overdraft fees, interest. Well, we get to tack on the extra money to our executives. They're not looking at the people and saying, wait a minute, let's waive overdraft fees because niggas is hurting. Let's waive this fee, or let's take away this fee. Let's give them, even the maintenance fee for your checking account, $12. That adds up. Some people ain't even got that. That right there puts people in the overdraft. Then they throw on $35. So imagine if you got 2-3 transactions, add $90 on to overdraft fees on top of the transaction. Some people go $600 in debt. Yeah. Then their paycheck go into the bank, and then look, whole paycheck gone. That's true. You see how the machine works. But that's the unrighteous dealings. You see that? That's wicked dealings where the righteous ain't gonna deal like that. We shouldn't be dealing with like that with one another. Y'all get that?
Do y'all ever seen like people make fun of
I feel like I'm screaming.
These
my ears are covered.
These Amalekites, right? These fake Jewish people. Y'all ever see how like cartoons do it a lot, but they always make fun of them in a way of like showing like how they are with money.
They're super tight.
Y'all ever seen that? Like they always make fun of Jewish people when it comes to money. Like they have a lot of money and they move a certain type of way with money. Mm-hmm. Well, y'all gotta see, they're the ones that own the banks. And everything that we're talking about, that the Bible says you're not supposed to do, that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly how they rose up and got into power the way they did. You see what I'm saying? That's how they did it. When you watch the Rothschilds, that's what they did. They did that to their own people. And then they became big, and then they started loaning money to governments. And then once they started loaning money to governments with interest, that was it. They start financing wars. Think about it. You financing a whole war. Both sides. That's how they became big. They're the ones that loan money to the government so they could buy guns and buy tanks and buy planes and stuff like that with interest. Right. But it all started off with them doing it to each other. And they became big. And that's how they came up. But it's showing you you're not supposed to deal like that. We're not supposed to deal like that amongst each other. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the usury,
yeah,
the looking for a come up.
Like that's all wicked, man. That's wicked as hell. Think about it. If somebody, just think about it rationally. If somebody overdrafted their account, why would you hit them with another 35? If they overdrafted it, that means they don't have no damn money to pay for it in the first damn place. But you gonna tell them you got 24 hours to pay for this, or I'm gonna hit you with another 35, then how the hell are they supposed to pay any of that off?
Because it's not designed. Remember,
that's crazy.
When you go back to Deuteronomy 28, the scripture said that if we followed and hearkened to the law, we would be the lenders and they would be the borrowers. Right? Mm-hmm. The scripture says we don't have to do usury on ourselves, but we can do usury to the nations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All they're doing is taking our blessing and using it against us. So, I mean, boo-hoo, nigga. Right? Like, tough luck.
But
That's the way I look at it. I'm like, hey, you get what you deserve.
But it's like you were just going into though, like a lot of us, we put that all to our ear where it's
Thank
like,
you. And that's
where it's
my
like,
point.
when is it gonna stop? Like we have the scriptures, we have the blueprint, we know what the hell they did,
Yeah.
and how they got what they got,
Yeah.
and we got the same blueprint to freaking change it.
Yep.
But
Some of us are comfortable being in that. So, let me say this. Let me take away the word comfortable, because we don't know what comfortable is. Some of us lack faith, the faith enough, and I'm saying that based off of many of conversations that I've had just with random people that when I've talked to them and looked at them and I'm like, the things that you're doing for the white man or with the white man, how come you don't do these things for yourself? Like I always tell the story about the lawyer that I met one time at the mall. This dude, man, he was a tall Jew. Big guy. He reminded me of Ariana, man. He just, light-skinned guy, but he was big. And, he came with his damn Louis Vuitton, everything. And I'm like, man, what you do? And he's like, oh, I'm a lawyer. I work for, this big law firm here in Houston. And, we were rapping. He was a real nice, intelligent guy. And I'm like, bro, how come you don't work for yourself? And he said, you know what? He was so honest with me. He said, you know what? I'm scared. I'm scared to do it by myself because I don't have enough belief that I can bring in the amount of money to keep myself comfortable on my own. You see that? And that's a lot of our people. You get so caught up in the things you can attain and buy and being comfortable, or what you think comfortability is, you lose the mind and the mentality to do for yourself and for others. You lose that mentality, forgetting what? What do we always forget? That when we work in unity, that's where all the real blessings come. It ain't because you make a paycheck, right? It's when you work in unity. It's when you work in unity, in the same mind and the same judgment, where the Most High, he said it, Psalms 133, that's where he commanded the blessing. Now, I guess the blessings are different for everybody. Some people's blessing is, I got a paycheck this week. Some people's blessing is, I was able to go buy this at the store this week, right? Yeah. Some people's blessings are, man, listen, the Most High gave me the ability to work and teach this brother or be with the sisters. Some people's blessings and the way they look at things are different. And really what it shows me is that there has to be a reteaching of what we're supposed to be looking at as the blessings and what we're supposed to be looking at as a real come up. Because it's not a come up because you can get paid when everybody else is sitting back suffering. That ain't a real come. That ain't a come up. Where you're we're all running this race, and because you can edge out and maneuver around certain, or let me rephrase it, you think you can maneuver around certain obstacles, and you're not going to have to deal with certain things because of money, or because of finance, or because of freedom, or because of free time. The Most High is still going to put you through those things. Y'all get it, right? Yeah. You can't escape the judgments of the Lord. If you want you to learn a lesson, you're going to learn a lesson. Right? Do we believe that or not? Can your money buy you out of the lessons of the Lord? Like, what ransom can you give? What money? What thing can you do to escape what the Most High is trying to teach you? Now, this is the key. This is the key. I put myself in a position. We talked about it last night in class. Y'all be missing class. If y'all don't come to class on Friday, y'all are tripping because y'all are missing good classes. But we talked about one of the most valuable things that the Most High gives us is the ability to understand why we go through things and how to go through things. Sometimes we overlook that that's a blessing. Like, man, I'm just blessed to be able to understand why the Most High brought me through this. And that he got me through and how. Some people are still caught up in 50 years ago. Why did I go through that? Why did the Lord do that to me? I could go through my whole life and say, I know why the Most High did that. I know why he brought me through here. I know why he did this. I see what he was showing me here. I see this. I get that. I can look at his life, your life, your life, your life, your life, and say, you know what? I see the Most High in everybody's life. A lot of people can't say that. They can't sit back and evaluate and say, man, the Most High showed me. Because they don't put themselves in position to be shown. They don't look at that as a blessing. They're more caught up in, I don't want to go through the lessons and the ups and the downs. I just want to be comfy. I just want to be sustained and not have to worry. I'm going to let you come. And not have to worry about certain aspects of life, but you can't escape it. Don't y'all get that? It's inescapable. Job couldn't escape it, no matter how much money he had. He had to learn, like, come on, man. The word we were talking about it yesterday. The sister asked a question in Proverbs, and I was bringing out. One of the worst fears of man is to have something and then it be taken. That's the worst fear of man. Don't y'all know that? It's the worst feeling to have it and then it be gone. Because what do we think? What do we think? When all of a sudden you got it and it's gone, what do you think? What's the first thing that comes to mind?
It's over.
It's over. I'm never going to get that back. But what is that? What is it all boiled back down to? What did I say earlier? It's not comfortability. It's what?
Lack of faith.
Lack of faith. We lack too much faith that if the Most High gave it and it was taken, how come he can't give it better? Right? Like, if he took it, obviously I don't want the same little thing that he took. I want it better. I don't want the little white mug with the gray top. I want the white mug with the white top. I want the matching top. Right? Why should you give me the unmatching top? Well, I just noticed that. I want the matching top. I want the full set. I want it better than what he took. But we so caught up in, well, this cup makes me comfortable, and it fits in my hand so perfect, and my lips wrap around the lid so nice, and I can whoop, whoop, it keeps my drink so warm. But there's better cups out there. There's better things out there, but we don't want to go through the initial, let me take that from you real quick, to give you better. You see that? We don't want to go through that. And a lot, it goes back to, well, who gave you that? Well, think about it. No? If the Most High gave it to me, he wouldn't have to take it. He would have given it to me the way he wanted to give it to me. A lot of the things we went and took, we took. Going back to what we were talking about earlier. You took that woman, and that wasn't a woman for you. You took that job, that wasn't a job for you. You took that living situation, that wasn't a situation that, when I say it wasn't for you, that's not what the Most High wanted for you.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to do everything in life to, right? Hold on to it, and it's just slowly leaking through your hands, and you don't get it. That the Most High is trying to show you a lesson to bring you to something better, but you're trying to hold on to something that's not better.
Yeah.
That's not the situation for everybody. I'm just generally speaking. That's not everybody's situation. Like, I'm not saying that because you got a rib and you got her outside the truth, that ain't the woman for you. I'm not saying that. Or the husband. I'm not saying that. I'm giving y'all the analogy and using those things as examples, right? Using those things as examples, but that doesn't hold true for everyone. I want to be clear on that. I don't want everybody to, you're going to go home like, see, he said it. You ain't the one for me. Divorced. Like, what the hell? No, I wasn't saying that, right? You start crashing cars in the wall. You start burning the house down. You start kicking your kids out. Right? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is just understand, going back to what we've been reading, take the all out your ear. If you take away that thing out your ear and stop being satisfied with the initial servitude that you've been placed in and start looking at, you know what? I can be more free over here to do what the Most High wanted me to do. My life shouldn't be about how comfortable and pleased I am. Right? 2 Corinthians 6. Approving ourselves as ministers of the Most High. The first three things you got to go through are not fun.
Yeah.
Distress, affliction, patience. Patience, distress, affliction,
Yeah.
and
then it goes down.
then it goes down into a lot of other unfun things. Y'all see that? It's not a, what does it say? What does it say? Distress?
It says in affliction.
Patience?
It says, verse 4?
Yeah, read it. 2 Corinthians 6 and what? 4.
2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 4. But in all things, approving ourselves as the ministers of God.
Right.
In much patience.
Right.
In affliction.
Read.
In necessity.
Read.
In distress.
That's what it was. Necessities was the one.
Yep.
So patience, necessities, distress, and afflictions. Those three things is like, damn, I gotta be afflicted, be distressed, and have necessity. That's what you gotta go through. That's what you can't run from. Let's go back to Leviticus. Or not, Exodus.
Exodus chapter 21 and verse 10. If he take him another wife.
Now, okay, let's rewind real quick. Let's understand the context of what's happening here. So we're in Exodus what?
21 and verse 10.
Read verse 7. Yeah.
Verse 7.
I'm starting back at 7 because from 7 to 10 is all one idea. This is the context of verse 10. Gotta read it in context because then you'll be able to really understand what this is saying. Okay, there was certain things were situational, and everybody didn't fall into these situations. People try to pull these scriptures like, well, see, look, it says, let's read it in context. Read verse 7.
Verse 7. And if a man sell his daughter
Right.
to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as a manservant.
So this is talking about if a man sell his daughter to another man, she's not going to go out and do what the men do out in the field and all that hard labor and all that hard stuff. Go ahead.
If she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed.
Right. So if she don't please him, he gets her and he's like, man, I betroth her, but I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling this. I don't need her, or whatever the case may be. Whatever reasoning that he has, where he's betrothing her, but he's not wanting to go through with the full marriage or the full dealings. He's like, you know what? You go back to your family. Go ahead.
To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power.
Right, so to be redeemed, she was bought back by whoever sold her. Y'all get that, right? Her family, or whoever sold her to that man. So you may have a situation where, let's really think about it. I might have a daughter, something might happen, man, I gotta sell my daughter to you. You might say, okay, well, I got this woman that is a servant. You might take her and go sell her to Amma, right? Because you can do that.
Right.
You can sell her to Amma. Amma might say, man, it's too much to keep her in the house. I got too many people in my house. I can't afford her to feed her and do all that stuff, right? He got to give her back to you. You can redeem her. You see that? That's how that works.
Okay.
You can redeem her from him. You might say, man, yeah, she was a good servant and I needed that help. Man, let me buy her back. You can do that if he's willing to do that. You see that?
I understand.
Now read on. But you couldn't go like, man, them Canaanites down the road want her. Let me get her, and you sell her to the Canaanites, or you sell her to the Hivites, or you couldn't sell her to the nations. It was all in-house. Why? Because we were supposed to deal with each other a certain way. The Canaanites weren't going to deal with her the way the Hebrews dealt.
Right.
That's what the whole point was, to give her an option to be redeemed back to her original place. Y'all get that? To be whole. Go ahead.
See, he had dealt deceitfully with her.
Right. See, deceitfully meaning what? Well, he didn't uphold his bargain of going through with the betrothal and marriage.
So there's no sex here.
No, it's just betroth.
Okay.
Right? It's just betroth, but he didn't fulfill the contract.
I always thought that.
Go ahead. What you're gonna see is that we're gonna be dealing with a lot of contract talk in this reading. and fulfilling oaths and things like that. Go ahead.
Verse 9. And if he have betrothed her unto his son,
Right.
he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters.
So it's giving you all these different ways that this man was supposed to deal with this woman to keep things righteous, to keep her from just being tossed around like some hoe. Because remember, the scriptures say, make not whores of the daughter of Zion. So we know it wasn't a sleep around situation. Why? Because you couldn't hit it and then try to give her back to Yashakar.
Right.
That was your woman. You couldn't sleep with her and then, oh, I'm going to sell her off. That's your wife.
Right.
So the betroth was, I'm dealing with her spiritually. I'm dealing with her to see where she's at. And you know what? I didn't go through with the consummation of marriage. And a man wants to buy her. You know what? I can get a little bit of money. And I don't got time to even build this woman up right now like that. So I'm going to sell her off. You can do that. But then you might come back and say, man, I could have got her for my son. And Yashakar's like, you know what? I don't need her. Look, let her be redeemed. And you could give her to your son. You see that? But then you were supposed to deal with her as a daughter-in-law. No longer could you try to pawn her off to the next man or sell her down the road or you couldn't do that. You have to deal with her as a daughter-in-law. She's betrothed to your son, so you have to go through with that contract. You couldn't deal deceitfully. Y'all get it? Right, read.
Verse 10.
This is to keep the women. Remember, the scriptures say, make not whores of the daughters of Zion.
Right.
So we weren't supposed to just be tossing them out to this brother and that brother. He lay with her, he lay with her, he lay with her, and then you want her back for your son. Right?
Yeah.
That's already his wife. Right? And you weren't supposed to hit it and then try to toss her to the nations. That's wrong also. That's your wife. Go ahead.
Verse 10. If you take him another wife.
Right? So now it's giving you the stipulations that if a man had a wife already and he took on this second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, thousandth, right? Whatever number he desired, right? Well, I'm using thousand because I'm going from the most regular guy to Solomon, right? And there's levels in between, right? David had women, right? What do you have? 6, 7?
21.
David had 21 wives?
21 wives.
Oh, damn. I didn't know it was that high.
Yeah.
He's a mighty man. But his son outdid him, right?
The reason why I know that is because Tahawam told me.
Right. Because, bro, there was time. I mean, think about it. He took 2 women he took 2 women, Abigail and her maid. Right? Not at the same time, but at the same time. Right. So, yeah. I mean, he would go into one city and get like 4 or 5 women. Right? So, yeah. 21 women. But not everybody was on 21 women. Some guys was on 1, some guys was on 2, some guys was on 0. Eunuchs. 0 women. Right? So whatever whatever floated your boat. But it's letting you know if you took on another wife, read.
Her food,
right?
Her raiment,
right?
And her duty.
Her what?
And her duty.
Her what?
Her duty.
Her what?
Her duty.
Right, read.
Of marriage.
She could have all of a sudden like, see, you got another one, so she's gonna do everything. I'm taking myself up out of this. I don't want to be a part of this. No, he had to continue to provide, and she had to continue to do her duty. The first women or wife. See, this is where the Muslims get it wrong. Cause they'll get them a woman. They'll get married, right? He'll be with her for 50 years, and then he'll be like, man, let me go get this next young one, and he'll toss the old one out. He'll cut her off from the finances. The kids is old. She's left out there. That's how a lot of them, especially the ones that come to America, that's how they roll. They'll cut the first wife off from the money because now the kids are old enough. They'll cut the kids off. I'm done paying college. I'm done paying car notes. I ain't doing all that because I got new kids, new young tender woman. I gotta satisfy her. But they get caught up with the wrong women. A lot of the times when they marry non-Muslim women and they marry these American or Western-minded women that are about money, they're like, listen, you got to get rid of that family or else I can't mess with you. Yep. It's not the way to roll. The Bible is showing us how to do it. her duty, so the woman's duty should not diminish, but the man is still got to provide on a level. Y'all see that? Read.
Shall he not diminish?
Right?
And if he do not these three,
If he, see, you see how it says, if he do, he. So the man was supposed to make sure that these things were kept up. You see that? If he do not these three, go ahead.
unto her, then shall she go out free without
This
money.
was where she was able to, okay, well, you're not upholding your end of the bargain, and you're not holding me to a standard, so what's the point? She can go out free. Now, this was in the situation, remember, this is in the situation. If a man sold his daughter, this wasn't, oh, well, you know what, I went and got me this woman, I didn't teach her, and all of a sudden now, you know what, I ain't gonna do these three to her so she can leave. No, sir. You better teach that woman. Right? You can't use this to get out your marriage is what I'm saying. The reason why I wanted to read it in context so we could understand the context. There is a context. And ain't nobody going and selling their daughter to no brother. That's not happening. That ain't happening. So you can't use this like, well, you know what? I ain't gonna do these three so I can get out the marriage. No, sir. Don't work like that. You were supposed to, in the betrothal, we go through it all the time. That's when you're supposed to be doing your teaching, your building, you're making sure this is what you want to deal with, and going from there. Right? Find it. She said I couldn't find it. Go ahead, read.
Verse 12.
Right, so now it's going to change topics. Now it's going to change topics, but it's still dealing with the subject. See, it's giving us little subjects within a bigger subject. The whole subject is what? What's the context of this chapter so far? What?
The laws.
Well, but the laws pertaining to what? What?
Servants.
Right. How to deal with a Hebrew servant. How to deal with a Hebrew servant. That is the context of this chapter. Then there's little subtopics, right? With how do you deal with a woman? How do you deal with a man? How do you deal with if a man sells his daughter? How do you deal with this? What do you do in this area? It's going to give us little subtopics. So now it's switching the subtopic. Go ahead.
Verse 12. He that smiteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death.
Right.
And if a man lie not in wait, but God deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him.
So what it's doing here, he's starting out general speaking. Generally, if you go smite a man that he dies, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. This is general across the nation. Right? So he's given a general sense of how do you handle this situation. Right? But if a man, he said, if a man lie not in wait, but the Most High deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whether they shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor, meaning, what does presumptuously mean? What's another P word? He did it on what? He did it on purpose. He purposely premeditated to go slay his neighbor. Cain purposely killed Abel. It was no accident. He wasn't swinging his axe and the butt of the head came off and hit Cain. It said he slew his brother.
I have a question on this.
Okay.
There's 3 teenagers in the valley right now.
Yep, they killed their dad.
Can we discuss that?
Yeah, what about it? Go ahead.
On this?
Right.
Because what they're saying is 3 guys, allegedly, 3 guys, 3
right?
more brothers. Those 2 brothers and the 3rd guy allegedly kidnapped a 42-year-old stepdad who was accused and charged for sexually assaulting their 9-year-old sister. And he has priors to that as well.
Yeah, he had a warrant out for his arrest for molesting one child, and then he's accused of molesting the sister. Yeah.
Yes. Now, there's things going on right now. There's politicians and activists in South Texas, and even all the way here in Houston,
right,
trying to release these teenagers because they're like, okay, this situation is.
They're trying to say crime of passion.
Yeah.
The circumstances where, you know, he was abusing the 9-year-old, and they kind of acted out of emotion.
So now, right here it says, he that smited the man.
They should go to jail.
Right. But
they should go to jail. They should go to jail.
Yeah.
You know why? Tell me why they should go to jail. Huh? Well, that's one, but what else? Why should they go to jail? Why? She said vengeance is mine.
Okay.
But why are they not in if you look at biblically, they're not exonerated from what they did. Why?
Because they premeditated it.
That's one. Remember, they tied this man up, beat him with brass knuckles, tied him, drove him, beat him more, and then left him. But don't the scripture say, obey the law of the land? Right? That's one. Two, the scriptures say, thou shalt not murder. They murdered him. Right? There wasn't a... Now, let me say this. It's one thing. Like, I'll give you another situation. Something similar. There was a man that walked in on his son being raped by some man that was like the babysitter or something. I'm not sure. But he walked in on this man basically sodomizing his son. And he didn't kill him, but he beat him to a, like, this close of his life. He beat this man, so he was on the 911 call beating this dude. If you listen to the 911 call, he's beating the crap out of this guy over the phone. When the cops came, they were like, cool. They arrested the dude that was doing the raping, and they let the man go. Because in the moment, right, in the moment of the crime, they call it a crime of passion. In that moment, you see something going on, and then you react. They didn't catch him in the moment. That's one. So that crime of passion, you know, they can't use that. When you listen to it, they got all the facts, but they premeditated that. They premeditated to tie him up. I mean, think about it. What did the friend have to do with it? He got nothing to do with it, right? Why was he there? They can say, well, what the hell he got to do with it? Was the other person that he abused some family member of his? They don't know. They're not saying. But you see what I'm saying? Where now they start adding all these different factors and say, well, we get it. The two brothers are pissed off, but what does the friend got to do with this? Right? And so
that's an emotional attachment.
For the friend to be there, he had to call the friend and say, hey, we're going to whoop this dude's ass, kill him. There had to be some type of convo of what they were going to do. That's what you call conspiracy. So when you conspiring is just planning. What is planning? Premeditation. When you kill somebody in premeditation, it's called murder. So I think, this is what I think. If it goes to trial, a jury might find some sympathy on these young boys, but if you look at it biblically, they weren't supposed to take that vengeance into their hands because we're not in that time. Or else, think about it, are we justified to go kill rapists? How come we ain't killing rapists and we know about it? Are we justified to kill homosexuals? Are we justified to kill crackheads and crack dealers and, right? Because then we have to kill all sinners. If that's the case, murderers, right? Who's going up to the jail and blasting the local murderer in the community? Nobody. That's not what we on. We're on the time of mercy, grace, right? Yahweh Shai came and gave that. They don't get that, obviously, but if we're talking about biblically, they're wrong.
As much as it's a tough pill to swallow,
they're wrong.
You know.
My thing is the friend. Where does he come into this? How did he get there?
You know,
what part does he play?
You can always relate everything back to the scriptures. So you look at Dinah, and Simeon and Levi.
That's
thought the same thing.
That's the first thing that came to my
Same
mind
situation.
was
But-
Simeon and Levi. I'm like, God damn.
Like when you look at it, Jacob was like, you made my name stink. You made my name stink among the inhabitants. But when you look at it, you can read it and be like, you know, any brother. Bro, you look at any brother. Somebody do that to your sister, it's like,
He's a dead man.
he's a dead man. That's just how it is. Sister, daughter.
Con.
But this is the
Dead
thing.
man, but
But this is the thing. Are you gonna go hunt that man?
Yes, I would.
You'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. You break all the Bible.
Yeah, you're right.
You'd be wrong. It's one thing if you walked in and you caught a man in the act and you beat the brakes off of him right then and there. But see, that's how Jake acts. They hear like, think about it. How many times has women went and said, "Oh, this man raped me," and they told their big brother, or they told their little brother, and little brother was like, "What? I'm gonna kill that fool." And 18 years later, he finally found them, shot in the whole crowd, and killed 10 people. 18 years later, or a week later, 6 months later, bro, there's no justification for that. Now you know the Bible.
Kind of do.
So let's go right back to what she said. He that go to Ecclesiasticus. Is it 28 and 1? Y'all gotta know what y'all are saying.
Yeah. Well, you're acting out of passion though. That's
No,
what,
well, it's
you
no
know,
longer.
that's
It's
what
no
we're
longer passion. A crime of passion is it's like this.
Okay.
It's like if a man walks in on his wife sleeping with another man, he bashes both of them over the head in the moment. That's a crime of passion.
Right.
Because in the moment, he was overtaken in the moment and blinded by rage.
Okay.
But if he walks in, he looks, he sees, and he's like, okay, I got you.
So let's say you.
Then hold on, let me finish. And then a month later, he kills the man for sleeping with his woman. It's no longer a crime of passion. That whole passionate moment that you could say, well, I was blinded by rage. You got a whole month for that to dissipate.
I see where you're going. You're waiting time out. But what if it happened in that moment? Let's say somebody walked into your house.
But that's what I'm saying, in the moment.
Yeah, and then they were hurt, and then you knew this happened to them. You saw the way they looked, and let's say they did come home, and they were beat, and they were raped, and the way they looked, you saw it happen, and you saw it. They walked through your door. What would you do? I'm going out there. I'm going to hunt them down.
You'll be
That's
wrong.
what I'm gonna do.
You'd be wrong.
But you
Because
see what I'm saying?
You didn't catch it in the moment. What I'm saying is you'd be wrong in the eyes of, first of all, Esau. Because you went out and actively hunted. So now you're premeditating to go look for the person.
Right.
So you're a vigilante in their eyes. That's one. But then now, the scriptures say obey the laws of the land. Don't it say that?
It does.
Right. So you got to give place for, unfortunately, their whack-ass justice system. Think about this. I'll give you the perfect example. When the Pharisees brought the woman to Christ, they said they did what?
Caught her in the act.
Thank you. That was the only way they were justified. They had to catch her in the act. They couldn't hear it. Like a month later, like, oh, well, we heard that old girl was sleeping around, and then, you know what, Christ, here she goes. It'd have been like, okay, y'all heard?
Right.
or did you see? You see that? It wasn't about hearsay and secondhand and she said this and that person said that. It was about in the moment. We dealt with things in the moment. So if you witness in the moment, it's like when Phineas, right? When old boy went and slept with the heathen and he killed them in the moment. He did it in the moment. He didn't wait for them to be done. It said he thrust them through with the javelin right in the tent in the moment. He didn't wait for them to get done and then all of a sudden he went up on old boy and boop. Nah.
The women of Nineveh. Right.
Yeah, he killed he killed both of them in the moment. He was justified. Mm-hmm. If he would have waited, he would have been a murderer. Because then he would have had the time to sit back and say, no, well, you know what? The scriptures, the law, the Most High, you see what I'm saying? And when that time, that gap in between the act And then your act, you have time to think. That's what takes away the passion, right? Because now I'm no longer moving in emotions unless you just over emotional, and that's the problem with our people. They be so over emotional, they hold emotions for years, for months, for decades. You see the point?
I got it.
Right, so are them boys in the valley wrong? Yes, they're wrong. They were mad, first of all, they were pissed off because he had a warrant and the cops didn't come for him. That was their motivation, really, that the cops didn't come get him. He had a warrant for his arrest. And they were mad because the cops didn't come serve the warrant. They had enough time to, first of all, they went to where he was at, beat him. He was at some friend or somebody's house. He wasn't even at his own house. They went where he was at, beat him down, tied him up, drove him to a field, beat him some more, and then killed him and left him. They had time to think about it. If you were mad that the cops didn't serve the warrant, why you didn't beat his ass, tie him up and say, hey, there's a guy in a field tied up somewhere anonymously, and let the cops come, get him, run him, and then, oh, he got a warrant. Right? You see, it could have been handled. I'm not a prosecution lawyer.
Right.
But think about it. I ripped through that case easy. Just knowing the Bible and just thinking like, wait, what would I do in that situation? Yeah. Think about it. I think about, bro, I got kids just like everybody else. Mm-hmm. And we all, oh man, somebody ain't gonna have to die, but really? But then when you start thinking down the line and you say, okay, my kid comes home and says that this happens to them. Then I go out there and turn into a vigilante, and let's say I happen to run up on the person that they accused, right? And I kill that man in the streets, cold blood. It's gonna be cold blood. Now what? My kids are harmed and they without a daddy. Because this justice system ain't gonna find me not guilty because I went and hunted a man.
I got you.
Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you call the authority? That's gonna be the first questions. Oh, well, I acted out of emotion. Oh, so you're emotional. It took you 8 hours to find him, so in 8 hours you couldn't. Now again, it's one thing if it's in the act. You see what I'm saying?
I understand.
If I see my kids being harmed in the act and I knock a person out, that's a whole different story. I acted in the moment, and even then it's going to be questionable. Then I punch another kid in the face to get him off my kid. I think about all those situations. I got one in high school, I got one in middle school, I got one in this school, that school. So they're dealing with all different levels of human, right? And what do kids want to do with kids? They want to fight, they want to put their hands on each other, right? Your pod had an incident where she bumped into some girl and the girl got up in her face and wanted to fight. And I'm like, okay, now if I pull up to where I'm picking them up from school and I see some kid fighting my kid, what am I going to do? Am I going to go walk into that crowd and just start knocking out little girls? Knocking out teenage girls or high school girls? Would I have to? No. I would separate everybody, things happen. But am I going to start, unless it's really bad, right? But you got to, even in the moment, you have to gauge your level of force in the moment. There was a man that I was watching, they broke into his house. They broke into his house and he had a rifle. And he shot at one of the guys. But they asked him, they were like, well, the bullet's down here. He was like, well, I wasn't aiming to kill him. If I wanted to kill him, I would have killed him. I shot down so they could know I'm about that business to get out of my house. Now think about it. In the moment, we're like, man, anybody that comes up in my house, they're dead.
Yep.
Right? Because you're automatically going to think like, well, if you got enough balls to break into my crib, you're trying to kill me.
Right.
It's not always the case. People are breaking into your house to steal from you, not to kill you. They're breaking in because they want something that you have. But then you have some that are breaking in to just be vicious killers, right? But it's up to you to gauge it in the moment. So what do you do in a moment? Hey, in a moment, you might have to talk to a cat and say, listen, I got a gun. If you don't leave, I'm going to blow your ass away. If you don't leave, then, hey, you gave him warning. And if his aggression turns up, then you might have to put him down. But does that mean that happens in every situation? Think about how many people got their house broken into. The thief is running, they kill him, and they're found guilty.
Yeah, a lot of people happens.
Yeah, because no longer is that man confronting you, but he's running away.
Shot him in the back.
Shot him in the back. Make my day law or whatever law they call it, the castle law. In certain places, make my day law in Colorado. You better drag that nigga back into your house and hope that they don't find the entry point or something. But you're gonna be in the wrong because now the situation doesn't call for that level of aggression, but in the moment, you gotta think, like, bro, I think about, it's funny, I be thinking about all that stuff, and I'm like, what would I do, right? I got a bazillion people in my house that all are relying on me to protect them. But think about it, where does the Most High fit in? That always gotta be a thought too. Where does the Most High, well, he is the fit in, he is the thing. He is the thing, right? Right, so if we don't give place to him, we're going to always make the wrong mistake in the moment or after the moment.
I see your point.
Can I get one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody give me Jeremiah 25:11. Jeremiah 25:7. And
God.
you know, I'm sitting here and I'm listening and I'm like, damn, like, what would I do, right? And it is a tough pill to swallow where it's like, I think about it, like when I first saw the story, I'm like, hell yeah, right? But again, that was when I first saw the story. But when I started thinking about it, I was like, damn, like the situation is very messed up. You know what I'm saying? But like he said, where does the Most High come into play? The Most High is about, you know, protecting us from ourselves. Everything that we read about is us protecting us from our own selves. So read the scripture real quick. Go ahead.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 25, verse 7. Yea, ye have not hearkened unto me, saith the Lord.
Why? Because it's not just, when it says like we didn't hearken, right? We ain't gonna hear the voice of the Most High like literally talking to us. What it is we're not going back and thinking and recollecting, okay, what does the scripture say? We're not meditating on what the Most High would do. What will be his decision choice? You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
That ye might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands to your own hurt.
To your own what?
To your own hurt.
So now, if you look at the case of these three brothers, right? It sucks. Yes, it's a tough pill to swallow, and it is a messed up situation. But when you look at it, now who's hurt? They're the ones that's hurt. The Most High was gonna get the stepfather either way. He wasn't gonna get away with that. You see what I'm saying? Whether it was by the cops or whether the Most High was gonna send somebody else to get him.
Yep.
He wasn't gonna get away with that. The wicked don't escape unpunished, even though you sometimes we feel like they do. They don't. But now when you look at it, who's the ones that's hurt? It's them. They're the ones that's away from the same one that they were trying to protect.
No, Jaquan, they killed. It's not attempted murder. They murdered him.
Yeah, he's done.
He's dead. It's three of them total. 2 brothers and a friend, but they killed him.
Yeah.
They beat him with brass knuckles. Even that, the type of way they killed him.
Yeah, the brass knuckles.
They beat this man with brass knuckles.
So you know when you look at it, man, it sucks because, like I was saying, the same one that they wanted to protect, the same one that they went and got vengeance for, that's the same one that now they're away from. That's the same one that's now looking at like, damn, like this happened, and now these ones that I love, they're gone. They might be gone forever. You see what I'm saying? So not only is she gonna deal with the mental trauma of what happened to her, but now she also got to deal with the mental trauma of them being gone because of what happened. You see what I'm saying? And it's like I was saying earlier, a lot of the times, man, us as Israelites, we move without thinking things through. You know, we move without thinking about the outcome or what's going to be the effects of what's going to be the results of this. You see what I'm saying? So now you look at these 3 brothers and it sucks because they're young. They're like 18 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're young.
They're 18. You know, I sit here and I think about it and I say it's a tough pill to swallow because I'm like, you know, but don't the Most High give us tough pills to swallow all the damn time? He gives us tough pills to swallow all the time. The only difference is we're in the truth, and Now we have to use the wisdom to make the right choice.
Now,
But-
the sister asks a question.
Yeah, you gotta.
She asked a question. She said, how is a rapist supposed to be dealt with biblically? Well, go to Deuteronomy. Go to Deuteronomy 22 and read verse 25. Now, I want y'all to pay attention here because, watch, go ahead, read.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 25.
Go ahead.
But if a man find a betrothed damsel in
Right.
the field,
Give me the one.
and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die.
Right, so if a man force a woman, he rapes her. It says, and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. So, in this time, right? In this time, times of Moses, right? In these times, we put a man to death. Now, you say, well, how come we can't put him to death now? Well, let me ask you this. Go there real quick. What do I want?
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22.
So, the way we dealt with a rapist is how we dealt with a homosexual. The way we dealt with a witch. How did we deal with a witch? The scriptures say, suffer not a witch to live. Right? You burn them at the stake. Read Leviticus real quick, 22.
Go to 20 and 13.
20 and 13. And I'm going through these different instances to show you that we're not killing witches, we're not killing homosexuals, right? We're not going to go out there and listen. There's only certain places where they're still killing rapists. There's only certain countries that they're doing that. You go to Jamaica, they're killing. It's more like child rapists, right? Even the men that are raping women and killing women, they ain't even really killing them, but they're killing like the child rapists. And the ones that are sodomizing boys, they're killing them. But it's not right. They're still living under this old biblical, right? This biblical, the old covenants of death. And eye for eye, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. But think about it. Watch, read. I want to get this point. Read.
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13.
Right.
If a man also lie with mankind,
Right.
as he lieth with a woman,
Right.
both of them have committed an abomination.
Go ahead.
They shall surely be put to death.
They shall what?
They shall surely be put to death.
So when's the last time somebody in their right mind ran out and start shooting up the gay parades and gay clubs? Somebody in their right mind, somebody with their faculties, right? All them shooters ain't in their right mind. The dude that went to Orlando and shot the gay club up, that nigga lost it. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we killing homosexuals, killing rapists, killing murderers? It says if a man kill a man, he's supposed to be put to death. How come we're not going out and killing murderers? Why? Anybody? Why?
We have the Bible.
Because what?
We have the Bible.
But okay, what part of the Bible do we have? Because killing them is in the Bible.
The law.
Well, the law says to kill them. So how come we're not killing them? You might have misunderstood what I was saying.
Vengeance is for the Lord.
That's one, but come on, it's easy. It's one word. What?
Murder.
No, not that word. It's another word. How come we're not going out and acting vengeance on rapists, homos, killers, people that deserve death? How come we're not bringing death? Why? What do they have?
Grace.
Grace. Right? We got grace. We got grace. The Son of Man came not to destroy men's lives, but to save men's lives. Right? Christ didn't die on the cross for us to go kill people. Or else that's what we would be out there doing. We wouldn't be street teaching. We'd be street lynching. We'd be street mobbing. We'd be gearing up, right? We wouldn't have these whack leather girdles. We'd have golden girdles, right? Cats would be having swords and all types of weaponry. And we wouldn't be here teaching. We'd be out in them streets beating down drug dealers, beating down murderers and looking for the nearest rapists and killing them. But we have grace. Yahushua died because think about it. Many of us have done sin that's worthy of death. The scriptures say, give me that one where it says all sin. What does it say? It says,
all sin is sin. Something like that.
Yeah, basically like one sin is not greater than the other.
You committed one, you committed them all.
You break one, you break them all. So we'll all be worried. We all be sitting here killing each other if we was living under the death of the law. Remember, it said Yahweh Shai redeemed us. Somebody get me that one. He redeemed us from the death of the law. Somebody get me that. Right? So you no longer have to make a mistake and be worried like, oh my God, when the brothers find out, they're going to line me up and stone me. No, we're going to stone you with the Bible, scriptures, and wisdom and understanding, but I can't pick up no stone and stone you. Yahweh Shai proved that when the woman that was taken in adultery did not get stoned. He without sin cast the first stone. So grace is how you deal with homosexuals, murderers, rapists. That's how they're dealt with. Drug dealers. What's the difference between a cat that's selling drugs to his people and selling crack and fentanyl? And a man that just goes and kills somebody in cold blood? What's the difference? There is no difference. But nobody's running up on the drug dealer and putting him to death. Niggas is glorifying the drug dealer. Niggas is glorifying that life. Because our whack judgment is so garbage. It's like, I'll give you this. Most men are like, man, homosexuality is gross. It's nasty. Men on men, it's gross, right? And we'll be like, ugh. And let them see two chicks. They're like, oh my God, I love that. It's like, nigga, it's the same.
Same thing. Yep.
It's the same thing. But you see how we look at things? Like, it's nasty when it's two men. But when it's two women, it's desirable. Menage. Menage a trois. Right? That's how the typical male in this world thinks. Men on men, ugh. Women on women, sign me up. It's like, nigga, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's equally disgusting. In the eyes of the Most High, it's an abomination. Either way it goes. But see, if you leave it up to us to judge, we'll judge one way and be killing all the men, but what about the homosexual women? You gonna let them off because you want to be with them? That's how cats be thinking, though. You see why now grace gotta be there?
Con.
Because you'll misjudge situations according to what you like.
Con.
Most High said a woman wearing a man's garment is an abomination. Right? And a man wearing a woman's garment is an abomination. But guess what? We let both slide. Oh, I don't. Yeah, it's a little bit effeminate. It's a little tight fitting, but that's the style. That's it. What's the excuse? That's the times that we're in. There ain't no time for that. But we'll judge according to what makes us feel good and what we feel like. And we'll misjudge things because we don't want to seem harsh or seem mad or seem this or seem that. That's why we always got to stick to what the scriptures say. So, who got what I want? Go to the one that I wanted.
James 2:10.
Go to James 2:10. That was a very good question, sis. Very good question. I'm glad you asked that. Go ahead, James 2:10.
James 2 verse 10.
Read.
For whosoever shall keep the whole law and yet offend in one point,
right,
he is guilty of all.
See that? You offend in one point, you guilty of the whole law, man. Not one is greater than the other. Go ahead.
Verse 11. For he that said, do not commit adultery, said also, do not kill.
Yeah, the Most High said, don't commit adultery and don't kill. But if I commit adultery, I didn't kill. Well, technically, you broke one, you broke them all. Technically. Well, I didn't kill nobody, but, it's just a little pork. Well, the same one that said don't kill and don't commit adultery said don't eat the swine also. Yep. Well, I didn't kill, I didn't eat pork, I didn't commit adultery, but, I don't like my parents. I hate my parents. Well, wait, honor them, honor their father. Wait a minute, hold up. You see how it can go down this line?
Yeah.
You go right into this rabbit hole of being over righteous and feeling like, oh, because I didn't do one thing, I'm great over here. But what about over here? Yeah. So he's putting it into perspective. Now, wait a minute. When you think over righteous because you got fringes, beard, you got a salute down. It don't matter, because what are you doing on the other side? Read.
Now if thou commit no adultery, yet if thou kill, thou art become a transgressor of the law.
Y'all what?
Thou art become a transgressor of the law.
Y'all did what?
Thou art become a transgressor of the law.
Go ahead.
Verse 12.
So think about it. Wouldn't you be justified to be put to death too? Now, what is everybody looking for when they make a mistake?
Mercy.
No, death. Say it again.
Mercy.
Yeah, ain't nobody looking to be put to death. Like, man, I messed up, man. You looking to be restored in the spirit of meekness. You looking for brothers to understand, sisters to understand. You looking to be heard out. You're looking to be forgiven. You're not looking for stones. You're like, man, it was just, I just didn't know. It was an honest mistake. Right? But think about it. He just said, you broke one, you broke them all. You didn't commit adultery, but you murdered. They're both punishable by death.
Yeah.
You see how it is? Like, if we get stuck in the letter of the law, bro, wipe us all out. That's why Christ had to come. Because remember, it said the letter of the law killeth.
God.
That's what was killing us, was the letter of the law. All the things that we were doing that were punishable by death. Bro, we would be wiped out as a nation, because you break one, you break them all. Was that it?
Verse 12.
Verse 12? Read it. What is it?
Nah.
No. Okay. What's the next one I want?
Galatians chapter 3, verse 13.
Read it.
Galatians chapter 3, verse 13.
Right.
Christ hath redeemed us
Right.
from the curse of the law.
What was the curse of the law? Read.
Being made a curse for us.
How was he being made a curse for us? Read.
For it is written, cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree.
Yeah, him being put to death for us, he redeemed us from having to be put to death. He ushered in that grace. Now, is that saying that grace wasn't in the Old Testament? Of course it was. Remember, Yahushua was living the Old Testament. He was living the Old Testament when he said, he without sin cast the first stone. Don't y'all get that? He was living the Old Testament. He was living the law. He was just showing them the greater spiritual understanding of the law that they had, that they so greatly misunderstood. We were so technical in the law, like, okay, do it like this, that we forgot the spirituality of the law. It wasn't about bringing us into death and killing us. It was about having guidelines and parameters to live a better life, and that you didn't have to be put to death for every little mistake.
Right.
But some niggas was just on that. Right? Go to I was gonna go here. Go to Ecclesiasticus 28:1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 28, verse 1.
Read.
He that revengeth.
Yeah, what?
He that
See,
revengeth.
this is what ends up happening. You start to want to revenge every little thing and think that vengeance is supposed to be in our hands. It's not. In any situation. Now again, it's one thing. The crimes are, a crime of passion, or you walk in and, man, you see something and you just lose it, berserk. Esau let you get off, but then you got to still sit back and say, man, is the Most High gonna let me get off? Like, does the Most High ever talk about crimes of passion? Where is it at?
It's not.
Thank you. Thank you. Esau made that up so he could justify his little kills in the moments. But that was just a crime of passion. When I walked in, she was this and that, and he was over there, and I killed him in rage, in my anger. But the Bible does talk about the jealousy of a man, right? The jealousy of a man, he'll kill. He'll put another man to death. Does that mean it's justified, though? Does that mean that's justified in the eyes of, just because you get jealous and kill someone, is it justified in the eyes of the Lord? Really? Think about when you look at men that killed in the Bible, David, Saul, all those men, right? It was in the times of battle and war. self-defense. But they weren't like when Absalom slept with David's wives, did he go and kill his son?
No.
He could have been in a time of passion. And when they tried to kill his son, what did he do? Don't kill him. Right? He had mercy on him. Don't kill him. You see that? He let wisdom prevail. When the ball was acting like a damn ass, and David, in his passion, was like, man, I'm about to go wipe this fool out. And he's riding up, and Abigail stops him and said, remember, vengeance is of the Lord. And he said, you know what? Blessed be thy counsel. Blessed be thy, what do you say? Blessed be thy advice. Because you're right. I was about to go wipe this cat out in my rage. But would that have been justified in the eyes of the Lord? Hell no, it wouldn't have been. That's why even in what we're reading, when he gave the cities for you to be able to calm down that anger, you were supposed to flee to that city so that person could calm the hell down. Now, if you didn't flee and they caught you and killed you, they were still wrong for killing you. But you were stupid as hell for being around in their anger. They were still wrong. They weren't supposed to go kill you. You see that? So, even crime of passion, there's no such thing in the Bible that I've read that I can remember. Like, oh yeah, that was a crime of passion. Because then we can say, well, Cain, he killed Abel in a crime of passion. He was overly upset. He was passionate that the Most High didn't accept him and he killed Abel. Justified. No, the Bible calls Cain a murderer. Not a killer.
And wicked.
Called him, yeah, he was wicked and he was a murderer. He called him a devil. You are like your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. Thou shalt not murder. You see that? So, again, it's all about, you see, we get caught up in these moments. And in these most detrimental moments is when we're really supposed to apply wisdom. Not let emotion take over. Not let Simeon and Levi. They let their passions take over. Jacob was like, you caused my name to stink. They weren't justified. That's why he said weapons of cruelty is in their habitation. That's not a good thing. It's not a good thing that was their end time prophecy. They didn't get no good word. That wasn't a blessing for Simeon and Levi. Like, oh yeah, see, weapons of cruelty in your habitations. Fella, be blessed. No, because they had rage and they had anger in them. They had time for that anger to be lowered. If they just applied wisdom, if they counseled, if they talked to their dad, they didn't. They went off their emotion. You see that? So there ain't no crime of passion. Am I saying if you see something happening to your family, you just gonna stand back and let it happen? Hell nah. You beat the brakes off somebody. You gotta kill them? No. But you beat them an inch into their life? I would. I'll be straight. Listen, I had a talk with Noah yesterday about some kid is trying to bully him. And I told him, I said, listen, bro, don't let nobody put their hands on you. He touched you once, you warn him, and you go let the teacher know. But if he keeps doing it, you can't stand by and let some dude just put his hands on you. You knock his damn teeth out. And that he'll know, okay, don't put his hands on you. And why? Because if he's letting some kid just beat him up or touch him or put his hand, all the other kids are going to do what?
Do the same thing.
They're going to think that they can just have their way with him. What's the first thing? You let him know, don't touch me. You let the teacher know. If it keeps happening, he got to stand up for himself. That's just what it is. It's on you. Nobody's supposed to be putting their hands on you. Nobody should get close enough. There got to be some distance, right? I need arm's length. But even then, I'll give y'all a story. I remember one time it was me, Kazak, we went to the Arizona State Fair. And after the fair one night, we went out to go get some pizza. And we're talking to Kazak, and we talking, and this fool was in there faded. Not Kazak, but some dude was in there drunk as hell. I'm talking about he's drunk. And I'm talking to Kazak and Ariel, we just waiting for our pizza. We just like, damn, it's crazy up in here. And, you know, and this dude decides that he wants to grab me, like literally grab me. My bad, I roughed him up. No, he literally like, and like, at first I was like, hold up. And then he was like grabbing me and like he was serious. But quick thinking, I was like, hold on, what's going on with this guy? He was drunk. And I could have like broke his face, right? I could have did something to hurt him. But the first thing I did, I was like, hey, Kazak, you got to get this guy off me. I was like, Kazak, come get him off me. And Kazak was like, you get him off me. And I just kind of just did something. I forgot what I did. But think about it. If I would have overreacted off of what this is some random dude I don't know. And he's grabbing me up.
Yeah.
Like, most niggas is going to pull out a gun and shoot him.
Yep. Pull a shank out.
Pull a shank out, stab him in the neck, right? Kick his face off like the Matrix. I could have did a number of things. I could have broke his kneecap. All I had to do was just step back and push his kneecap in. And he would have been on that ground done.
Yep.
Right? But I assessed in the moment like, okay, wait a minute. This nigga, he ain't no threat like that. Yeah, he's grabbing me and doing all that, but he's not a threat. Why is he grabbing me? Well, he's drunk. Okay, so he don't know what the hell he's doing. I'm like, bro, get off. Like, what are you doing? Like, get off me, right? Get off. I'm talking to him. Then I just have to just move him off me. And that was that. And then he kind of just disappeared. I'm like, what the hell? But when you're in that environment, you gotta know what environment you're on. But what if I would have overreacted, grabbed him, because you start to bubble up. The adrenaline in me started to bubble. We don't get in confrontations physically, right? But we there was a time we used to train for physical confrontations.
Yeah.
But I felt the adrenaline go from my feet through my legs, and I felt this rush of adrenaline, and I was ready to lift him off his feet and drop him on his head. But I didn't do that. I would have probably killed him. And then what? Well, you killed the man because he grabbed on you? I assessed it and said, okay, this guy, nah. And just, man, get up out of here, right? And he left, and then he went outside and got beat up by somebody else.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was one of those nights. It was like 3 fights at the pizza spot. We just wanted pizza. We seen some Judite get knocked out by some tall-ass cowboy. He swung from down here. You just heard him. Bloop, bloop. His head hit the concrete so hard at me because I looked like, how the hell you get hit by that slow-ass punch? They were so drunk. It was crazy. Like, how you get hit by that punch? Dude, it was a crazy night. We just wanted pizza, right? But I use that story because I'm like, man, if I would have overreacted according to what that dude was on, his drunkenness, he was drunk, slow, and sloppy. I could have killed him, but I didn't. I didn't react. Got out of there, got back home, lived my life. That's years later. What's that?
I got the scripture.
What you got?
1 Timothy 5:22.
Go there. Y'all got to understand it's about assessing in the moment quickly.
Yeah.
The scriptures say he'll make you of quick understanding. The Spirit of the Lord will make you of quick understanding. Quickly understanding situations, quickly assessing moments, quickly reacting in a way that is not overly aggressive or underly aggressive. This is what we gotta understand. Like, trust me, I remember way back in the day, man, we used to say it, like, there's so much, like when you start reading the scriptures and you young and you got the Bible and there's so much fire in you. And we reading about Esau, what he did, and we like, oh my, the first Edomite's gonna get him. Right? I wish you on that wish factor, I wish a nigga would. Right? And we would go, we was young, when we was like young in the truth, we'd go out and we'd be in the club and we'd be hanging out. We were young, right? And we like, man, first Edomite, he gonna just get his face broke. And Cass was like, we was really like martial art training, so we was getting down. We were sparring, we were doing all that, we was getting down. So it wasn't like we was out there just talking, right? We could definitely hold our own. But we were put in situations. I remember my 21st birthday, we were put in a situation and it could have been very, very bad, but the way we reacted, when the Spirit hits you, it's like, okay, all that physical tough guy, I'm gonna break somebody's face, that goes out the door, and the situation and the wisdom that's called for that situation starts to be implemented. And that's why it says wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of your times and the strength of salvation. Because if we go off of what we feel like we're gonna do in a moment, that's where people fail. Read where you at.
1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 22.
Break a nigga's face. Read.
Lay hands suddenly on no man.
Do what?
Lay hands suddenly on no man.
And that's the thing. Lay hands suddenly on no man. You shouldn't lay hands suddenly, and no man should lay hands suddenly on you. But what if a man does suddenly lay his hands on you? Does that mean that you got to pull out the shank and hit him in the throat? Nah. I just had to talk to old buddy like, yo, why are you grabbing me? What the fuck? Like, what the hell is your problem? Bro, to the point I was like, Kazak, come get this guy off me. And Kazak looked like, you get him off you. It wasn't even, bro, it was weird. I'm like, y'all ain't gonna help me? But think about it. It was me, Kazak, and REI. It was me, Kazak, and REI. If we would have all three just got this guy off me, it would have been bad. It would have been bad. It would have been bad. I mean, come on, REI is a big guy. That dude's shoulder is like it's like a cow shoulder.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? He got the shoulder of a horse. If REI hits you, come on.
Yeah.
And REI knows his stuff. But again, understanding the moment and knowing what's called for in the moment. Letting the wisdom guide you and not your physical strength, not your emotion, not your testosterone, not your adrenaline. Read.
Neither be partaker of other men's sins.
Right.
Keep thyself pure.
Keep thyself pure. Be blameless. Sean Presley, I have two questions. Why is homosexuality wrong? Well, it's wrong because the Most High said it's wrong. The Most High didn't ordain Adam and Steve. He ordained Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply. So there's many reasons that I can point out that it's wrong. Two negatives don't make a positive. Two outies don't bring forth anything. You can't bring forth life. Two men, two women. The whole thing about the Most High was about bringing forth life, reproducing, and also he said he made us in his image. The Most High don't have no homosexual image. There's no wisdom in homosexuality. That's man-made. You read Romans 1, I'm not going to go over it, but you read Romans 1 and 20 down, it shows you why that homosexual spirit was wrong, where it came from. It's ungodly. How does it hurt others? How does it not hurt others? Yeah. I'll give you a way of how it hurts others. I always talk about it like this. Now I don't know how old you are, but I was old enough to remember riding the train as a 7-8-year-old kid with my mom, and we would go through certain parts of the city. We go through like the East Village, and you ride the train, and you see two dudes holding hands on the train, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? Right? And it'd be two old fat white men in their 50s looking like Elton John, and you're like, oh, well, that's just them. Right? Then as time goes on, they start ushering in this movement, this LGBT movement, Q whatever movement, and it starts to ramp up. And then you start to see more inner city youth taking on this fad, because that's what it is. It's a fad. They start taking on this lifestyle. But then you start to see where this lifestyle ushered in the ability where men, grown-ass men, like I said, I don't know how old you are, but you got grown 50, 60-year-old men lobbying to lower the laws of consent for them to be able to sleep with 7-year-old boys, 8-year-old boys. Now that's real. You can go look that up. California and different places. Now you tell me how that's not hurting someone.
Yep.
If you look at AIDS in America, just in America, you understand that AIDS in America, the highest rates were in the homosexual community. Now, you're saying, well, that's within their community, that's fine. But then you have a lot of homosexuals that are switch hitters, where they like to jump back and forth between men and women. And they'll act like they're not gay. A lot of these down low men, they'll front, these homo thugs, they'll act like they ain't gay, go sleep with women, give them AIDS, and then what? Now you got a woman that's not homosexual, and it's not always the case. I'm just giving you how it hurts. Now she's passing AIDS through the straight community.
Yep.
You see that? So that's just two ways. But let's really think about the spiritual hurt that it causes. There's a spiritual decay of a man or of a woman that gives themselves over to that lifestyle.
I can give a good example.
Yeah, go ahead.
I remember we delivered to this guy's house. We was hooking up his washer and dryer. And it was they were homosexuals, and I remember,
so they didn't have a washer and dryer. They had a washer. Oh, you didn't get it.
Nah, I don't get it.
Because you need a washer and a dryer when it's a washer. It's two of the same. You didn't get it. Anyway, go ahead. I'm corny. I know, it's a corny.
I didn't get it.
Did y'all get it?
No. But you know, I'm a little slow. I'm a little slow.
Right? You know, they had a washer. They had no dryer.
But yeah, so, you know, in their house, when I went for him to go sign the paper, when he went to go sign the paper, he had I'm not going to go into what he had on his counter.
Oh.
But he had
apparatus?
He had something on his counter that I've never, that as an Israelite man, if you was to bring that to your wife, she would look at you like, what the hell?
She would have grounds of divorce.
She would be like, what the hell is this? And so I'm not going to go into what it was, but it was that bad, y'all. So, so the point I'm making with all that is this, like he was saying, there's a spiritual decay, there's a mental decay, because when you look at homosexuality, a lot of the times it's just, I'm not gonna say a lot of the times, it's a lust spirit.
Can we just go there real quick?
It's a lust spirit. So when you look at the way that they move, when you look at like the gay prides and stuff like that, when you see that, like you just be seeing naked people, and it's a whole bunch of like things that regular people, normal people wouldn't condone.
I got a question. Sean Presley, I just want to ask this. Sean Presley, do you have children? And if you have children, and if they're young, would you give them over to a group of homosexual men? That's my question for you. Or would you, if you had a daughter, young daughter, would you give her over to a group of lesbian women and say, hey, you know what? Y'all can take care of my daughter for the next 5 years. Would you do that? Would you subject your young children to that? Now, that's like me asking you, would you subject your 5-year-old to a bunch of chain smokers? Would you put them in a house with people that chain smoke? Or would you take your 6-year-old and drop them off at the crack house? Would you, like, that's what I'm asking, basically. Would you take your daughter to a whorehouse and leave her with whores? And say, you know what? Teach them. That's my question for Shane. Sheen Presley. Sean. Right. Sean, I thought Sean was S-H-A-W-N.
There's lots of different ways
Yeah.
to spell Sean.
Sheen, Sean. But that's my question for you, right? Now, a lot of people don't see the wrong in that. Like, oh, it's just cigarettes. It's just a crack house. It's just a whorehouse. Well, homosexuality got that same spirit on it, right? Read Romans 1. Woo. Read Romans 1. Let's read 1 of 26.
Romans chapter 1, verse 26.
Go ahead.
For this cause the Most High gave them up unto vile affections.
Go ahead.
For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature.
Go ahead.
Likewise the men.
Right.
And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman.
Go ahead.
Burn in their lust.
They did what?
Burn in their lust.
See, this was the vile affection. This was the unnatural against nature. Why is it wrong? Because the Bible says it's against nature, the natural order. Now, you may not believe in the Bible. You may not believe in the natural order of things, but once again, if we allowed the entire planet to be homosexual, where would life come from? That's just one aspect of it. Where would life come from? If all the men decided, you know what, we just want to all be with men and all the women be with women. Forget about in vitro, this, that, and the third. We know that. That's what they're pushing, right? You could go be with a man, you could go be with a woman, and we can just in vitro. We can just grab the sperm from the man and throw it up in you, and then 2 women can have a baby. Forget about all that. Where would life? I have a daughter and relatives that are gay, but they have not hurt any children and are very respectful of everyone around. Never curse or disrespect. Right. Well, see, that's a microcosm of the whole thing. That's a microcosm. We all have our microcosm of a situation, right? So just because the people around you haven't displayed such behavior doesn't mean that it's not there. It doesn't mean that that's not the spirit behind it. Again, when you have grown men trying to legalize, because that's where it all came from, was this LGBT movement. When you have grown men trying to legalize the age of consent down to be able to have little boys as their confectionaries. I mean, come on, isn't that not hurtful for a little boy? Is it not hurtful for a little girl? I mean, let's just think about it. Again, your daughter, you have a daughter, so obviously your daughter is old enough.
But she's not gay. You put my daughter.
Oh, your daughter's not gay. Yeah. But okay, I got you. Your daughter's not gay, but my question is, would you take your daughter and say, let's say at 5 years old, and just say, you know what, I'm gonna give her over, I'm gonna put her in a house full of lesbians. I'm gonna give my son to a house full of homosexual men and let them raise them. Now again, you may not experience some of the thing, you know, the AIDS and the hurt and all that stuff, but it's there. Don't you realize a lot of people the majority of people that are gay have been sexually abused? If you sit back and talk to them and ask them, I've had many conversations. I'm not saying that all my conversations matter or they represent the majority, but I've had, in my 20 years, I've had conversations, and the majority of my conversations when dealing with gay and lesbian men, women, bisexual, is there was some level of neglect or sexual trauma with that sex, and they decided that, you know what, I ain't dealing with that. There was some level of over sexualization. It all goes back to that lust. You see what I'm saying? It all goes back to some level of lust where the little girl, she was having sex too early, and men was running trains on her. Like, you see, there's things that happen. I'm not sure where you're from, but I remember growing up in the projects and hearing things like, man, we ran a train on this chick, and we about to go run a train over here, and running trains on girls, and everybody hit it, and we thinking that it was cool. Not understanding the detriment that it was going to have down the line. It's true. Then you look at them same girls and you're like, oh, she a lesbian now. She hates men. Because her young teenage and preteen life, these little boys and running through her. And it changed her mentality towards the opposite sex. Same thing with the boys. A lot of our male boys was left with that uncle or that family member that was touching on them, molesting them. That's big in the Israelite community. It's just unspoken. It's cliche, like we can't talk about that. Nope, we ain't gonna talk about that. But I even have firsthand experience of people, their grandfather done molested all the little grandchildren. Yep. And then you're dealing with this person and you're wondering why they're so promiscuous and why they do go both ways and why they can't sustain just a regular normal relationship. And you're like, damn, I get it. And they're like, well, yeah, you know, my grandpa, he was doing this to me. I'm not saying that that's every case. I'm not saying that. But if you're asking why is it wrong according to the Bible, well, he's telling us why in Romans that it's wrong. The Most High didn't ordain that. Now, I can't speak for the Most High and what he wants and what he don't want. He lets us know what he wants, and he lets us know what he does want. He lets us know how to serve him. Now, if we want to serve him, we can't be homosexuals. We can't be homosexuals. We can't be killers. We can't be homosexuals, murderers, drug dealers, drug abusers, right? We can't put no gods before him. So it's not just homosexuality. There's a lot of stipulations that you can't do to serve the Lord. Y'all see that? So it's not homosexuality ain't the only thing. You can't wear, a man can't wear women's clothing, and vice versa. You're not a servant of the Lord if you're doing these things. So if you go to the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, it tells you how they were dealing. How they were dealing with men and women and dealing with the people, and why the Most High had to destroy them. You see that? Read on.
Read from the top.
Read 20, where you at?
27.
Read.
And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman,
right,
burn in their lust, one toward another.
See, they burn in their lust one towards another. It's lustful. It's a lust spirit. Read.
Men with men,
read,
working that which is unseemly.
Somebody look that word up. Unseemly. 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 Why they look that up? Read on.
It says not fit.
Not what?
It says not. It says indecency.
Indecent. What else?
And it says not fit.
Not fit. What else?
Uncomely.
Uncomely. Not beautiful. Not nice. Not good. Read. What else? What you got, Michael?
Unseemly. Not proper.
Not proper.
Or appropriate.
Not appropriate. Working that which is not appropriate in the eyes of the Most High. It's not appropriate. I mean, it's not appropriate in my eyes. I'm not with it. It shouldn't be appropriate in any of our eyes. Now,
it says
if we have family that's on that, that's what they on. But we got to be what the Most High is on.
Right. I think we all got family that's on it.
Con.
We all got some family member. It says naughty. It says offensive. It says rude, lewd, shameful.
I ain't got no gay family.
That's it.
That's weird. I don't got none.
I got one, but
I know
it's funny. I was telling the story of how she became that. Like her story on how she became that is
same thing.
Just it's messed up.
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk about how she became that.
Yeah. Read on.
And receiving in themselves that recompense of their error.
Wait, of their what?
That recompense of their error.
So the Bible calls it an error. It's an error in judgment. It's an error in faith. The Most High calls it an error to live that lifestyle. You're in error. You're living in error. Go ahead.
Which was meat.
Go ahead.
Even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge.
See, when you deal with that knowledge, the Most High is not in that. That's why it's wrong according to the Bible, because the Most High is not about that. You see how I'm breaking this down? Even though they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge, what brought them to this situation where now I got to deal with men on men, women on women? Well, because you stopped dealing with the Most High's knowledge. That's why it says the knowledge of wickedness is not knowledge. It's not prudence. Right? Go ahead.
The Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind.
That's a reprobate thinking. That, oh, I was born like this. That, oh, there's a homosexual gene. Let's be real. This is the thing, man. We got to stop acting like me. I'm not here to cater to that life. You know, it's so hypocritical where, and they always make little memes about it and little jokes on TikTok. But guess what? We see it every single day. We'll be in the mall working, right? And we'll see a guy walking, and you can look and be like, oh, this dude's gay. You can see it. You know a man by his walk, his talk, his look, his gait. And you know, he walking around in spandex tights with a handbag. Can't deny it. And us being in the mall and dealing with all manner of people, straight, gay, Esau, Judah, all nations, all manner, old, young. Since we are in business in the mall, we don't discriminate who we do business with, right? Because we're in the mall to do business. But when we try to deal with the homosexuals and the lesbians, you know what they automatically do? They automatically do what they don't want done to them. They look at us and discriminate against us because we're straight. And you can feel it. Like, I'm not making this up. Like, you can literally see the disdain on their face. Not all. But the majority, they'll look at us like, it's weird, man. But they'll do exactly what they don't want done to them. Right? And then they'll do, you can't push no straightness on me. But guess what they get to do? They get to push their gayness on you. Because if you don't call them or they, then you're homophobic. Or, no, that's transphobic, right? There's so many phobics.
I have no idea.
Yeah, them or they is the pronouns, right?
Yeah.
Right, so if you don't call them or they, you're transphobic. If you don't accept their lifestyle, you're homophobic. So you can't push your lifestyle on them, but they can push on you. Because every commercial, every eHarmony commercial is two faggots smiling at each other. Right? And you know, like, what the hell's going on here? Or two women smiling at each other. It's no longer a man and a woman together. Let's get two faggots together. Right? It's always to include them. They've been included. Don't y'all get it? Yep. Homosexuality has been a part of America since its inception. That's what the hell the founding fathers was fighting for. To be faggots. That's what they was fighting for. It wasn't for no damn land. It was outcasts. Yep. They wanted to go be gay, so they came here. So they've been on that. They've been included. And then when we stand up and say, no, we ain't with that, the Most High ain't with that, it's like, what the hell's y'all's problem? Yep. Don't y'all know that we're the minority? Straight lives matter. I'm going to give you all the little slinging acronyms, right? And all the little sayings. Straight lives matter, right? Why? Because they're pushing this gay agenda. Don't you notice their gay day is on Father's Day? What are they trying to tell you? And they have a parade. They don't got no. Where's the Father's Day parade at? Where's it at? Who has one? What city? I'm waiting. What city? What city got a Father's Day parade? But every city got a gay parade. That's true. And every little bar and local establishment hangs their little gay flag, right? Their little pride flag. Right? Where's the straight flag? How can we, and as soon as we create one, see, you're discriminating. You're homophobic. Are we? Or are we just standing up for what we believe in? We just standing for what we believe. It's insane to me, man, that we're in a world where we gotta cater to this lifestyle. And if you speak against it, or if you don't speak for it, you're against it. Yep. You ain't gotta say nothing about a homosexual and you're homophobic. You're transphobic. You're panphobic. You got all the phobics all of a sudden. And damn, God forbid if you say something, you end up like Lil Baby and Dave Chappelle and all of these dudes that they just said something. The dude talked about AIDS and they got this man's whole career ended. He talked about AIDS. And they ended his career. Like, what the hell is going on here? So we gonna stand up. I don't give a damn.
It's like the scripture says, receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was meat.
Yeah.
Which was meat, meaning it's right.
It's right. It's correct, the judgment. So when a man goes in a club and shoots up a club in Orlando with a bunch of faggots, hey, hip hip hooray. That's their judgment. When AIDS runs through that community, that's the judgment.
Like I'll give you a great one. The pill that they had that made HIV so low that it couldn't be detected.
Yep.
They pulled all those pills. They pulled them because it had a
blood clots or
it
something.
had something where they were like getting sued because it did something else to their body, which we all knew it was gonna do something else to their body, but it had another effect on their body that was.
Now they got the shot. Now they got the shot where you get the shot once a month, and you got Magic Johnson blood. Because their whole thing is to take away the error. Their whole thing is to take away the judgment. Like, oh, it's not wrong. So we're going to come up with the AIDS pill, AIDS shot to show y'all, see? God was wrong. But every pill you come up with is killing you. Blood clots, hemorrhaging, bleeding. The side effects is worse than the cures. Think about it. You take a pill for AIDS and you get hemorrhaging from the anal cavity and throwing up and vomiting and gut bleeding and bloody nose. It's like, you don't see that as wrong? But their whole mind is to say it's not wrong and that God accepts it. So guess what we got to do? We got to come up with our little gay Bible, take out Bible verses, right? They got some gay Bible.
They do.
Right? And they take out all the verses. And then they try to say, oh, see, when you read Songs of Solomon, that was Solomon professing to his man. Hell no. Hell no. To the no. Solomon had over 1,000 wives. He don't need no menses.
That's right.
He wasn't on that. Solomon did many things, but homosexuality just wasn't one of them. Sorry. When it said that the love of Jonathan and David surpassed the love of women, that didn't have nothing to do with physical sex or anything like that. It was talking about that brotherly love that we all should have. Our love for each other should surpass all. That's what we should be fighting for. It didn't have nothing to do with no physical two men having sex or laying down. But see, they'll try any which way to fit their agenda into everything.
That's what I was saying though. Like that's their mind. It always goes into sex. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it always goes into sexual activity.
Always. So like when you see them dress, they always gotta dress even overly sexual, more sexual in a more sexual way than a woman would even dress. When you see them moving or the things that they do,
flamboyancy, like
it's just over the top because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, like, bro, I heard just like the other day I was working the mall. This Edomite female came up to me, and when I put the oil on her, she came at me asking if she could take me out for dinner if it smells that good. But that's what I'm saying. It's okay for them to. Yeah, it's creepy when a man hits on a woman, but it's not creepy when a man hits on a man. That's not gay. It's me living, and love is love, and me living out my rights as a human in America. Like, what is going on? So I can't have the right to be straight?
My bad, it's Truvada. Truvada was that commercial you hear on the radio where like it'll make AIDS undetectable, but they're getting sued because Truvada gives you kidney disease and bone damage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Damn.
Ain't no escape.
There's this thing on TikTok. It said that they're like, they get mad at straight men for sexualizing certain things women do, and then there was other videos where lesbians were doing the same thing.
That's my point. How you gonna get mad for a man sexualizing a woman when y'all do challenges to sexualize yourselves?
It's true.
Like, I don't even get that. But it's the same thing. Lesbian women can do certain things, and it's like, well, they're doing it. But if straight women or whatever the case may be, they try to do this double standard. There's no double standard. There shouldn't be. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Let's get back. Let's jump back. Hopefully I answered that.
He has another question.
Yeah, I seen that, but we'll answer that after the reading because we're still in chapter 1. We're still in chapter 2. I should have stayed on. Anyway, it's a quick reading, man. We're gonna be through it real quick. I should have stayed on. Get us out of We're still in the first reader.
How long you been out here?
You gotta use the bathroom? Oh, okay, good. See, this guy's a warrior. This guy's a gangster. He's killer. He's ready. Go ahead, read.
Verse 14.
And he knows where we at. He didn't even leave a spot. See? Elijah, he be on point. Go ahead. Tell him what chapter.
Chapter 21, verse 14. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with, what's that word?
With guile.
With guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar that he may die. And he that smiteth his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that stealeth a man and stealeth himself,
Smiteth a man.
smiteth, and he that smiteth a man,
Steal it.
Oh, is it stealeth?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Go ahead.
and he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strike together, and one smite another with a stone, or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed, if he rise again and walk about upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit, and only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed.
So y'all understand what that's saying. You fight with a man, you beat him up, he doesn't die, but he's like bedridden for a little bit. You're gonna have to repay him for the time that he was laid up, and you're gonna have to pay for him until he's healed up. Yeah, basically, you were the workers' comp.
Got a question.
What's that?
Verse 17.
Go ahead.
And he that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death.
Right.
How would you curse your father or mother?
Just like that, you would curse them. As far as, remember when we cursed, it wasn't curse word like bad words. When you cursed someone, right? Go to my favorite one. Remember when David cursed Joab? You literally cursed the person. Watch. Meaning, it's in you wished evil on them, right? 2 Samuel 3:29.
Right.
This is one of my favorites, because Joab killed Abner. So David, he killed Abner. He murdered Abner. Right? He ran up on the side of him. He whispered some things in his ears, hit him through the side, murdered him. So David basically cursed Joab. Watch, read.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 29. Let it
rest.
Let it rest on the head of Joab and all his father's house.
Right.
And let there not fail from the house of Joab one that hath an issue.
Right.
Or that is a leper.
Go ahead.
Or that leaneth on a staff. Or that falleth on a sword.
Read.
Or that lacketh bread.
He said, let it not fail from his house, these 5 things, right? Leper, issue, leaneth on the staff, falleth on the sword, or lack bread. He cursed this dude's whole lineage into poverty in some way or another. You see that? So how did we curse our mother and our father? Well, we spoke evil things that we wanted to happen to them, right? Just like Noah with Canaan. Noah cursed Canaan. He said, servants of servants shall he be. He put a curse on him because of what Ham did. But it was saying that a man, you weren't supposed to do that to your parents. You weren't supposed to curse your parents, man. You weren't supposed to deal ill with your parents. You weren't supposed to put your hands on your parents. It said, honor thy mother and thy father. You see that? So remember, cursing for us then is not what it was now. We literally would wish what David said. Look, your generation's gonna lean on a staff. Your generation's gonna be broke. Those type of things. You see that? Yeah, it was a whole different level. It was a whole different level, man. It was a whole different level, and it would happen. Yeah. Where we at?
Chapter 20, Exodus chapter 21, verse 20. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with the rod, as he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her,
Right, so that she loses the child. Go ahead.
and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges
Determined. Right, so he had two judgments. Whatever the husband wanted, and then what the judges determined should be the recompense of this woman losing her child in this fight. You know, here in America, you listen, you kill it's wild. You can go abort an unborn baby, but go ahead and kill a woman that got a baby in her belly. Double homicide.
Yeah.
I'm like, how the hell does that even make sense? So you can go abort that same baby and it's not a murder. But if I kill a woman that got a baby in her gut in the same state, it's a murder. You see how much confusion that is?
That's a lot of confusion.
That's confusion. That's confusing as hell. So that woman can go legally get that baby ripped apart out of her guts.
Yep.
But if somebody just happened to car accident, kill the mother and the baby, double manslaughter, double homicide. It just shows you that American law, this society don't make no damn sense. It's confusion, and they judge off of confusion and off of feelings and off of the stipulations. The Most High didn't deal with stipulation. He just said, look, this is what it is or this is what it's not. Simple. He kept it simple for us. You mentioned about 619 laws. They got 4,000, 5,000 laws on the books in one city. And then it's like, well, if this happens, then this won't happen. And if you add this on top of this, and then you flip this around, then it's murder. But if you do this, and then you backflip 6 ways, and then you do a somersault, it's manslaughter. It's like, hell. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But that's that. And then we're like, well, we can't do all the law. But you don't sit there and question, do you question shit like Sugar Land got different laws than Harris County? Harris County got different laws than Conroe. What county are you in?
Montgomery.
Montgomery County, right? They got county law, they got this law, they got that law. You know any Montgomery law? Hell no, you don't. Right? But I guarantee you, you get pulled over in Sugar Land for doing something that you can't do in that county. And they'll have it on the books and they'll say what? Should have known. Should have known the law. Because then you got Texas law.
Yep.
I remember I was taking our criminal justice. They gave us a book this thick. It was a little bit thicker. It was thick and just hardy. And that was just Colorado state law. Like Colorado laws and then the statutes. That was just for Colorado. It was chunky. And you going through, you like that. They got sub-law, sub-statute. It was crazy. Nobody can know all that.
It's true.
Since moving here to Texas, what I find confusing is that like they have like the police, and they have like a metro police, and they have like a constable. Like what?
Constable, sheriff, trooper. I mean,
Like what are
it's funny. Your pa asked me that the other day. Like, what's a constable? I was like, a cop. I don't know.
The constable's a cop, but he doesn't. He can arrest you. He can give you a ticket just like a regular cop, but he's kind of like the lazy cop.
Oh, he lets things go?
So he's like the cop that like goes to like the parks and opens up the parks, closes the parks. He's the cop that'll kind of like do security. He's the cop that you'll see like kind of like at the schools.
But in Jamaica, they got constable. But he's the guy that sit behind the desk.
They're the ones that kind of do that too.
It's like they have specific
Jurisdictions. Okay.
And then there's like layers. So like they're the below the sheriffs.
Right.
So
okay.
they do more of the grunt work. Like
below the sheriff.
Yeah, they'd be the ones that show up at car accidents. Whereas the sheriffs would go to if there's a robbery or a
So more like
shooting.
a detective type of level?
Well, then there's detectives.
Right.
So,
I don't mean to call them
yeah,
lazy
so
cops,
there's,
but
they're like the lower level.
So it's tier. It's basically ranks.
Tiers, yeah, right.
Like they'll like when the school's being let out, you can catch them there too.
Yeah.
Right, but then they have, because I know in New York they got NYPD, then you got transit police, but then you got school police.
Right.
Yeah.
And they can't, like, I don't think the school police can write you, like, they can't pull you over for traffic infractions. NYPD can, but the school ones can't outside of school zones. It's
And the metro just really kind of, they deal with, like, if you see a metro, they kind of deal with like stuff that happens actually like on the metro bus. So like the transits.
Right. That's what they got, the same thing. Transit
Yeah.
in New York, they'll stop you in the subway and
Yeah.
So the jurisdictional.
yeah, or and different sections of the city. I get that. What's up?
I remember when I was younger, right? Little Key Ricardo, right?
You've always been a bandolero.
I was in Canada, right? I was in a little town in the valley, and I got ran up on by the little town police that had me wait for the sheriff to take me to the constable, to take me to the county. I was like, what the hell? Like, bruh. And then I got run up on by a dude on a bike that had police on the shirt. So like, they're all the devil. They're all the devil.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
Justin McLaughlin, they dress like Egyptians? Why y'all always do that to me?
I don't think he's talking about you.
Oh, okay. They always try to go on my head thing, bro.
I think he was probably talking about like a picture
Oh, okay.
that was posted or something like that.
Okay. Right. So, I mean, we get that, right? There's just different levels. The different statutes and laws and how it's just confusion out here. It's meant to be confusion, so if you don't know it, you get caught up in it. That's all it really is. The ones that know, and the ones that don't, they get caught up and mixed up into that confusion.
Yep.
But that's why you got niggas always talking about know my rights. No, you don't. Your greatest right is not to talk.
That's true.
Plead the fifth. That's your greatest right. I watch a lot of the police audits. You ever watch those videos? They audit the police on the First Amendment. Bro, in some cases, the cops don't even give a damn what you know. They'll arrest you same way. And then you gotta go through that whole thing. They don't care, man. You know, that's why we always gotta, it's this right here. Anyway, where we at? Somebody grab me. Oh, water.
Verse 3.
Anyone cold? This is. Go ahead.
Verse 23. And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life.
Alright, that's it. That's it for the first reader.
Next reader. Any questions before we get the next reader?
She had a question on he was talking to the lady.
Was it a question?
Yeah.
Who? James Rowe?
Yeah.
That's not a question.
Oh.
She was just saying, Shalom. This guy. This is extra. Thank you. Shalom, but what about the mother who delivers that same baby and kills the baby at birth or throws the baby away in the trash is charged as well with a crime? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You'll give birth, you'll toss that baby in the trash, and they'll child abandonment, neglect, child abuse, right? But you can go abort that same baby. I don't think y'all even understand what goes in. Do y'all know what goes into abortion? You know they put like
It's a vacuum.
well, they use the baby. You know they use the stem cells of the babies for certain research.
Con.
You can't use dead stem cells. Y'all know that, right? Once the stem cells die, they're not viable to be used. So when they're aborting babies, they're aborting them alive. they're alive. They're not euthanizing them. They're not doing nothing like that in the womb. They're ripping them apart. Full term, short term, 6 months, 3 months. It's insane. That's why, like out here in Texas, they're doing the whole they're doing this whole court battle, the Supreme Court with Roe v. Wade about the abortion, but they banned abortion. I think they banned it here, didn't they? Yeah, they banned it here in a few other states. I think they banned abortion across the board. And they go on this whole Roe v. Wade to try to, I think they're really trying to ban it. But in some places, they had full term, you could do abortion full term. In New York, full term? That's murder. But not in their eyes, because it don't fit their agenda. If it fits their agenda, it's murder. If it don't, it's abort, whatever they want it to fit. Think about it. It's like legalized weed. They legalized weed on you dumb niggas, and y'all still locked up for it. But they can go make millions. They're making millions. And Cass is still locked up for a joint. A joint. You locked up for a roach. 15 years for a roach. And these cats is quitting their jobs and becoming CEOs and COOs of weeds companies. And making so much money, they don't even know how to spend the taxes. Think about that. Ain't that like a smack in the face? But it's the same thing. That's how their laws are, though. It's with all their damn laws, man. So we got to be aware.
School for East Transit all time. It means he was picked up by a different jurisdiction. I became a paralegal, and there are different laws for different cities. And
that's what I was saying. Different laws for different cities. And some, I remember, that's why in certain cities they'll pass laws like, going back to homosexuality, they'll make it legal in this city. They'll make it legal in this city. You can go to Nevada and prostitution is legal in certain, not the whole state.
Las Vegas.
But in certain cities or counties, it's legal. They'll have their little bunny ranches and all that crap, right? That's Nevada. But then you go right up to California and you'll get locked up for prostitution. Think about it. Is that not confusion? So we're like, oh, well, obey the law of the land. Well, the law of the land is different everywhere. Yeah. In America, it's bad, man. You got to know what you're doing. You got to know where you're at. Scripture says the nation whose language we don't understand. Yep. Going into real estate now because law is exhausting. Plus I have, but even real estate, there's laws on that. It's different everywhere. Yeah. If you're an agent in Texas, you can't sell real estate in New Mexico. Got to be licensed. Anyway.
Good?
Yeah. Please. Sounds like the slaughterhouse. That's what they sound like when they're dying. That's what that sounded like. One of them being killed.
Michael, Shabbat Tashal Yehuda, Banya Sharala.
Michael, Shabbat Tashal Yehuda, Banya Sharala, Man of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Bashim.
Yahweh Bashim Yahushai Brakatham.
Yahweh Bashim Yahushai Brakatham.
So the question is, what law would you rather follow, the Bible or America? Give me the less confusing one.
Right.
And the one that's going to stand the test of time. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This means he was picked up by different jurisdictions. Yeah. Exodus 21:16 cuts the Bible okays slavery, and he that stealeth. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Where we at?
The book of Exodus, chapter 21 and verse 24. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe.
See, this wasn't in every situation. This was to keep men honest. That if I treated you one way, I'm gonna get that same treatment. So let me not burn you. Let me not knock your teeth out. Let me not knock your eyes out. Let me not cut your hand off. Right? It was to keep you honest. You weren't supposed to knock a man's tooth out and then be like, well, you know what? I guess I'm gonna lose a tooth. Mm-hmm. It was for you to not knock a man's tooth out, to not knock his eye out, to not go so far. Deal with your servant, deal with your slave, but you were supposed to have some type of accountability behind doing that. Think about in slavery when you watched The Rise of a Nation. One of the ones that got me was when they was knocking the slaves' teeth out and putting the funnel in their mouth just to get them to eat. Not so they could be healthy, but they could be healthy enough to work. Right? Ain't no hunger strike here, but they was knocking their teeth out, man. That's insane. That's insanity. But again, they weren't bringing the parts of the Bible to us that we can shut down that whole mentality. Because if we would have read that, but that's what he was doing. Nat Turner, he was reading stuff like eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. He was going into that Old Testament. They was giving him that New Testament. He was like, wait a minute, that Old Testament, they ain't about no slavery. You see what I'm saying? So you just got to see it was to keep us from not dealing with each other in this way, not getting so upset with your servant that you knocked out his damn teeth. Come on, man, that ain't brotherly. We weren't supposed to deal with anybody like that. You think in the kingdom we gonna be knocking out Esau's teeth? Hell nah. First of all, it says the nation and kingdom that will not serve you, they gonna die. So the ones that are gonna be there in the kingdom serving us are gonna be there because they didn't want to die. So they're gonna be serving. You ain't gonna have to knock their teeth out or break their arms or do anything or be whipping them and all that. You ain't gotta do that. They don't want to serve, they get put to death. That's simple as that. Ain't no let's whoop them and beat them and kick them and scratch them and and cut them in half and no, they die. They die.
You see what this guy put?
What did he say? Justin, Mary was only 13 when the Most High impregnated her, plus she was a married little girl. How do you feel about that? Well, the scriptures say prove all things, hold fast to that which is good. You can't prove that biblically, so you shouldn't throw it out there. You might confuse people. Yeah. The Most High didn't impregnate anyone. You can't prove that biblically. But we can prove that the Most High didn't impregnate her, that Joseph was her husband. But that's for a whole other topic. If you're going to comment, or if you want to teach, you already have a YouTube page. Just go live on your page. That's all you got to do. But the scriptures say prove all things. Hold fast to that which is good. All right? So let's keep on going.
Verse 26.
Can't prove that you was 13 either.
That's what I said. He can't prove that.
Yeah.
He can't prove that. It don't talk about her age.
Doesn't say it.
In the Bible. Oh, there. Go ahead.
And if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eyes' sake.
Right. You see that? So if you did go that far, that extreme, I mean, why y'all trying to talk about Mary anyway when we talking about slavery? An eye for an eye. Like, I don't get it. Like, do y'all purposely just like come on here trying to cause confusion? Today's the Sabbath, right? Now, if you take pleasure in arguing and going back and forth, the scriptures say that today of all day you shouldn't do your own pleasure. So if you want to argue and go back and forth, you can do that, but not today and not with us. Go ahead, read on.
And if he smite out of his manservant's tooth,
right,
or his maidservant's tooth,
right, he
shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
Right. You see that? So what is he saying? Well, don't knock out a person's tooth or you're going to lose that work. Okay. You're going to lose that servant early. That was the law. Read.
If an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quiet.
Go ahead.
But if the ox were wont to push,
what's that?
I have a question on the 28th that you just read.
Read it.
It said, but the owner of the ox shall quit.
Right.
What's that?
Oh, yeah, we just gotta look the word up. I think it has something to do with him just taking that loss, if I'm remembering correctly. Where we at? In Exodus, right? No, Exodus what?
21 and verse 28.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with him just being able to, he just gotta take that loss. Oh, yeah. Right, he's it says that he's clean, he's free.
It's like being acquitted.
Yeah, he's acquitted, he's blameless.
Yeah.
So read it again.
Verse 28.
Right.
If an ox gore a man
Right.
or a woman,
Right.
that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned,
Right.
and his flesh shall not be eaten.
So he's stoned, but you couldn't eat him. Go ahead.
But the owner of the ox shall be quit.
And then but the owner is blameless. He's not to blame for that ox.
But that would be only if he stoned the ox and you followed those.
Yeah, if he's followed those stipulations, because it's going to go down and tell you if the ox was known to gore people and you didn't do these things, then it was on the owner's head. You see that? So what's he saying? Well, yes, it was your ox, and an animal's going to act what an animal does. Animals are going to be animals, right? But if you know that animal gored a man or a woman, you got rid of that animal. You killed him. You put him down. You didn't eat the meat. You didn't do any of that. You just took that loss, right? But I think there's another situation. Maybe if we read further down, is it there?
That would be kind of like out of respect to the person that died due to your animal. If
Yeah,
you don't eat it, you don't profit from it.
Yeah, you wouldn't eat it. You wouldn't, because you got to take. First of all, somebody might have lost their life, so you're taking a loss too from that animal. That animal represented your wealth. That was probably your work. An ox was the they would pull the millstones. They would pull the plows. But if an ox gore somebody, that's a death right there. Not a lot of people is living from an ox gore. You know what I'm saying? So you put the ox down, yes, out of respect for that person, out of respect of the Most High and His law. You wouldn't eat that meat because you wouldn't want to eat that. You don't eat in remembrance of somebody's death? No. Somebody lost their life, you took the loss of that animal. Read on.
Verse 29. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past.
But see, if the ox was known to be like this in times past, so this wasn't the first instance. Go ahead.
And it have been testified to his owner.
And somebody came and said, yo, your ox is a little bit aggressive and he's goring people. Go ahead.
And he have not kept him in.
And he didn't keep him in. He didn't keep him under control. Go ahead.
But that he have killed a man or a woman.
Right.
The ox shall be stoned.
The ox shall be stoned. Go ahead.
And his owner also shall be put to death.
See that? Because he was responsible for that animal. It wasn't the first. It's like you got people that got they got pit bulls, they got dogs, and they're like, oh, they know that the dog is a vicious dog because it's bitten people before, right? Yep. And what do? They love their animal. You're supposed to get rid of a dog that bites people just out of nowhere. An aggressive dog, you're supposed to get rid of that because it can turn on anybody. But they'll keep that dog because they love it and blah, 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 right? And then what happens? It bites somebody else. And once they start building the case on this animal, what do? The owner is liable. They're liable regardless, but then they got to put that dog down. A lot of the times when a dog bites people more than once, unagitated, there's no like break-in or trespass, bro, that dog got to get put down. There was one I was watching, there was a dog inside the library biting a damn cop. It's on TikTok. Bro, this pit bull was, dude, they had this cop by the arm. And the other cop he pulled out his little thing and he was beating the hell out of this dog. You know, they ain't getting off. It has made him more mad. He was just ripping this dude's arm apart. And he was screaming, ah! And one of the comments was like, how'd the dog get in the library? I was like, wait a minute. How'd the dog get in here? Damn. Yeah, bro. I've seen one where it was in Detroit. The mailman Felt bad for him. He's just delivering the mail. And the woman's dog ran out the house. Bro, somebody had to walk to the car and get the club for the steering wheel. And he had to stand over that dog with all his might and bust that dog in the head. Bow! The dog let go, and then the dog limped off like in a daze. Did that, and then went right back for the mailman. Then he had to hit him again. Bow! And the dog ended up limping back into the house. But that mailman, I'm talking about, it was like 5 minutes of this dog just chewing his ass alive. But what do you do with that dog? Do you keep? Hell to the no. I've had pit bulls, I've had dogs, right? And if I ever saw any sign of aggression, because I always had my dogs with my kids, if I saw or felt any type of aggression towards me from my dogs, I would get rid of them. I would have got rid of them. Because you got your kids and you don't want your kids to, you can delete this person, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you that.
You could delete him. Don't even time out, just block. If he wants to be a Egyptologist or he wants to be part of Kermit, go be part of Kermit. It's all good. We're not stopping you. Like, why you here arguing with us? If you want to be an Egyptologist, go do that. Sinetta got a channel. Seti got a channel. Polite got a channel. You can go be with him. Child molesting. You can go be with all them. You gotta be here. Like, the hell? Why they act like we compelling you to watch us?
See, you know, it's the Egyptology thing.
Oh, man.
They always want to talk to you about the stuff they know, but nobody cares.
Yeah, like, bruh, they ain't stopping you. Anyway, golly. This is
Nobody
insane.
cares. Nobody cares about. Yeah.
That is insane to me. I just don't get it.
Because nobody cares. It's like we street speak and they come to us. But whenever they're outside doing whatever, nobody goes to them.
Nobody cares.
Like we
man.
street speak people actually come, listen, take flyers, but nobody cares.
Bruh.
So it's like, yeah. It's like the gay people. They gotta push their gay stuff on people.
Always, because nobody cares.
It's
Everybody's
like-
ignoring them. Yeah, but y'all get that with the ox. You get that? Go ahead.
Verse 30. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him.
So he can buy himself out of that debt, out of that death. He can ransom himself and say, well, listen, the judgment is this, death or 30 shekels. Here goes that 30. He gonna come up with that money. He gonna come up with that. Go ahead.
Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. If a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another's that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox have used to push in time past, and his owner have not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Yeah, what is it showing us here? It's about accountability.
Yeah.
Who the hell's gonna dig a ditch at their house and just not cover it? Like it talks about if you build a house and you don't build what do they call it? Basically, it's railings for the roof.
Yeah.
You build a house and you don't build railings for the roof. Somebody goes up there and falls. That's on you that built the house. It's no different. You go to places like New York, and I know like the East Coast is big on this. If you don't salt your sidewalk when it snows and shovel and do all that, guess what? Somebody falls, they're coming for you, not the city. It's not up to the city for the sidewalks. Yeah, it's not up to the city for you to, like, if it's icy and somebody falls, they can sue you. They can sue the owner of that house, even though it's on city sidewalk. It ain't up to the city. You're supposed to shovel and shovel your sidewalk, shovel your driveway, and put the salt down. That's book. Right? That's book, but it's just showing you accountability in these situations. You have to be accountable for your dwelling. You got to be accountable for your animal. It says, a wise man knoweth the estate of his flock. Your flock ain't just you. Your flock is everything that is about. Remember, Abraham had 300 servants, but Abraham had to be accountable for them and their families and knowing what was going on with them, plus his family. You see, think about it. Lot left, and he was still accountable for Lot. He still took care of Lot when Lot got caught up. So that's what it's showing. It's just about being accountable for your. If everybody's accountable for their animal, their house, and we're all accountable, then guess what? There's not gonna be no weird injuries or weird losses. Y'all see that?
Right.
Yeah, it's about accountability, which is something that we lack, big time. Where we at?
Book of Exodus, chapter 22 and verse 1. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox.
Don't steal. Go ahead.
And 4 sheep for a sheep.
Don't steal. Don't steal, or else you have to pay 4 times. Go ahead.
If a thief be found breaking up, and he be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him.
Mm-hmm.
If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him. For he shall make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft.
Yeah, if he get caught, then he got to restore. If he get killed, that's that. That's that. But if he get caught, then he has to restore what he stole. Go ahead.
Got a question on verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
It said, if the sun be risen, so if it's sunlight,
so
you can't just.
If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he died, there shall be no blood shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed. There shall be blood shed for him. Let's jump here real quick and let's just see what it says. Where we at? Leviticus 22?
22.
Leviticus 22. That's what, verse 3?
Yeah.
It starts at verse 2 and it's verse 3.
Leviticus chapter 22. Yeah, if anyone of you would watch me to it, comes near a second revelation. What the? Oh, I'm in the whole wrong. Hold on, my bad.
It seems like it's like find somebody breaking it,
Mm-hmm.
and if you smite him that he dies, you don't get blamed. But if the sun's out and you do that, then you'll be blamed.
Right. But if it happens after sunrise, blood guilt is incurred. Right. So it's given us timing. So it's giving you again different situations. If a man is, so what is it saying? If a man is sneaking around in the night, so let's say
oh, I know.
What?
So I think we talked about this.
We have talked about this.
Yeah,
I don't remember though.
It's like if the sun is up, you can actually see what they're doing.
Right.
But if it's nighttime and you can't see them and you shoot them and they die,
then it's like,
you're
well,
not responsible,
yeah.
or you're not held at the same level of
accountability.
Right. as opposed to in the daylight. I have my license to carry.
Right.
And then when you go through that training, that's one of the things. Like if someone is at your vehicle and they're breaking into your car and you see them, you can't pull out your gun and shoot them.
No.
But if it's nighttime and you can't see what's going on, you don't see them and you hear that, then yeah, if you shoot them and they die or whatever, then you're not.
Yeah, so what is it giving? It's giving situations. But what is it showing about using judgment? Don't go off the instant, but use your eyes. Right? You got sunlight, you can see, you can inquire more of what's happening. You see that? So if the sun be risen upon him, there shall be bloodshed for him. So if you kill a man in the daytime and he's stealing, obviously, you gotta think about it. If a man is brazen enough to steal in the daytime, he might really need what he's stealing, even though he shouldn't be stealing. So he might need that. Doesn't it? It talks about a man. It talks about it. I think it's in. Doesn't it talk about a man that steals for bread? Where's that at? 'Cause I think it's going into this. It's man, I'm trying to think of it. Like if a man is stealing to eat, I'm gonna butcher it.
Proverbs 6:30.
Is that what it is?
Men do not despise the thief if he steals to satisfy his hunger.
I think that's what I was thinking, but it might not apply. But if he be found, he shall restore sevenfold. He shall give all the substance of his house. Yeah, I mean, but that's all it's saying. It's giving you the situation. If he, it's showing you if a man is found breaking up, creeping house to house, and you kill him, boom, no bloodshed on the other part. But if it's daylight and he's doing it, you got to take different steps to corral that thief. You can't just kill him. It wouldn't be a justified kill. You get that? It's like if a man breaks into your house and he's running away and you shoot him, you're wrong. It's no longer the laws of make my day and all that stuff. They no longer apply because he's running away. I've seen court cases. I'll tell you, I took criminal justice. It was where I've seen court cases where people broke into people's houses, slipped and fell, and sued the homeowner.
What?
Yeah, and won. Civil suits. They broke into somebody's house, slipped and fell on a toy or whatever, and sued the homeowner for a slip and fall.
How did they win?
They slipped and fell in somebody's house. The break-in was a criminal. You slipping and falling in your house is civil. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's weird, right? But that's the weird crap about the law. You got civil law. We got civil law and criminal law, right? But that's America. I've seen, bro. When I was taking my little criminal justice cases way back, I've seen some weird cases.
I saw this thing where it said that this person who broke into somebody else's home was trying to get into like a doggy door, and he sued the other person because their dog raped him.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. See? You see how weird that is? You're trying to sneak through my doggy door. My dog humps on you, and you sue me. It's insane, bro. Like, how your pants come down? That's insanity. But that's what I'm trying to show y'all. The laws of America are crazy. They're retarded. It's retard law. This is more straightforward and plain and cut to the point. You know what I mean? But when you got that, like, think about it. You can go to a criminal trial. O.J. Simpson, criminal trial. Nicole Simpson, right? He didn't kill her, or found not guilty criminally, but civilly he was found guilty. In my mind, I'm like, how are you found guilty if you're not found guilty? How? Because the civil suit says that you're liable for the person's death. But how? What if I wasn't even there? How am I liable for their death? Civilly, it just doesn't make sense. You can't be guilty in one aspect, but not guilty in the other. Right. But that's how they do it. That's how they get people, man. These civil lawsuits, civil suits. There's no criminal, but civil. So, bro, it's showing you here how to avoid all that. If a man creeping through your house, even then, do you have to kill a man that's creeping? Nah, you might give him a warning shot. You might say, hey, bro, hey, whoever's in here. It's like the police. The police, they're not technically supposed to just pull out their guns and shoot people. This is the police. Put your hands up. Then they can fire away as long as they announce themselves. You know what I mean? But if they just pull out and just start bucking, then there's a problem. But they have to announce themselves, FBI, DEA, police, this, that, such and such county's office. This is the sheriff's office. Open the door. They have to announce, and then they can pull the trigger. You know? So even in these situations, it don't gotta always be somebody dying. I always thought, like, man, and I still sometimes think, like, you in my house, man, I'm gonna have to put you down. I'm gonna have to put you down, but you just never know until you're in the situation. I've seen many stories where they just shot one into the wall, or shot at the person's leg, or shot a warning shot, and that right there was enough to make that person scatter off. Don't always be like that. Where we at?
Okay, Exodus chapter 22 and verse 4. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn, or the standing corn, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods.
Yeah, again, accountability, but we didn't just blame each other, we inquired.
Yeah.
We inquired before we just made a judgment. You know what I'm saying? Bring them to the judges, and they deliberate, they ask them the necessary questions, they deliberate, and they come up with the judgment. But you see, if the thief be found, then you blame the thief. If not, you gotta question the man of the house. Go ahead.
For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both, that he have not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good.
Yeah, so now it's like, okay, I gotta take your word for it. It's me, you, and the Most High. And why do you do it that way? Well, because somewhere down the line, the Most High is going to, hey, stop making that noise. Somewhere down the line, the Most High is going to bring it out. All things done in the dark will be brought to light. So what did you have to have in this situation? What? Another F word, same F word that we always, you have to have faith. You have to have faith in your brother that he's telling the truth, and faith in the Most High that if your brother wasn't telling the truth, that the Most High would rectify it, man. He would fix it.
Yeah.
Right? And guess what you couldn't do? Guess what you couldn't have towards this man the whole time? An evil eye. A grudge. You couldn't sit back and be like, I know you, bruh. I can hear my ox in the back. I know you got it. Or I can hear my ass in the back. I know you got it. I know you sold it. Then, all of a sudden I let you borrow my ass. You lost my ass, but then you got your own ass. You sold him and bought one. Like, you couldn't do that. You had to just roll with his word, roll with the oath. And if the Most High brought it out, then he brought it out and it was dealt with. But you couldn't hold no grudge, man. Y'all see that? You have to keep moving. Be faithful. Where we at?
That's it. That's next reader.
So, I mean, y'all see it's just diverse laws that we're dealing with on theft, on goods. These are civil matters amongst one another.
Benaiah Shabbat Shal Yahawada Banya Sha'ala Manavizra Amadi Barak
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Man, imagine if we just dealt with things in this simplicity. How many people die over just property?
It's true.
Possessions and goods. People die daily. He stole my this, he took my that. He borrowed my this and didn't give it back. It's crazy, man.
You're gonna read to chapter 23 and verse 2. Yeah.
Exodus chapter 22, verse 12. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. Verse 14. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Mm-hmm. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
So you see how this is kind of jumping around? It's going from property to how to deal with a wife, how to deal with a man taking a man's daughter for wife, then it goes suffering a witch to live. It's just diverse laws and ordinances on just different things. Go ahead.
Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto the Lord only, he shall be utterly destroyed. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry out at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. Verse 20. And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword. And your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer, as an usurer, neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down.
Right, so the pledge, basically, you take the raiment as I'm gonna hold this until you complete this. But the Bible's saying when the sun goes down, you don't hold that until after sundown. Sun goes down, you give them back their raiment. You know what I'm saying? You give them back what they pledged with, or you know how you got loan sharks, right? Or it's basically collateral. That's what it's talking about. You put up something that's collateral. The person that you gave that collateral to was supposed to give that back to you by sundown. You weren't supposed to hold a person's raiment. Now, raiment is clothing and things like that. Go ahead.
Verse 27. For that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass, when he crieth unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people.
Right, revile the gods. What's that talking about? What's that talking about?
Is it like the gods of the other nations?
Nope. Most High didn't care about the gods of the other nations. What's he talking about? What's another word for gods? Elohim, which is judges. That's all it was saying. It was just using. It replaced the word God with judges. Don't revile the gods or the judges of your people. You see that? It wasn't talking about like gods. It was talking about the judges. Go ahead.
Nor curse the ruler of thy people.
Or nor curse the ruler of your people. This is the opposite of what the people did with Moses. Right? With Korah and Dathan and all the murmuring and all that, all the reviling that they were doing, they basically went against this commandment. So when the Most High came down on them, you see why. They was going against Moses. Right. He was the ruler of the people. And the men that he set up, those gods or judges, you see that? They were judges. Go ahead.
Verse 29. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits, and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me.
Right, so remember, this is before the priesthood was set up. The firstborn sons was going to be given wide so that they could be the priests. Go ahead.
Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with 7 days shall it be with his dam. On the 8th day thou shalt give it to me, and they shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. Verse chapter 23, verse 1.
The other nations. Most I call them dogs. He called them dogs in the Old Testament. He called them dogs in the New Testament. That's the other nations, right? Even the dogs eat of the crumbs under the master's table. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to rest judgment.
Right, because it was evil to raise a false report. It was evil to accuse a man of something and he be put to death. That was a sin. And that would flip back on you if they found that you falsely accused. That's why before a man was put to death, they had to have 2 to 3 witnesses. That's why the scriptures say that all things be established with 2 or 3. You see that? What?
Is this the reason why he says that if they were to get stoned, you'd have to be the one to put the first in?
Yep.
Right.
Because you accused.
Right.
So you better make sure that your accusation is right. But if you were lying, you were supposed to feel that guilt.
Right. Okay.
So you got to be careful what you accuse. It was really be careful what you accuse people of, and make sure that your accusations are not in falsehood.
Okay.
Because a lot of the times is, man, I heard such and such did such and such. What did you see? Just like this cat on the line. Well, the Most High impregnated Mary at 13. Were you there? Because now you just did a false accusation on the Most High.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what the hell? You just did a whole false accusation on the whole Bible, on the whole, like the Most High don't impregnate nobody. That's false. So that's why I told him, prove it. Were you there? Did you read that? Did you hear it? Did you see it? Did an angel tell you? Like, how'd you get that information? But we got to be careful the things we be accusing of, man, and throwing out there. You be blaming the Most High for things. Judge your ass quick. Judge you quick. He said, prove all things, hold fast to that which is good or which has been proven. Hold on to the things that you can prove. We tend to hold on to what I heard, what my mama and them told me, what they told me out on the block, what this person had said, what this person had did, and guess what? You'll go and move off of what they said and judge off of that and get in a whole bag of problems. People have been killed off of false accusation. Think about how many people getting exonerated off of death row and criminal cases because they were falsely accused, and now it's coming up that they've been in prison for 30 years. Lost their whole life. In prison for 30, oh, this person did this and this person said that, and they were killed. They did that to Emmett Till, right? Say he whistled at some white woman, right? And they put him to death, but then it came down that white woman said that was a lie. She was going with the multitude. She was going with what those people were on. Damn. Think about the torment that she's gonna feel. Think about what she felt her whole life.
That's true.
Why do you think she came clean? Most I was tormenting her ass. She couldn't live with that. I think she gave that up on her deathbed. But still, think about it. To give that up, think about what she had to deal with, knowing that she lied on that little boy, and how they killed him, and they, you know what I'm saying, all the things that came from that.
So true.
It's evil, man. But that the Most High said, don't do that. Don't be like those that run to riot. Right? What verse you on?
Verse 3.
Right. We're at Exodus, right?
Yeah, 23 and 2.
23 and 2, right?
Well, 3 now.
Right. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment. That's what that woman in the Emmett Till case did. That's what a lot of people a lot of accusers that are coming out and seeing that, oh, that wasn't real. That's what a lot of people are doing.
Yeah.
They're just following, you know, some of them felt pressured, some of them felt like they were wronged in one area, so this is where they're gonna get justice at. You see a lot of that. You know, you see a lot of that. So, but he's given us the law not to do that, not to be like that. Go ahead.
No, it's next
Verse
reader.
3.
Huh?
No, it's next reader.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, see? Breeze on through. Quadazar shuts up and breeze on through. I'm about to say, bro, with that headband, you got to give him a good ram's horn blow. Like that warrior. We about to go to war blow. Go ahead.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala.
Yashkar, Shabbat Shal, Yashkar, Ban Yasha'ala, Ben Abizra, Amadi, Barak,
Yahba Hashem Yah Shabrakathum.
Yahweh Hashem Yah Shai Barakatah.
Was that in the luggage when they lost your luggage?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the first thing I thought about. I was like, wait a minute. He didn't wear it on the plane, did he?
Oh, man.
Man, that was in the luggage. They lost his luggage at the airport. This piece of work was in it. Golly. The chick that wrote The Lovely Bones accused some brother of rape, and he just got out like 15 years later. It wasn't even him. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. You got a lot of these cases that's coming up. They going back checking DNA evidence. They checking. They like really. There's a lot of DNA popping up, and they're like, wait a minute, this is not even their DNA. This DNA, and it's a lot of it is by accident. When they're running the DNA in one case for something, then it hits all these other things, and it's like, oh, snap, wrong person. So, but this person said it was them or him. So what's going on here? A lot of them were going off of just running with the multitude, man. Right. We're not supposed to do that. The scriptures, watch, go to Isaiah real quick. Go to Isaiah 11 real fast. Go to Isaiah 11 and verse. Three.
Isaiah chapter 11, verse 3.
2.
Verse 2. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him.
And this is how you know if the Spirit of the Lord is on you when it's time for you to judge. Go ahead.
The Spirit of wisdom and understanding.
Go ahead.
The Spirit of counsel and might.
Right.
The Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord.
Right. You see, you know what's crazy about all these things is you can't have one without the other. That fear of the Lord, knowing that if I make the wrong judgment out of my own just hasty, or just saying that somebody did something. What's the fear of the Lord is that He's gonna get me.
Right.
I should be scared to falsely accuse or run with the multitude just to say somebody did something. Go ahead.
Verse 3, and shall make him of quick understanding.
And shall do what?
And shall make him of quick
Read
understanding
on.
in the fear of the Lord.
Uh-huh.
And he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes.
Right. Not after the sight of his eyes only. Go ahead.
Neither reprove after the hearing of his
Well,
ears.
I seen. Well, did you? Well, I might have saw. Well, it was so far, I don't know. I didn't have my glasses on that day. Okay, well, what else? Did you hear? Well, I heard. A lot of the times it's, well, I heard such and such. Did you see? You sure you heard what you heard? Did you hear it firsthand? Did you hear it from the horse's mouth? What did you hear? Well, it sounded like it. I just heard mumbling. Like we got to get better at our judgment. So what is it saying? Well, you're not using one thing or the other. We're taking all the different pieces that the Spirit allows us to take, and we're judging. Right? When you look at when you judge your food, when you judge food, what's the first thing you judge it off of?
Smell.
Nope. Well, it could be the smell, because that's the first thing that might hit you before you see it.
The eyesight.
Smell. But then once, damn, that smells good as hell. But then you look at it, you like, wait a minute. How does that smell like that but look like that? Right? And then sometimes you gotta be like, okay, it smells good. It might not look appealing. Let me get past the look. Then you do what? Okay. Right? You use your different faculties to assess if you're gonna eat something or not. The food companies know that. That's why they make things, the food coloring, the reds, the greens, the blues. That's what pops to the eye. Right? So you use smell, you use sight before you even taste it. Smell and sight. You might even touch it first. Because a lot of us judge what we eat off of the texture. Some of us don't like bananas, some of us don't like tapioca, some of us don't like pudding, some of us don't like Jell-O because texture. Avocados, right? Some people don't like texture. Who in here likes overcooked macaroni? Nobody. The texture is nasty. Stop.
Mac and cheese gotta be just right.
Mac and cheese gotta be just right. It gotta be the right. You can't overcook all the starch out the macaroni. It's just soft. It can't be mushy, right? You don't want it. You don't want it. You gotta have a nice little tender.
That's true.
Just it gotta be upheld, right? It gotta be al dente sometimes. I like that al dente, right?
So
but you judge your food with all different faculties. We're supposed to judge everything with all the different faculties: the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding, the fear. Go ahead.
Verse 4, but with righteousness
Right.
shall he judge the poor.
You see that? And it all has to be within righteousness. It has to be in fairness, equity. Go ahead.
And reprove with equity for the meek
Go ahead.
of the earth.
Right. Is that it? Go ahead. No, that's it. That's it on that. Y'all get that. Right? So, again, before you just start accusing people, make sure that you ain't being like a Pharisee. Because you got to ask yourself this: why were the Pharisees able to see her in adultery?
It's true.
Well, what the hell were they doing? Keeping times? Or just coincidence? Or were they just looking for somebody to, you know what I'm saying? Were they just looking for a situation? You got, it's all those things. See, Yahweh Shai judged that matter just like this. He used his wisdom, his knowledge, his understanding, and he understood. I know what type of men I got in front of me. Got hypocrites. Why were y'all here? Right? Why were y'all here seeing this woman do this? You see that he judged according to Isaiah 11. He was in the spirit. Right? Jump back.
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 3.
I'm gonna stop teaching so his headband can. No, go ahead.
What am I reading out to?
Where's he reading?
25, verse 25. Exodus 23 and 25. My bad.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 3.
The headband.
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his. Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. If thou see the ass of him that hateth thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help him with him. Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not. For I will not justify the wicked. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise, and perverteth the words of the righteous. Also, thou shalt not oppress.
Now we know that this is not saying never to ever in any situation ever take a gift, right? Because we give gifts at Purim and in different times. She's alive. But what is it saying? It's in the matters of judgment. That's why when you set up those judges, they couldn't be covetous. They couldn't be men of covetous nature, where they needed things to be able to judge matters. I'm a judge based off of what you give me. You see that? Like, there's nothing wrong with us giving each other things, right? But am I gonna pervert? I don't give a damn what he gives me. I'm gonna still tell him like it is if he's wrong or if he's right. I would hope he'd do the same. I hope he'd do the same. You know, it don't matter what we get. Like, we're not rolling in. Oh well, you know what? He let me borrow his Bible yesterday, so you know I gotta take it easy on him. Hell no, he can let me borrow something today, and I'll go into his ass tomorrow if I have to about something that he did wrong. It's about upholding justice. Right. You see that?
Like bribery.
That's what it is. It's on a level of bribery. It gets to that level, and we know because how does a lot of things get pushed in this society? It is off bribery. It's off lobbying. They call it lobbying. Lobbyists, right? The lobbyists go to a certain corporation and they lobby. They trade this for this, right? But a lot of it ain't righteous. The lobbyist, it's not a righteous trade-off or I'm gonna take this from you. A lot of it is I'm holding things over your head. And we did this for you, so now you have to do this for us. That's true. We don't roll like that. We roll in what is the righteousness? What is the judgments of the Lord? Yes, take care of each other, because think about it. He came back and said, if your brother be waxing poor, then you're supposed to alleviate him, right? So I'm gonna have to give him stuff. To alleviate him is a gift. Maybe it's a gift. But does that mean that I pervert, that he perverts judgment on something because I alleviate him? No. So the Bible would be contradiction, right? But there's no contradiction if you're looking at it in, we weren't supposed to take things and then look at those things in the time of judgment and say, I'm gonna judge off what I've been receiving or what I've gotten. You see what I'm saying? Nah, we're supposed to judge it, but in righteousness will he judge? In equity will he reprove? The fear of the Lord is supposed to be on you to judge matters according to the law, not according to gifts. So it wasn't that we weren't supposed to take things or receive from each other. No. It wasn't that. It was you better know those that labor amongst you. Know if you got a covetous man amongst you. You see that? Right. Go out and enjoy the class before work. Right. Go ahead, read.
Verse 9. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. And 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner, thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive oil.
You know what the coolest part about this is? I've been doing a lot of I don't know. I've been on my like gardening tip lately, and my planting and trying to grow my little ginger and stuff, and learning about soil and compost and things like that. And it's funny because I was watching this Edomite, and this Edomite, he was showing how you preserve your soil, like to grow things, and he was basically doing this, but he was kind of obviously he wasn't doing it according to the law all the way. He was kind of manipulating it, but there's one thing you do. That 6th year, you grew what you grew, right? You took your stuff, and then what happens is, the earth wants to naturally just grow out of whatever seeds fall, things like that. But when those seeds fall, what happens is they start to grow, right? They'll just grow on their own in the 7th year. Things will just start to grow. The poor come and gets it. The animals come and eat it. You know what the animals do while they're there eating?
Cotton.
They're taking a dump.
Yep.
Right on your land.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that dump is doing? That's natural. It's called compost. Composting is how you revitalize soil. So this is how you remineralize soil. You get your magnesium, you get your potassium, you get your trace minerals, all the things that we need that we're missing out of our bananas and apples. Why? Because they don't do this. You got many Americans that are doing their own compost. Even me, I'm doing it. I got a big ass compost bin in my backyard. I'm learning how to make my own soil. And what am I throwing? Banana peels, throwing eggshells, I'm throwing avocados, I'm throwing all these things because when I start to plant my stuff and grow, I wanted to have the best soil. But see, the Most High was already setting that up. Listen, if you just let it grow, the animals will come, eat, take a dump. This Edomite, this is how he was hunting. He would grow certain things in his field knowing that the deer, that's what they eat. He just let it grow. He wouldn't even water it. He wouldn't have to because the soil was so good. Bro, them deer would walk into his field, bah! He wouldn't have to go hunt. He'd just sit off in the corner, let a deer come eat whatever he planted because that's what they ate, and he'd just pick them off. He let them eat, take a few craps, let the fertilizer hit, and then he just pick them off. Boy, he got deer meat, and he got fertilizer. That's what the Most High was giving us, man. But what do? Greed. Yep. Greed. Because when things naturally fall to the earth, has anybody ever seen compost? Mm-hmm. It's crazy how leaves and just like your organic waste can turn right back into dirt. It literally turns into dirt. That you can do this and you're like, oh my God, a whole banana peel turned into dirt. Yeah. It's insane. But what does that do? It remineralizes and revitalizes the land. He was giving us that naturally, and we were like, I'm greedy as hell. I'm faithless as hell. And then what happens? Down the line, now the earth can't produce. And if it does, come on, man, you see what we get. Yep. It's big, but it's not nutritious. Back in the day, the fruits and vegetables were smaller, but they were packed with more vitamins and minerals. Now they're bigger. I mean, come on, man. I got some strawberries the other day. They were as big as Manashah's feet. One strawberry was this big. Bruh, this is the kicker. You cut the strawberry in half and the whole inside is white. Yeah. That's how you know you got GMO strawberries. Real strawberries, when you cut in half, they're completely red. The whole strawberry got a nice red hue. You cut these strawberries open, no matter how the strawberries were. Me and my rib looked like. And I was like, I gave him one and he couldn't even bite it. It was like as big as his whole hand. He had the two. And I'm like, yeah, they give it to you nice and big, and because it's all about weight. Yeah. But the nutrition ain't there. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what do? Now you got to eat more of these things, but then y'all see the prices? Yep. Skyrocketing. Y'all see the prices of produce? Eggs? My family eats eggs. We're eggheads. We eat eggs in my house. I know you probably, yeah, bro. I got 18 children. I got a football team. They eat eggs. Like Noah comes home, Dad, I think egg. We all eating eggs, always. Eggs are expensive. Fruit. We eat a lot of fruit in my house. A lot of fruit. Fruit are expensive. These things are expensive, man. You know, so I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm about to start growing some of the things that I need because it's getting crazy. But you got to have good soil. You got to have nutritious soil that's mineral rich, nitrogen, and different minerals to be able to grow things. That's what's missing from a lot of our soil. So with the Most High, this was another reason why the law was so important, because it was putting that nutrition and those minerals back into the soil to keep that replenished, to keep on going. That's why the next year, what did you get? You got double, triple. Because the soil, I'm watching people on YouTube and they're doing their own composting, and they're pulling out a squash out their backyard this big. This big, because they're fertilizing their raised beds with compost. Squash, peppers, limes, lemons. This woman had some cilantro. It was beautiful. I'm like, dang, this looked like grass. Whole little cilantro field. I'm like, dang, I want some cilantro.
Yeah, I love cilantro.
Yeah, it's crazy. Cilantro, the green onions. I'm talking about the green onions was this big. They were tall. You get the little raggedy ass green onions from Kroger.
Yep.
They skinny, half dead all, like before you even get them to the house. They already dry. You gotta peel them.
Yep.
By the time you peel them down, there's nothing. Onions, I'm talking about, it was, man, it's crazy. So the Most High was looking out for us here, and we, again, shoot ourselves in the foot by not being faithful. It's about faith, it's about patience.
Yeah.
Farming and husbandry is patience. Go ahead. I've just found all my seeds and have been wanting to get back to the earth. Yeah, listen, I ain't gonna front, man. Gardening is very relaxing. You got like I don't got no garden, but just playing in the dirt and sitting in plants and doing all. It's relaxing. I see why the Asians, why they do that. It kind of brings a little bit of a calm to your day. You in the sunlight, you get a nice breeze. You got your hands in that cool dirt.
Yeah.
It's nice and cool to the touch, and yeah, man, it's relaxing. You know what I'm saying? You throw your little Bible app on. I throw my little Bible app when I'm out there, and I'm gonna have compost for everybody and ginger.
You probably is.
Compost ginger, turmeric, and pineapple plants. That's my whole house is gonna be.
Might be a whole bite.
Damn. I'm not even like a cultivator of Issachar. Like, damn, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just thinking of the scripture says we were scattered among the heathen.
Maybe that's what's rubbing off. I live around. I mean, everybody knows I live like. I'm the only black person. I actually got some new neighbors that are actually Judah, but I'm the only black person, and I got Chinese and Vietnamese people just around me. So I pull up 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, and that's when they out there gardening. The old ass dude next to me, he's in his damn boxers and tank top, right? Just watering his grass. He's sitting there just, pruning his trees, and it might have rubbed off.
Yeah.
It's fun though. I've always been into greenhouse though. I used to go to greenhouse back when I was young. In school, we had greenhouse. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how you had those trade, like greenhouse and home ec? I had home ec. I was baking. I was sewing. I was raising plants as a kid.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but think about this. These are the things that they lack. Him, them. Even when y'all never had these things. You had home ec?
What's that?
That's where you learn how to. That's where you learn how to cook, clean. Right. I mean, obviously we had our moms and dads to show us, but I had those things anyway. I had like greenhouse where we went into a greenhouse and learned about plants, and it was fun. I loved it. I still love it. You know what I mean? That's why he ain't got no plants. Make a greenhouse.
I can't
make
grass
greenhouse. Yeah, I want to. He can't even get his grass to grow. Anyway,
I'm trying.
Let's read, man.
I'm trying to get the cheapest seed I can get.
Yeah, my friend is learning how to make her own compost. Yeah, I'm making my own compost. I got a compost bin in my backyard. It's huge. And every day, the whole house, I'm like, what you doing? Throwing that in the compost bin. I got I go to the backyard, throw my leaves, throw my compost. It's fun. It's science. You know what I'm saying? You get to observe things and see nature. I like it. So, anyway.
We left off at verse 12. Exodus chapter 23, verse 12. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest. That thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed.
Just like the land. The land had a Sabbath. Most High was giving that land a chance to rest, to replenish itself, to revitalize, to be stronger for the next year. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard of thy mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee in the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before the Lord power. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy Most High. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk.
Right, seethe means to boil. So you didn't cook that kid in the milk of the mother. Seethe is to boil.
Verse 20. Behold, I send an angel before thee, to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice.
Do what?
Beware of him and obey his voice.
Wait, but the Most High was talking to Moses. Do what?
Beware of him and obey his voice.
You see how this kills Exodus 3? I am what I am, or he be what he be. The Ashar, Ahia Ashar. Most High wasn't speaking first person. It was an angel that went before. The Most High said obey his voice, because that's who was speaking, an angel. When he said, what shall I call him? Well, he be what he be. He is what he is. Y'all see that? Right. He wasn't saying I am that I am, because he wasn't in the first person. Read.
For he will not pardon your transgression.
He will not do what?
Pardon your transgression.
Right. Why did he have to? Why did there have to be an angel? Because man is always gonna try to find pardon for each other.
Right.
Bro, them angels did not give a damn. They was following the Most High. So get the fiery serpents. Let the land open up, swallow people. Let this happen. Let the manna rot in your mouth. That was all the doings of the Most High. His judgment wasn't going to slack on us. Go ahead.
For my name is in him.
My what?
My name is in him.
Yeah, he's a representation of me. Whatever angel it was many angels. Right? He had many angels that the Most High sent. Many representation, especially in this time. Go ahead.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak.
Wait, do what?
Do all that I speak.
So obey his voice, because at no time have you heard the Most High's voice or seen his shape. John 5:37, right? So we always heard the voices of the angels. Sounds like an angel. Right? Go ahead.
Then I will be an enemy unto thine enemy.
Right?
And an adversary unto thine adversary.
Right?
For mine angel shall go before thee, and bring thee in unto the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off.
That's why the Most High put us in during 40 years of walking. 40 years in the wilderness, because we forgot this. He told us this early. That look, it's not really y'all that got to go do anything. My angels already are going to bring you into the land. And I'm going to fight. He said it. I will be an enemy. Who the hell wants the Most High as an enemy? It's true. It's a fearful thing. He reminded us of these things early, and we forgot early. Forgetful hearers. So now when we go see the Jebusites and the Canaanites, and be like, oh my gosh, no, they're so big. Most High was like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Con, but I'm supposed to, you're supposed to have faith that I'm already on it. I'm on my job.
Okay.
We lost faith. We lost belief. We forgot. Go ahead.
Verse 24. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods,
right?
Nor serve them, nor do after their works, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images.
And we know that didn't happen in any situations. Even when we had righteous kings, we left up their altars, we left up their groves. Certain of the kings would break down the altars and, destroy their temples and things like that. But the majority was like, I'll be righteous, but I ain't gonna touch their stuff. Some kings were like, you know what? I'm gonna build an altar. Right? Solomon and other kings. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 25. And you shall serve the Lord your power, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee.
Who's next?
Amon Izar, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Ban Yasha'ala, Ben Abizra, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
That's how a dying lamb sounds. Very horrible. Who was there for that? Remember that? All we heard was We all looked around like, wait a minute, are they killing people in the back? I got nervous. I was like, wait. Is there some mafia thing going on? And we ran back there to look. I'm like, oh, sheep. Bad sound, man. Sound of death. Let's see here. When the angel appeared to Joseph and said, don't be afraid to take Mary as your wife, he didn't touch her. Then how did she get pregnant? Because he had already touched her before.
That's why it said you marry your wife.
Yeah, that's why he said marry your wife. The only way a man could wife a woman biblically was to lay hold on her, lay her down, lay with her, bada boom, bada bing. Remember, the angel came to Joseph while Mary was already conceived. That's why it uses the word conceived, ed, past tense. When he came to Mary, he told her that she would conceive, future tense, in Luke. So you gotta just kind of understand what happened. The angel came to Mary first, told her what was gonna happen. The angel came to Joseph after it happened to confirm to him, look, don't put her away, take her in as your wife. Meaning what? Not take her in as your wife because she wasn't his wife, but you're gonna let it be known. You're gonna bring her into your home. Yeah, that's easy. Where the angels created to have choice because Lucifer and the fallen angels chose to fall, right? Well, remember that when you read in Ezekiel 26, it says, man, it says that it says that angel was created perfect and iniquity was found in him. Right? Now, I was having this talk with who? Who was I having this talk with? Right.
Me also.
And when you read, I don't remember reading, and maybe you might want to correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't remember reading like anything that said the angels had no choice. Like verbatim, you know what I'm saying? Like in those words. I know there's something. But am I saying that that's not the case? I'm not saying that. We just know that.
Yeah. I can't
that angel was created perfect, and it said iniquity until iniquity was found in him, and that's where that went off. So, I mean, that's where we leave it. You know, the angel talk, it gets a little dicey because we don't have like the complete knowledge of the things that happened with those angels that disobeyed and things like that. I mean, the scripture said that there was disobedient angels, right? It says that in Peter. So they didn't disobey. So they left their first estate. So, yeah.
You're gonna read the chapter 24, verse 15.
Yeah, when the angel appeared to Joseph and said, "Don't be afraid to take Mary as your wife." It said, "Marry thy wife." Yeah, you gotta really pay attention to the wording. You gotta really pay attention to the wording in Matthew 1 and 21, because that wording, the wording alone, man. Yep. Right. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife. Because before the angel came, he was going to put her away. You can't put away a woman that's not your wife. Yep. To put her away means to divorce. He was going to do it on the low, privily, privately, without the priests and the elders and all them people knowing, because he didn't want to make her a public example. The public example would have been what? Her being stoned. Because he would have to have some reason for her not to be a good wife. What would he have to say? She wasn't a virgin. But he was a just man. Yeah. Let's jump back. I guess we got to do another immaculate deception class. Yeah, remember Luke was the angel Gabriel informing Mary of the things that were to come. Yeah. There was a time span. There was a time in between. But go ahead, where we at?
Exodus chapter 23, verse 26. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before thee, and I will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come. And I will make all thine enemies turn their back unto thee. And I will send hornets before thee, and I shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before thee. And I will drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against thee. By little and little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land.
Even that, we forgot this, like little by little. War after war, fight after fight, invasion after invasion. We would slowly wipe them out. But what were we looking at? Well, how are we going to get them out? Well, he said little by little. We're looking at them like, how are we going to get them all out at once? Why do you think this is why he gave up? Now think about it. I always say this. The law, he gave us the law to clean us up from Egypt, but also to prepare us for the land of Canaan. Because we were going to see them while we were wiping them out. What were we doing? We were obviously living amongst them. We were going to see certain things from them that we weren't supposed to be doing. Go ahead.
Verse 31. And I will set my bounds from the Red Sea even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your land, and thou shalt drive them out before thee. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in thy land, lest they make thee a sin against thee. For if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto thee.
Yep.
Chapter 24 and verse 1. And he said unto Moses, Come up unto the Lord, thou, and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall not come neither shall the people go up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord, and all the judgments. And all the people answered in one voice and said, All the words which the Lord had said, we would do. And Moses wrote.
What's up, Yashikar?
I had this question. Verse 1 reminded me of the question I have, where it says, "And worship ye for all." How do we as Israelites worship the Most High? And that question was posed in my mind yesterday. I'm walking in the mall, I see this sign, and you see like all these Edomites raising their hands and worship to the Most High, like Christian church worship. You know what I mean? They sing songs. How do we worship the Most High?
Well, part of it is what you're doing now, right? Keeping the ordinances, the reading of the law on the Sabbath. There's many things that we do to worship the Most High. We keep for one, keeping the law, right? Giving him the praise and the credit, giving him the leeway to orchestrate things in our lives and not taking things upon ourselves. Keeping the feast days, loving the Most High with all your heart, loving your neighbor as yourself, right? And not just saying it, but doing it. It's all those things, putting them all together and literally living your life, right? He that believeth on me, as the scripture had said, right? Be doers of the word and not hearers only. It's doing it. It's doing what the scriptures say. There's many ways to worship, though. You had David. David had damn musicians, right? Those psalms that we read, those are songs written and sung by musicians. You had people in the scriptures that worshiped with the timbrels and the different instruments, right? So there's many ways. I know we don't sing and dance up in here. It's funny because I was thinking about this the other day. And I'm like, man, we praise the Most High, we worship the Lord, the Most High, but we don't do like the whole singing and dancing and like the things that we saw in church. And I was just thinking, I'm like, I get it. Why don't we do that? Well, because our people are so caught up in that part of the worship, that they disannul the word part of holding fast to the word.
They think that's worship.
They think that worshiping is just singing.
Right.
Worshiping is just dancing. It's just the organ.
You know what you're saying. I saw there was this video I was watching yesterday. It came out yesterday, where it was talking about the decline of the Christian church.
Yep.
How the Christian church is declining, and when the pastor was talking about how if you have to have a concert for people to come to church, he was like, you always have to have a concert for these people to come. So he was like, we have to change the way we're doing things, and instead of having the singing and the dancing and the concerts and the bands and stuff like that, he was like, we need to start actually reading scriptures to the kids. That way they can, to try to reverse it and actually have these kids come to church for the Bible and not for the concert aspect. So yeah, it's funny, I was just seeing that yesterday while you were talking about that. But also I was looking up the definition for worship, right? And one of the definitions for worship is just, it's reverence.
Bowing your head.
It's reverence. It's just paying homage. It's paying respect. So it says to respect, to honor, to reverence, to adore, to pay divine honors to reverence with supreme respect and veneration. So how do you worship the Most High? Well, by respecting him, by following what he says, by keeping him in your mind at all times, keeping him in your mentality, not doing your own ways or your own works or falling into your thought process, but
moving in the thought process that he wants. That's how you reverence him. It's just like the Most High likens himself as, he's our father and we're his children. So how would we, all having parents, how do we show honor to our parents? How do we reverence our parents? Well, it's just by doing the right thing at the end of the day.
Going to them in the times of need. Like, think about it. I had a conversation with Noah yesterday about something. Mm-hmm. And the first thing I asked him, I said, bro, why didn't you come to me? You've been dealing with some stuff at school with another student, and the first thing I said was, how come you didn't come to me?
Yeah.
How come you didn't come to me and let me help you? And that's always my thing with my kids. I'm like, why don't y'all come to me and say something? Because that's what you want. You want to know that, people want to know that they can go to somebody, and you want to know that as a person's parent or overseer or whatever, that they should be able to come to you. Yeah. The Most High wants. Watch. Go to 1 Chronicles 16 and 29, just on that question.
16 and 29.
1 Chronicles 16 and 29. I mean, if this don't nail it on the dome with all that we just said, read it.
1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 29. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name.
Right, because that's what he wants. He wants his glory. He said, give not my glory unto another. Give not your glory unto another. He don't want us to reverence anything above him and give the power. And that's what I was saying earlier. It's about giving the Most High his due, giving him the credit, giving him the leeway. Because you can sit there and talk about, I believe in the Lord, I worship the Lord, but then you won't give him the ability to work in your life and do what he got to do in your life, because you always want to put your hands on it. You always want to put your pride on it. You always want to have lack of faith. Read it again.
1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 29.
Right.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name.
Right, so give him the glory due. It's all due to the Lord. It's all due. We are nothing without the Lord. We're nothing. And if you don't recognize that, if a man think he's something, what does it say? If a man think himself to be something when he's not,
He's nothing.
he's nothing. Yeah, you deceive your own self if you thought you woke yourself up, if you thought you blessed yourself. Everybody blessing themselves, man. The Most High gives us the ability. I feel like I'm repeating myself from yesterday. Right? I said these things yesterday. Right, but I mean, that always happens. I end up repeating yesterday. Maybe it's for y'all to hear it that didn't hear it. But yeah, we gotta start giving the praise and the glory to the Most High and stop thinking that we're doing it, that we ain't doing nothing. The more you go through this life, the more you realize that you control nothing. The only thing you can control is yourself, your bowels, and your bladder. Other than that, that's it. You can only control you, your bodily functions, your emotions. That's all we're supposed to control. But if you start thinking like, I'm gonna control somebody's, I'm gonna control this brother, that brother, this sister, that sister, I'm going to control how they grow, and you start to put yourself in a God complex. And you take what's due to the Lord. So when a person does grow, what do? Well, I did that. You didn't do a damn thing. One man plant, one man water. Most High increases that man. Give the Most High his glory, that he increased that man, and that he gave you the ability to be a waterer. That he gave you the ability to plant the seed. That's it. Like, we're vessels. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Read it from the top one more time.
1 Chronicles 16, verse 29. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name.
Right.
Bring an offering and come before him. Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness.
Read.
Verse 30. Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable.
You see that? This is where we get the stability, man, when we give the glory to the Lord. Why you think the Most High is ripping this earth apart? He's pissed. He's mad. Because everybody wants to put something on some other God or on some other reasoning or on coincidence. And he keeps doing what? Nah, this ain't no coincidence. Watch. 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 And he keeps doing things over and over, the same things over and over to show us. It's not a coinky thing. It's me. It's me, y'all. Right? It's me. Who did that? Me. Right? Me. He got his hand up. Me. And you like, oh, no, that was actually me. I'm a God. I did that in my life. Okay, well, watch this. Boom. And you like, wait a minute, I didn't do that. Well, who did that? See, it's because I didn't do this and this. And my mama did it. Nah, bro, it's the Most High. He wants that credit. He wants the credit in all things. Shall we not receive blessings from the Most High and cursings? He wants you to acknowledge that he whooped your ass, but then he blessed you at the back end. He wants you to acknowledge his grace, his mercy, that he can chastise, but then he can always come back right around and bless you. It's nothing for the Most High to make you rich and poor. It's nothing for him to bring you low and then to bring you up. Yeah. He wants that glory, that acknowledgement. Read.
That it be not moved.
Read.
Verse 31. Let the heavens be glad.
Read.
And let the earth rejoice.
Right.
And let man say among the nations, the Lord reigns.
Right. You see that? He's going through all these things. And he's saying, look, listen, all these things got to give me credit. The damn trees, the heavens, everything needs to be happy. The heavens should be happy I created it. The trees should be happy I created them. And if they are, if the heavens can rejoice, what the hell is our problem? What is y'all's problem? Y'all know better. Or don't we? Or do we? But we steady trying to give that glory to everything else, man. We try to make the black woman our God. The rappers is our God. The sports players are our God. Your phone is your God. Your money is your God. All these different things. You want to give the respect to, the reverence. You know how you show reverence to something? That's a good question. You know how you show reverence to something?
Is that rhetorical, or are you asking?
No, that's a question.
Oh.
How do you show reverence to something over something else? Reverence is respect. So how do I show respect? How do I show a lack of respect for my husband and put him down and put something above him? It's so small. It's so small. But I go and I use that thing for wisdom and for advice, or that person. Right? How do you show that you reverence your family over the sisters and brothers that you labor with? Well, because you'll use your family that's not in the word, that's not in the truth, and you'll take their word and their advice and let them pull you back and forth, up and down, left and right. And you show that you have more respect for their opinion than you do for the godly opinion, for the ones that's going to give you actual wisdom. Because you take their advice, because you use their counsel. That's how you show more reverence for them than for husband, brother, brothers in the truth, sisters in the truth, the husband. That's how we do that. It's like our kids. When we have problems and our kids go to a friend for advice, you're like, why the hell would you go to that idiot? They show more respect for the friend, or more reverence for the friend, than they do for their parents. Y'all see that? The reverence is just respect, the acknowledgement that who's going to be able to help me. Because you ask, like, why would you go to them? They can't help you. They're kids just like you. They don't have the answer, right? Because you have that answer, and if you don't, you can give the answer or supply it in some other way. But how can a kid give another kid the advice that they both lack? But the kids will reverence their peers over their parents. We tend to, as older peers, because we're peers, we tend to reverence the outside peers more than the ones that are within. And that's how you show that reverence. But the Most High is like, look, I'm giving you all these things to use. Show me the respect. Show me the glory. Use the brothers and sisters, the counsel, the wisdom, the Bible, the knowledge. Worship me in doing and using these things. Y'all see that? On top of all the other many things. But that's it on that. Right, I like Bakar. He said how you allocate your time. What are you putting your time into? You idle? That's another good one. Where are you putting your time and your resources? A lot of us put time into the wrong things and we don't get nothing out of it. Most High is not gonna bless you according to that. Right. Shalom, priest. My cousin is watching this with me. I told her that your head is not covered, but she thinks that it is. Could you please let her know that it isn't covered? Well, yeah, my head is not covered because, you see that right there? Can y'all see my little, my rooftop is open in two ways, right? The sunroof is open, right? But when the Bible talks about your head, it's talking about this part right here. So, I mean, like if you look at him, he got a headband on, right? But it's open. His head is not covered. His head is not covered. You see that? So, yeah, you can wear a covering, but as long as that crown is exposed, your head is technically not covered, because this is your head, the crown. That's what the Bible talks about. The crown is the head. If you need scriptures on it, just let me know. We can go there.
It's like it's the same way when you'll see somebody wrap their head with a mitri.
Yeah.
The little white. It's a mitri. They wrap it with the white thing. Sometimes it got different colors. The crown will still be exposed. That crown part wouldn't be wrapped.
Yeah. Jump back to
Exodus chapter 24 and verse 4. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. And Moses took half of the blood, and put it on basins, and half of the blood, and sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant, and read in the audience of the people, and they said, all that the Lord had said we would do, and be obedient.
Got them. They all agreed, and this is where we messed up. Your word is your bond, man. We will be obedient to all that. Moses was reading us the law, and we said we was going to do it, so we now are held accountable. Go ahead.
And Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people, and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which the Lord had made with you concerning all these words.
Right, it was a blood covenant. You see that? It was a blood covenant. Go ahead.
Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, the 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness.
So obviously they didn't see the Most High himself, but they saw the glory. Go ahead, because no one has seen God. Go ahead.
And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand.
You know what the coolest part about this is, though? Moses went up with Aaron and his two sons. Why did the Most High judge them so hard? Bro, like, come on, remember, not everybody was able to go up on that mount and in the valley of the mountain of Sinai, and we were able to look and see from afar off, and it still was messing with us. But imagine they got to go up with Moses, face to face in it. All that power, all that glory, and these dudes still went off. Why do you think they got judged so hard? It's justified. You're gonna be accountable for what you know. We're gonna be held accountable. He that knew the master's will and prepared himself not was beaten with many stripes. You're gonna get a harsher whooping, man. That's why his two sons, they burnt that strange incense. They knew better. They dropped dead right then and there. Burnt up to a crisp. And then guess what, Aaron? Don't even cry for them. I'm gonna kill you too. Sounds harsh, but you knew what it was. You knew what it was when you agreed. That's one. When you You agreed to not burn straight incense, and when you was up there and seeing all that power, bro, I know, I'm gonna say it, what we all are thinking. I wouldn't have, man, stop, right? Go ahead, read.
Also they saw God, and did eat and drink. Verse 12. And the Lord said unto Moses, Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give thee tables of stone, and a law, and commandments which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. And Moses rose up, and his minister Joshua, and Moses went up into the mount.
So you see that? So Joshua was rolling with Moses. So even this, when the sons went up, they went, and obviously they went to one area. Aaron, his sons, the 70 elders, they were in one area seeing one set of things. Yahushua calls and says, no, come up into the mount, Sinai, right? Joshua and Moses. So think about what Joshua was seeing, hearing. How come they never put that in the movies that Joshua went with him?
It's true, they also describe themselves.
They always said Moses by himself. We know he went by himself once, but Joshua went too.
Yeah.
See that? Why? Because 2 or 3 witnesses. I'm gonna let you both see this so y'all know that it's real. Go ahead.
And Moses went up into the mount of God. Verse 14. And he said unto the elders, tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matter to do, let him come unto them. Verse 15. And Moses went up into the mount, and the cloud covered the mount.
Yeah, no, see, no, they didn't see the Most High. They seen the glory of the Most High. Remember, God, Elohim, right? Elohim is powers, angels. Just like in Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, no, I'm quoting Genesis, I'm quoting John. In Genesis chapter 1, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It wasn't the Most High God, it was Elohim, powers, angels, rulers, judges. So it's the same thing. So no, they didn't see the Most High God, but they seen powers. They seen Yahushua, the Lord. They seen angelic beings and angels. That's what they see. Remember, we're dealing with the Hebrew translation. So the Hebrew translation of that word is of God is Elohim. It's a plural word. All right. Watch. Go to John. We went here. Go to John 5:37 real quick. Because if they seen God, then Yahushua is contradicting. It'd be a contradiction. We know Yahushua did not contradict. St. John 5:37. Yeah, read that.
John 5, verse 37.
Right.
And the Father himself, which hath sent me, hath borne witness of me.
Right.
Ye have neither heard his voice
Right.
at any time,
Right.
nor seen his shape.
See that? You've never heard the Most High's voice, because he said it. I sent an angel before you. Obey his voice and do all that I speak. Obey his voice, the angel. So we didn't hear the Most High's voice ever. We didn't see his shape ever. Yahushua is confirming that. Go to John 1:18.
You go to
Ecclesiasticus 43:31.
Yeah.
We go to Ecclesiasticus 43. Go to John 1:18.
John chapter 1, verse 18. No man hath seen Yahweh at any time.
See that? No man has seen the Most High at any time. Go ahead.
The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him.
Right. So no man, so not Moses, not the 70 elders, not Aaron and his sons seen God. You either seen the glory or you seen the angels of the Most High. Go to Ecclesiasticus 43 and verse 31. Right. That's what I thought. Right. Yeah. Just giving you the scriptures to make sure. But once it's certain concept. I think we talked about this last night, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah. One of the questions, but once certain concepts of the Bible are solidified in your brain with the scriptures, then you'll be able to understand other points where it's like, oh, wait a minute, I thought that was God talking, or I thought that they heard His voice, and but dang, that was an angel, or that was it wasn't the Most High Himself. Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 43, verse 31.
Right. Read.
Who hath seen him?
Who have seen Him? Read.
That he might tell us.
Right? That's a question. Why? Because who? Who has seen the Most High that He might tell us? Everyone that ever seen Him, like Daniel, that was visions. Right? But first-hand account in non-vision, non-dream, no man. John the Revelator was seeing Him in visions. Ezekiel, these are all visions. Go ahead.
And who can magnify Him as He is?
Right, who can really actually put the Most High and characterize how He really is. He's omnipotent. He can't be boxed into a body, a body shape. Yeah, he's 5'5", dark complexion. He got full lips. He got blue. Like, you can't do that to the Most High. He is. He'd be 5'5" 1 minute, 6 foot the next, 8 foot the next, 1,000 feet the next. It's like you can't box him into one. Yeah. He is power. He is everything. Go ahead.
Verse 32. There are yet hid greater things.
No, that's it on that. So hopefully that makes sense to everyone. I know we've been over that a few times, but they're asking, so we just want to make sure we cover it. Jump back. Yeah, right. Bakar said it. The Hebrew word that was written there, it says God, which is Elohim, which is yeah. Remember, go there real quick. Psalms. What is it? 60. Psalms. Proverbs. Psalm 60. Go to Psalm 68 and 17. Is the Friday night class the ISBHPK Virginia? Yes. The Friday night class. That's online, yes. We all have class on Friday. It's just, Virginia is online. Go ahead, read that Psalms. 68, 17.
Psalm 68, verse 17.
Right.
The chariots of Yahweh are 20,000, even thousands of angels.
Go ahead.
The Lord is among them.
So imagine you got 20,000, thousands, right? 200,000, 200,000 chariots. Go ahead. 200 million chariots, excuse me. 200 million, damn. That's insane. Go ahead.
The Lord is among
the
them.
The what?
The Lord is among them.
Right. Yahweh Shai is among them. The Lord, remember, he wasn't Yahweh Shai in the Old Testament. He didn't need to be. Yahweh Shai means what?
He who delivers.
Savior.
What's Yahweh Shai? He who saves. Right? Yeah. But that time he was the Lord. He wasn't Jesus. You see that? There was no Jesus in the old times. You see that? Go ahead.
As in Sinai, in the holy place.
Right. So all that power, all that glory, that was all there. And this is what Moses and them were seeing. So let's jump back. I really need to try to stay hard for you. I'm older. Right. Yeah. I mean, Virginia's class starts at 7. But the good thing is, the classes are there. So if you miss it live, you can always go back and catch it. But where we at? Jump back.
Verse 15, right?
Yeah.
Right. Let's jump over to Jeremiah.
Oh, it's my turn.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right. Let's get it.
Numbers chapter 24, verse 16.
Numbers.
I mean Exodus, my bad.
Oh.
My bad. Exodus chapter 24, verse 16. And the glory of the Lord abode upon Mount Sinai.
See that? It tells us right there. It was the glory of the Lord. Go ahead.
And the cloud covered it 6 days. And the seventh day he called unto Moses out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of the Lord was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Israel. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud and gat him up into the mount. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights.
Right.
All right, we're going to go to Jeremiah chapter 34, verse 8. Jeremiah 34 and verse 8. All right. Jeremiah chapter 34, verse 8. This is the word that came unto Jeremiah from the Lord. After that, the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people which were at Jerusalem to proclaim liberty unto them, that every man should let his manservant and every man his maidservant, being in Hebrew or in Hebrewish, go free, that none should serve himself to them, to wit, of a Jew his brother. Now when all the princes and all the people which had entered into the covenant heard that every one should let his manservant and every one his maidservant go free, that none should serve themselves of them anymore, then they obeyed and let them go. Verse 11. But afterward they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids with whom they had let go free to return, and brought them into subjection for servants and for handmaids. Therefore the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the power of Israel. I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondmen, saying, At the end of 7 years, let ye go every man his brother in Hebrew.
Right. So we didn't go through the whole chapter because it was in Leviticus, but that year of Jubilee, right? That 7. We touched on parts of it when we were reading about the Hebrew servants and things like that. So that year of Jubilee, we said it's that year of release. That's when you release your servant if he wanted to go. You release a man from any debt that he may have owed. Go ahead.
Verse 14, Salakia. Verse 14 from the top. At the end of 7 years, let ye go every man his brother in Hebrew, which hath been sold unto thee. And when he had served thee 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, neither inclined their ear. And ye were now turned, and had done right in my sight, in proclaiming liberty every man to his neighbor. And ye had made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. But ye turned and polluted my name, and caused every man his servant and every man his handmaid, whom he had set at liberty at their pleasure, to return, and brought them into subjection, to be unto you for servants and for handmaids. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, ye have not hearkened unto me in proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, saith the Lord, to the sword, to the pestilence,
Go ahead.
and to the famine, and I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And I will give the men that have transgressed my covenant, which have not performed the words of the covenant which they had made before me, when they cut the calf in twain and passed between the parts thereof, the princes of Judah and the princes of Jerusalem, the eunuchs, and the priests and all the people of the land which passed between the parts of the calf.
Right. So this passing, this parting the calf, it was it was an oath between the Most High and Abraham. Go to Genesis real quick. Go to Genesis 15. Remember when the Most High told Abraham, I'm going to give you, what did he say to him? Then I'm going to give you this land to inherit. And he's like, how? Abraham said, well, how do I know I'm going to inherit it? And he said, okay, this is going to be my oath. Read Genesis 15 and verse 9.
Genesis chapter 15, verse 9.
Right.
And he said unto him, take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
Right.
And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another.
Right, so cut them in half. Go ahead.
But the birds divided he not.
Right, so basically it was just another way to take an oath. This was the oath that the Most High set up with Abraham. So Jeremiah is going back and reminding the people that y'all that broke this oath, or any oath that was set up with the Most High, these were going to be the punishments. And I mean, what was Jeremiah prophesying? What captivity? Come on, it was one of our worst.
Rome?
No.
Syria?
No. That's Isaiah. It's the Babylonians. It's a Babylonian captivity. Remember, the Babylonians was bad because they invaded. They hit us 3 times. And that 3rd time, it was real bad. But all those times they would invade, what would they do? They would come in, siege us, we would run. What would Esau do? Gather us, bring us right back. You know, it was those type of things that was going on, but these were the things, you know, you got to read the later chapters and these things happened. These later chapters in Jeremiah where Zedekiah, right? The prophecy against him ended up happening. He was given over to the Babylonians. Temple was destroyed. We were taken captive. So Jeremiah is reminding the people, like, look, if you broke these covenants, these oaths, he said it. I'm going to give you over to pestilence, famine, the sword. That's going to be your liberty. And I'm going to scatter you. That ain't no liberty. You might as well follow the first thing and get the real freedom. Get the real liberty. Y'all see that? Go ahead. Go turn back to Jeremiah.
God, Jeremiah chapter 34, verse I think 20. I will even give them into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of them that seek their life. And their dead bodies shall be for meat unto the fowls of the heaven and to the beasts of the earth.
Remember, the Babylonians, they didn't let us bury our dead. Right? Remember who was going through and burying the dead in the time of the Babylonians? Tobit, right? He was sneaking out and burying the dead. But the prophecy was that you're going to lie in the streets and get ate by dogs and fowls. But he was taking it upon himself, doing those alms and burying the dead. But any man that was found burying the dead was going to be brought before the king. Right? So, I mean, Jeremiah's, I always talk about the context and the importance of knowing, you know, what was Jeremiah talking about, what captivity, what king, you know, different kings and different prophets at the same time.
Yeah.
But different captivities. It's important to know. Go ahead.
Verse 21. And Zedekiah, king of Judah, and his princes will I give into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of them that seek their life, and into the hand of the king of Babylon's army, which are gone up from you. Behold, I will command, saith the Lord, and cause them to return to the city, and they shall fight against it and take it and burn it with fire. And I will make the cities of Judah a desolation without an inhabitant.
You go to Jeremiah 33 and 25.
God, we're going to go to Jeremiah chapter 33, verse 25.
Chapter over.
Jeremiah chapter 33, verse 25. Thus saith the Lord, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinances of heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob.
What is he talking about? If my covenant be not with day and night. What did he appoint for the day and for the night?
for the day for the sun to move in its direction.
course,
and,
right?
And its
What
course, and the moon for the same thing.
Right.
Its phases, the stars to shine, so on and so forth.
And they said they would not break his commandment, right? They won't break his ordinances. The stars ain't just gonna fall out the sky. The sun is not just gonna burn down. But he said if these things happen, right? If these ordinances fail, go ahead, 26.
Then will I cast away the seed of Jacob.
And as far as we know, has the Lord cast away his people? God forbid. Sunlight.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Tonight, moon, right?
Moon and stars.
Stars, right? And just all the other appointed ordinances, they're still holding true from the time of creation. So he has not cast away his people. We're still alive and kicking, right? We gotta come up out of our situations, out of that negative. Go ahead.
Then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them.
Yeah.
All right.
Everybody clear on that?
All right, we're going to jump to Matthew chapter 26 and verse 20.
And these Jeremiahs and Isaiahs, they're very good histories to read, man. And once you really start to understand, like, that they're prophesying something, that happened. It's good history, and it's good to understand what's going on. So, you need some extra reading. Yep. Where we at, Matthews 26?
Matthew chapter 26 and verse 20. Now when the even was come, he sat down with the 12. And as they did eat, he said, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me. And they were exceeding sorrowful, and began every one of them to say unto him, Lord, is it I? And he answered and said, He that dippeth his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me. Take on.
You know what's cool about that? I always think about that. I'm like, why would they ask him if it's him, if it's them? They don't know within themselves. They knew Yahweh Shai knew all. Right? Well, he wasn't going to just spill the beans on a man. Right? He wasn't just going to give it away. But he said it. He that dip and stop. But they was all sitting there eating. It's like, who is it? They were all thrusting their hands into the dish and into the bowl, right? They were all, it was a feast.
Got it.
Anyway, where we at? What verse am I at?
Yeah, 24.
24. The Son of Man, Matthew 26 and 24. And then we're going to go over to Esther. The Son of Man goeth as it is written of him. But woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Then Judas, which betrayed him, because he already made the covenant with the high priest for the shekels. He already did that, right? Answered and said, Master, this is how deceitful this cat is. Is it I? Like, bruh.
Is it I, Master?
Shows you, man, like Israel, bro. Ain't this just like typical? You read this and you're like, oh man, I can really feel that. I've been through that. I know how that feels. Is it I? Right? Is it I, Master? And he said unto him, Thou hast said. And as they were eating, Yahushua took bread and blessed it and brake it and gave it to his disciples and said, Take, eat, this is my body. Further holding Judas more accountable. Right? Further, this guy was digging a hole. I can see. This was the rope that he hung himself with. Yeah, he was further holding himself more accountable. This is where now Yahushua is sitting back and breaking this bread, obviously symbolic of the life that y'all have shared 3 years, right? All the struggle, all the ups, the downs, the dealing with the people, and then all the things that he has to go through, and then you start to get that understanding. I can see why Judas tried to give that money back. That accountability start to hit him. His conscience start to hit him. You see that? I can see why he went and hung himself, because Look at the betrayal, the level.
That's crazy to me though, because like his conscience didn't bother him the whole time that he was knowingly like,
Pride. Remember we went over it the other day, pride. His pride was blocking that conscience from really seeing what was going on. I mean, he was stealing, so obviously his pride was telling him that it was okay. But we talked about pride being that gateway to all these other sins, right? We dealt with Cain. His pride led him to murder, right? But it's no different with Judas, where his pride was so built up that it led him down this path. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes, man, you don't realize how bad it is until things start to play out. It shouldn't get that far. It shouldn't get to that point for us. But when things start to play out and you're like, wow, I'm causing this or I'm doing this, shouldn't get to that point. We should always be able to stop. The scriptures say, examine yourself, whether you be in the faith. Stop, examine your situation and the path that you're walking. Who's leading you? Remember, it says Satan went into his heart, right? The devil made me do it, right?
Or just like even if you don't know what the end result or the consequences verbatim are gonna be, you know there's gonna be a consequence.
Yeah, but pride. Sometimes pride makes you not look at things objectively, or even look at things. Remember, pride is emotion, so you're not going to look at things rationally. So, what did Judas think when he went and got 30 shekels for this man? Right. He didn't think that they was going to kill him. He didn't care. He didn't care at the time, and then he started to care after the fact. Too late. I read. With Yahushua, it's dope, man, because he could have at any moment been like, nigga, it's you. Don't eat with us, don't drink with us. But why did he make him eat and drink? That accountability.
Sink in a little bit more.
Another thing is that when he talked to one of the brothers, he said, I saw you under the fig tree.
Nathan.
And the guy said he believed he was the son of God. He said, just because I saw you under the fig tree?
Yeah.
So a lot of things that Yahushua would do would convince the brothers that he was the...
Yep.
He was showing Judas another instance that, look, I'm him.
Mm-hmm.
Because to sell out Yahushua, you had to not believe that he was the Messiah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But he was showing him like, look, I know that you betrayed me. I wasn't there when you did it, but I know you did it.
I know your heart.
So he was showing him another miracle that no man would have known. Only the Messiah would have known that. And he's giving him the opportunity to fess up and say, look, you know what I mean? I sold you out. You know what I mean?
Right.
And showing him, look, I'm the Messiah. Look what I can do. You know what I mean? But it convinced him at that point, and that's why he tried to get the money back. You know, up until that point, he wasn't convinced.
Right.
He wasn't convinced that Yahushua was the Messiah.
Even the ability for Yahushua to just sit and drink and eat with him. What man is going to eat with the man that betrayed him?
Yeah.
What man is going to sit back and be like, is somebody here eating and drink with us, but let's keep eating and drinking? Right? Usually you watch the mafia movies, they call everybody in, they know who ratted them out. They'll sit, they kick it, right? And then they kill them before they even eat. Like, you ain't eating with us, you a rat. Right? That's how man. So just adding on to what Thahom was saying, he was seeing that Yahushua knew what he was doing, but even that ability to not, put him on blast, but still treat him like a brother. Not treat him as an enemy. You see that? Not alienate him in a way where now you got all the other 11 coming down on him. They all have to, but think about it, they all was sitting there questioning themselves. It was showing a lot of different things, like, why would you question yourself? If you knew it wasn't like, if a man was like, yo, you betrayed me. He said, when did you betrayed me? And then they were sitting like, was it me? Was it me? But why would you question that if you believed? If you was really there, like, you wouldn't question that. I would be like, okay, well, who is it? Because it ain't me. It's a lot of things working. It's a lot of different. I mean, you can only imagine what these guys were thinking. Damn, is it me? No, it wasn't you. Was it? Right? What verse am I in? Right, 26. As they were eating, Yahushua took bread and blessed it and brake it and gave it to the disciples and said, "Take, eat, this is my body." And he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, "Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remissions of sin." Again, dealing with that conscience. "But I say unto you," where am I going?
Verse 30.
Okay. "But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom." And when they had sung an hymn, we sung songs, all right? They went out into the Mount of Olives. And we know the story after that, right? They come, they grab Christ up, put him to death. Judas puts himself to death. Where are we going after that?
Esther, Apocrypha chapter 1.
Okay, let's see how this is in here. Any questions on the reading before we go into this Apocrypha real quick?
So yeah, so you can block my guy right there.
Ricardo, look at the three unwise men in their Power Rangers. Halloween is a pagan feast. Ricky Ricardo. Damn. Tell you, boy.
What is up with you?
Oh, it's me. Only when I come do they try to get turned. I love it though, man. Bro, listen, I'm so unbothered.
Yeah, well, what Israelite hurt your feelings?
I'm so unbothered, man. Like, bro, it's so ridiculous. It just further shows, especially the ones that claim to be Israelites coming on here arguing and trying to falsely accuse. You don't know the Bible, man. You don't know the Bible. We're going to Esther, right? Judith. Okay, I think mine is a little different. Oh no.
What did he say?
He called me he called us the three unwise men, and he said I'm a Power Ranger.
Wow.
Go. So I'm the Red Ranger. He's the Black Ranger. There's not two Black Rangers.
Yeah,
You the Purple Ranger?
I don't know.
You're the Gold Ranger. You talking
Gold
Gold
Ranger.
Ranger? Yeah. You're the Green Ranger. Yeah, man. Right. Anyhow, this is Esther. So, what's that?
I just had a question, like in regards to Judas, would he be in a perfect example of what we were speaking of yesterday, of Proverbs 1:28, seeking and learning?
Yeah, or even where your first question was, that Proverbs 8, right, where he wasn't on trying to seek the Most High at all, really, right? And then when he tried to renege on his first thing and go back and say, okay, let me get the money back and let me change these things, it was too late. It was too late. There was a question that we went over last night in Proverbs about seeking the Most High early and showing real love to the Most High. And it was a good question, but yeah, Judas is an example of not seeking the Most High early and not doing things out of love. I mean, he felt guilty. He felt guilty, right? Because if it was out of love, he would have never ever went to the high priest and gave up Yahushua anyway. It wasn't love. He had no love for Yahushua. He had no love for the 11 men he was rolling with. He had no love. There was no real true affection in him, true love in him. So we're in Esther, in the Apocrypha section of Esther, right? Because we already read the story in the Bible section, so we're adding different parts in. So, right, what is it in here? Really? Okay. Did we read the other? part?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
I did read the other part last week. Right. Somebody messed up.
So it's not 10, it's 11.
No, actually, yeah, it's 11, but I'll read, so we're gonna be in chapter 11. Chapter 11. Remember last week I read,
Right. It was from the book, the Bible, and then it went right into the Apocrypha.
Yeah.
Chapter 10 all together.
yeah, so last week I read the first part, so just read where it says chapter 11. So chapter 11 of Esther. In the 4th year of the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositheus, who said he was a priest and a Levite, and Ptolemus, his son, brought this epistle of Purim, which they said was the same, and that Licinius, the son of Ptolemus, that was in Jerusalem, had interrupted it. Interpreted it. In the 2nd year of the reign of Artaxerxes the Great, in the 1st day of the month Nisan. Is that Mordecus, Mordecius. So the names are changed up, obviously, right? The different translation. Mordecius, the son of Jairus, the son of Shimei, the son of Kaisi, of the tribe of Benjamin, had a dream. So this is the same Mordecai that we've been reading about. So names are a little bit different because of the different translation into the Greek, the Hebrew. Who had a dream, who was a Jew and dwelt in the city of Shusa, a great man, being a servitor in the king's court. He was also one of the captives which Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, carried from Jerusalem with Jeconiah, king of Judea. And this was his dream. Behold, a noise of a tumult with thunder and earthquakes and uproar in the land. And behold, 2 great dragons came forth ready to fight. Did we read this? Like we read this. 2 great dragons. Oh. So you see what's going on? So chapter 11. So we read chapter 11, but the chapter before, it explains chapter 11. It's kind of backwards, I believe. Okay, so I'll read it. I'll read on. What verse?
Chapter verse 6.
Verse 6. And behold, 2 great dragons came forth ready to fight, and their cry was great. So who was the 2 dragons? Who remembers? She got an eye.
It says it in verse 7, Haman and
Right. Yep. He said, I and Haman, or Haman. So Mordecai was one of the dragons and Haman, right? What was the problem from the story? Well, Haman wanted Mordecai to bow to him, right? But Mordecai wasn't bowing to no damn white boy. He wasn't bowing to no Amalekite. He was a stubborn, where's my stubborn Benjamite? He was a stubborn Benjamite. He wasn't going to bow, right? But it was a good stubborn at this point. It was a good stubborn. Right, so, and at their cry, all nations were prepared to battle that they might fight against the righteous people. And lo, the righteous people being Israel, right? And remember the nations, the whole decree went out to kill all the Jews in the land. And lo, the day of darkness and obscurity, tribulation and anguish, affliction and great uproar upon the earth. And the whole righteous nation was troubled, fearing their own evils, and were ready to perish. Then they cried unto the Most High, and upon their cry it is where from a little fountain was made a great flood, even much water. The light and the sun rose up, and the lowly were exalted, and devoured the glorious. Now when Mordecai, who had seen this dream and what the Most High determined to do, was awake, he bare this dream in mind until the night by all means was desirous to know it. Right. So it's, yeah, I didn't see how that, so part of the 10th chapter after the Greek. Right. So you see how the chapters are kind of mixed up. Depending on the Greek or the Hebrew, it's all mixed up, man. But any questions on that? Because remember, what we read last week basically gives the understanding of the chapter 11.
I have a question.
What's that?
Just on verse 1, of this right here.
Right.
Is that Cleopatra mentioned? Is that the Cleopatra?
Is that Cleopatra, the
Yeah.
Egyptian?
God.
Yeah. History.
Man.
Ptolemy, right. Is it Ptolemy or Ptolemy? Am I pronouncing Ptolemy?
And,
Ptolemy.
Ptolemy was Alexander's great son.
That's from Maccabee.
Yeah.
Maccabees. Right.
They also got it, if you look at the Roman Empire on Netflix, they go through all that history. They just can be about the Jews, but they go through Ptolemy, Cleopatra, Mark Antony, all of them.
Marco Polo.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Cleopatra was Egyptian, right? No.
Yeah,
She wasn't Egyptian. What was she?
That was a sister.
She was the daughter of a Roman, but she ended up being a queen of Egypt.
But she was a daughter of a Roman.
Yeah, when the Romans conquered Egypt,
Right.
they would put one of theirs over Egypt.
Just like how they did with Herod and them, right?
Yeah,
Like
she was like the wife of somebody, and then when he died, she ended up being queen of
Egypt. But she was a white woman. Yeah. Right, so Elizabeth Taylor, it was right that they cast Elizabeth Taylor.
Oh, they did, that old movie.
Right? Anyway. Do we got any questions? Sorry, for our cousin Machi.
They had that one that you had told them to wait. It was like
About the third Sean Preston.
About what?
Yes, about the third temple.
Third temple.
A third temple?
In Matthews.
Bro, we ain't fighting for no temple, we fighting for the kingdom.
That's it.
But
will there be a third temple built according to Matthew chapter 24, verse 15?
Matthew's 24. Matthew's 24. Son. 24 and what?
15.
Matthew's 24 fit. Read that.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 15.
Right.
When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand.
Right. Read on.
Verse 16. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains.
Right. What I was talking about was the coming destruction. So that wasn't talking about rebuilding the temple. That was talking about what they had in Jerusalem at that time, about to get ran over and ransacked. That destruction of the Romans in that time, 70 AD. Right? And what he was saying, what? Flee into the mountains. You know, flee west. You know, hang out with some Africans for a while. Go into captivity, go into slavery. But that wasn't talking about rebuilding a temple. Now, right now, are we waiting for a temple? Hell nah, we waiting for the whole kingdom. we fighting for a whole kingdom. We waiting for that to be. Remember, it's already prepared in the heavens for us. We're just waiting for our people to get right, to do the right things. The 144,000 to be sealed. You got something, Benaiah? Oh, we're waiting for that 144,000 to be sealed, so we can get that kingdom that's prepared, hand delivered. But, you know, we're waiting for a lot of things to happen. I don't know if y'all are watching. I don't know if y'all are watching. Y'all watching the news, right? What's going on in Russia, Ukraine? I'm ready.
Biden sent troops over there.
But no,
Yeah, he did.
He did. He said 8,000.
When? Because he said he wasn't sending troops. He sent them where? To Belarus?
He sent them to Ukraine.
Okay. He said he wasn't sending troops. Like that dirty dog. His whole thing was he wasn't going to send troops, but he was going to send fortification, but no troops.
He sent 8,000.
Bro, you know if America's involved, you know, y'all know Israel, right?
This is World War III.
Then Iran, then Korea, right? Ezekiel 38, right? China, right? Ezekiel 38. Remember that Ezekiel 38 is the prophecy that is supposed to kick off the world war. Now think about it. That's with Russia, the Middle East, and its allies, right?
Yeah.
That's how that's going to get started. So best believe Russia gets involved, America, Ukraine, Israel's going to hop in, Iran is going to hop in, South Korea, China is going to be like, okay, you in there, so guess what? Now we got to be in there. And then you got your homies, so we got our homies. And then you got the big brother. Like, oh, baby. But you know what's cold? The coldest thing is this. I watched this news story, and they went into Ukraine. And the Ukrainians are like, we just chilling. They live a life like there's nothing about to happen. It's like we're more panicky than them. They're like, Russia's not going to invade. Now, this is what a lot of people don't realize, that Russia is already in Ukraine in the northeast. Mm-hmm. They're already up there fighting. They've been up there fighting for years. And the Ukrainians are like, we just going to live our lives. We just trying to chill. We just want to be a part of NATO. You know what I'm saying? We just want to try to find a way to pay for our heat, natural gas. They're oblivious. They don't care. It's like the world cares more, and it almost seems like the world is inciting the war, yeah. And the Ukrainians are just like, what are y'all talking about? There is not going to be an invasion. Man, I am praying. Pray, right? Pray that it is. Pray that it is, man, so we can just be done. Man, could you only imagine?
You know, 2 more volcanoes erupted. One erupted in Japan, and another one erupted somewhere in South America.
Bro.
Like volcanoes are erupted left and right.
Oh, that one that happened in the Tongan Islands? So there was so much ash, it like blocks out the sun for them. They said that when those volcanoes erupt, there's so much cloud cover and ash that the temperature, it almost reverses global warming for them for like years. Anyhow, so I didn't know he sent them over. Okay, so Biden's a damn liar. Biden be lying, bro. These niggas, man, bro. Liar, pants on fire. Okay, well, there ain't no questions. All right, well, we'll end it there, right? We'll finish up with these prayers, and everybody will be dismissed. I mind you, point out. Good class. Should have stayed home. Like a rocket teacher.
Something.
What's wrong? Well, you gotta find whatever scripture you're talking about on this third temple, and we can answer it. But
I do see Christians talk about it a lot.
yeah, but they talk about a lot of things that's not biblical.
Yeah,
that's the one that he's talking about in Israel being built. But that's what they talk about.
Well, I mean, remember when you go to Revelations 21, right? You go to Revelations 21. And it talks about the New Jerusalem. Of course, we're going to have a temple there to worship, right? But that's already built in the heavens. That's waiting for all these wars and destruction, and for Christ to come, for that to be delivered to us. The Christians still they teach about the rapture, that we all going to just be disappearing into the clouds, and and people are going to be taken, and the earth is still going to be populated with just randoms. They got it. The Christian church has a lot of things wrong, so that's why I was asking what scripture. But that Matthews that you brought up, that was talking about in Yahushai's time, that destruction by the Romans. Remember, at that time of Christ, we were in Roman occupation. Yahushai dies, all that stuff happens, and then they go through and destroy Jerusalem. Now, we're not waiting for just a temple to come. We're waiting for the actual kingdom to come. That's what we're fighting for, is the actual kingdom. You see that? So, yeah, the troops are. The troops are on. Does that mean that Putin could be the Antichrist? There's many Antichrists.
I'll say Biden's the Antichrist.
Putin, Biden, Bush, Trump, America, Israel. They all Antichrists. They're against. I mean, there's many Antichrists. It's not just one thing or the other. Go ahead.
Yahweh Bashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Bashem Yahushai.
Baba Kashai.
Baba Kashai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Renawa.
Renawa.
Shalach Ma'aka'ala.
Shalach Ma'aka'ala.
Waha Alahayim.
Waha Alahayim.
La Shamar Al.
La Shamar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Magun.
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 Wa.
Wa.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual powers.
Spiritual powers.
Forgive all of our sins.
Forgive all of our sins.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Come quickly.
Come quickly.
For indeed.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Yahweh,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Translate the last word, yeah.
Yahweh and Nemi Yahushai, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and to make strong the people of Israel.
I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
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 Bahawa'ah. That's blessed you, Yahweh and Nemi Yahushai, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah. War. Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. That's blessed you, Yahweh and Nemi Yahushai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
La Korah.
La Korah.
La Korah.
La Korah.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim. That's blessed you, Yahweh and Nemi Yahushai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah. Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashah.
Lamashah.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
That's blessed you, Yahweh and Nemi Yahushai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we will anoint at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing
to give thanks unto Yahweh.
to give thanks unto Yahweh
And to sing praises unto thy name.
and to sing praises to thy name.
Our Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon a psaltery.
And upon a psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
For thou, O Yahweh,
For thou, O Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy word.
hast made me glad through thy
I will
works.
triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that day
is that they
shall be destroyed forever.
shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, O Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
Although thine enemies,
Although thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
although thine enemies,
although thy enemies
shall perish,
shall perish.
all the workers of iniquity,
all the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
My horn,
But my horn
shalt thou exalt,
shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see,
My eye also shall see,
my desire of mine enemies,
I desire my enemies,
and mine ears shall hear,
and my ears shall hear,
my desire of the wicked,
my desire of the wicked,
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
In Psalm chapter 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamalawat,
Hamalawat,
Ladawad,
Ladawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Matawab,
Matawab,
Wamad,
Wamad,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gum,
Gum,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayel,
Ayel,
Haraash,
Haraash,
Yerad,
Yerad,
Ayel,
Ayel,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharon,
Aharon,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Alpayab,
Alpayab,
Adawat Yuab,
Adawat Yuab,
Katol,
Katol,
Karam1,
Karam1,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Al, Harayah,
Harayah,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Shum,
Shum,
Tazawab,
Tazawab,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
At, Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
Aid,
Aid,
Ha'aywalam,
Ha'aywalam. Amen. In Psalms 133, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Tamyad.
Tamyad.
Aman.
Aman. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahushai.
The water Yahweh.
The water Yahweh.
The water Yahushai.
The water Yahushai.
For another Shabbat.
For another Shabbat.
To unify.
To unify.
To preach your word.
To preach your word.
To learn your commandments.
To learn your commandments.
To learn your laws.
To learn your laws.
To learn your ways.
To learn your ways.
Thank you.
We thank you
for the opportunity.
For the opportunity.
To gather.
To gather.
In unity.
In unity.
In brotherhood.
In brotherhood.
In sisterhood.
In sisterhood.
Without backbiting.
Without backbiting.
Without arguing.
Without arguing.
Without contention.
Without contention.
We ask Yahweh.
We ask Yahweh.
That you continue to preserve us.
That you continue to preserve us.
From the set evils.
From the set evils.
Watch over us.
Watch over us.
Guide us.
Guide us.
Protect us.
Protect us.
The husbands.
The husbands.
The wives.
The wives.
The children.
The children.
The fathers.
The fathers.
The mothers.
The mothers.
The brothers.
The brothers.
The sisters.
The sisters.
Protect our families.
Protect our families.
In and out of the truth.
In and out of the truth.
Watch over us.
Watch over us.
You're righteous.
You're righteous.
You're elect.
You're elect.
Guide us.
Guide us.
In your word.
In your word.
In your wisdom.
In your wisdom.
In all situations.
In all situations.
Remove us from evil.
Remove us from evil.
And tempt us not.
And tempt us not.
Remove sickness.
Remove sickness.
Remove viruses.
Remove viruses.
Remove diseases.
Remove diseases.
From around us.
From around us.
Heal our minds.
Heal our minds.
Our bodies.
Our bodies.
Heal our souls.
Heal our souls.
Remove hurt.
Remove hurt.
Remove harm.
Remove harm.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Tamyad.
Tamyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's circle up. Come look. Got this whole gap. Come on, look. Move over just a little bit. Make a circle. Circle. Call it.
Men of Israel, I imagine. Barak.
Yahweh
Hashem Yahushai Barakatah. Kum Yashmael. Kum Yashmael. Kum Yashmael.
Hands down. Let's turn to face the sisters. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, I imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shemar Latan Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Yagimata. Dismiss. Let's say shalom to everybody online. Shalom. See y'all back here on Wednesday.
In the kingdom. Yahweh shines the power.